down the most monumental weekend in Libertarian Party history, and I don't think it's even close, and it's not even halfway done yet. Man, Rick got off to a rough start, but I think he recovered all right. Thank you for chanting. Look, the reason I'm involved with this party is because I recognized a few years ago, actually right during the last year of Donald Trump's presidency, that this country was on a unsustainable trajectory, that our liberties were evaporating, and that there was very little fight to stop that process.
Let's go, Brandon.
We'll chant that in a little bit. $35 trillion in debt, $1 trillion plus in interest alone. We are the largest economy in human history with the largest debt in human history, and we will pay more in interest alone than on our national defense over the next 12 months. That's not America first. That's not make America great again. And it needs to be resolved. It needs courage to do so. It needs people with a willingness to risk something. We're going to find out if Donald Trump is that man or not. That's fair. This is a pretty tough room, Trump, and I just wanted to give you a quick little cheat sheet. Yes, free Ross. Yes, free Roger Ver. Free Julian Assange. Free Edward Snowden. And then when you're done with that, balance the fucking budget. Bring our troops home. End the wars. No more proxy wars. No more. Peace, prosperity. That is the future for America. That is what we need, and that is what we demand. Thank you.
You have questions and problems. So yes, I think all of these organizations, need to be made smaller. I mean, think about it. If you have a tax problem, you can't call the IRS and somehow get some sort of answer. You have to wait for a letter for 6 months. If you want to do things with your children that may be outside of the norm for education, you have to go back and you have to, figure out ways to be able to navigate a system that's plagued with inadequacies. Our children are growing up being basically they're being brainwashed into this woke society right now, and it's not right. There's something that is vehemently wrong about the government. One size fits all from Washington, D.C., come down to the state of Louisiana and saying our children need to be taught these values, not your values. These things need to be changed. Yes, there are innumerable organizations. The IRS, right? The Fed, right? Why can't we fix the Department of Education? Our founding fathers would be viscerally just upset right now to see what this country has become. And we need people that are willing to stand up. But at the same time, we damn well need people to be able to reach across the aisle and work with other people. Because if we think that just this small group of people in this room are going to change things in this world, it's not going to happen. We need to have a voice, make progress. We need to win elections, and we need to do good for this country.
So I noticed you said
NSA spying, and the crushing regulatory regime. So that is all the alphabet agencies plus. So this is not a campaign about tweaking the central government riding into Washington as like a white knight to fix things. This is a campaign to dismantle the state. Let's go. This is a campaign to dismantle the state. Let's go. To fix things. This is a campaign to dismantle the state. Let's go.
Oh boy, I think in a room full of libertarians, the better question is which three-letter alphabet agencies wouldn't we abolish, right? I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Of course we want to abolish all the three-letter agencies. Of course we also some gray area here. The president doesn't want to abolish all these agencies, and what we need to do is have a plan. It's very important that we have a plan. We go in, we have to, on day one, start laying off 75% of the workforce in the federal agencies. That's how we're going to start to abolish these things. These people have been oppressing the middle class in America for far too long. The administrative state has grown out of control. They're out there infiltrating Catholic groups with the FBI. They're going to soccer moms and calling them domestic terrorists for being worried about their children's health care. It's grown so big, they were supposed to go after interstate serial killers and interstate sex traffickers. So we have to go in, we have to lay off 75% of the workforce. We have to start moving people to maintenance departments around the country. Whatever's left, we go after what they were intended to go after. But of course we want to abolish these agencies. Of course these agencies are absolutely detrimental to a free America. My intention is to go into Washington with my baseball bat and start tearing them down on day one. My elbow will be absolutely sure. Thank you very much.
My fellow libertarians, there is absolutely no reason you should tolerate an agency. I don't care how many letters it has. If it changes from 3 letters to 2 letters or 4 letters, you're going to put up with that bullshit? I don't think so. But we should not be up here talking about how it is that we're going to reform the Department of Education. If you can't figure out how to raise your children, are you really going to look to Washington to help guide you through that process? We should not be in the business of talking about even how to reform the Defense Department. The Defense Department makes decisions like invading Afghanistan and invading Iraq. And let this sink in. Spending not millions, but trillions of dollars, not costing thousands of lives, but over 1 million. Does that sound like a decision that you would make? Does that sound like a decision that your fellow Americans would make? Does that sound like a decision that you could find anybody in your neighborhood to go along with? There is no reason that you should tolerate a government that makes decisions that are absolutely counter to your values and to your interests. Not only should we sunset every single one of these agencies, except for the Department of Defense, we should be sunsetting the Department of Defense. The reason for this is because it needs to be reconstituted. If you believe, as many libertarians apparently do, that we need a Defense Department to protect our border, it has to start from scratch. It cannot start with the Defense Department that we have today. And the same needs to be said for each of the other agencies. It might be true in some alternative universe, and I know how, to reform the FBI. But I gotta tell you, as someone who has spent decades in and around watching the FBI, it's not worth it. There is nothing there worth saving. We need to end it. We need to end it and start from scratch. And one more thing. If someone tells you that they can reform monetary policy without ending the Federal Reserve System, they are not an economist, or else I'm not, and I damn well am. And the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed.
All right, so here's another topic that is pretty hotly debated, probably in this room, and that's immigration. There are the old open borders libertarians, and there's today's bordertarians, I've heard them called, the Dave Smith camp, we gotta, protect the southern border. So if you guys could give me an answer for your immigration policy. Are you an open borders libertarian? Let's start with Chase.
So I'm a libertarian who supports the 21st century Ellis Island model. I want people to come through our ports of entry, declare who they are, come right on in and let the free market do its work. We can determine where our labor comes and goes with the free movement of people. That doesn't mean you don't have enforcement along the border. That doesn't mean you don't protect people from human trafficking, sex trafficking, these kinds of crimes. But it means that 99.9% of people who are stuck in the process right now can get through the process, get to work, start producing, actually the benefit of this country and not stuck behind charity or welfare. That's what we need in this country. I actually toured the border. I spoke to business owners who said, I would desperately like to hire some of these immigrants, but they're prevented to because of the process. And now they're stuck with charity and welfare that's coming out of the taxpayers' dollars. That doesn't sound like a good deal for us. It doesn't sound like a good deal for the immigrants. It doesn't sound like a good deal for the market. So let people come on through, let people work as they want to. And of course, with seasonal labor, where I come from in Georgia, agriculture is our largest industry. Let these people come and work during the time that we need planting and harvesting. Take their money back home instead of staying stuck here on the welfare programs. That is a true immigration policy. It's for free movement of people, goods and capital. As they live here, I would stand up and fight for the status. I always say that we can't have a sensible immigration policy in this country.
So yes or no, open borders or not?
A border that allows anybody to
Yes or no, open borders or not?
Do you want to build a wall? I don't want to build a wall.
I don't want to build a wall, but it sounds like you want an open border. Which is it? Yes or
A
no?
border where people who are peaceful can freely move.
Is that a yes?
Yes, in line with our plank of our party, yes. I support the free movement of people, goods, and capital.
Raise your hand.
Let's define open borders. So basically, open borders would be someone shows up to the facility, they get an ID, we fingerprint them or whatever, and then they're free to go.
So as long as they're not wanted for a crime that requires us to exercise extradition, if they are, they feel they're a political prisoner, that's when you apply for asylum. Right now, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people applying for asylum because it's the only way they know how. If we simplify the process, you wouldn't have this gunk up in the courts, and you would have free movement of labor. Most immigrants in this country are peaceful people. 40% of the people in this country can identify a relative that came through Ellis Island. This country was built by immigrants. We need to facilitate that and let the free market be free.
Let's go down the line this way.
Sure, so I'm a states' right guy, and I think that states should have a right to determine who it is that they want in their states. But where I believe in libertarianism is that, I've treated a lot of persons from across this world, and a lot of persons that came up from Central America, and these are good people, and I agree wholeheartedly. Most of the persons that are coming to this country are not bad individuals. We just have to have a system right now where social services are just giving out hand over fist products and goods to persons who couldn't get it in their homeland. And they're looking for a better way of life, right? And we are a party that believes in individual rights and taking care of people and freedoms and personal autonomy. So deny these people the ability to come get a better way of life is completely antithetical to what it is that we all espouse here in this room. What needs to happen, I think we need to change the tax code. I think we need to make it so that if someone's coming into the system, they can pay into the system. It's asinine to think you can come into the United States of America right now and you want to work, but you can't, and you can't legally. And so now you have persons that maybe on the other side of the aisle that say, damn, these people, they're taking what I want, what I've paid for. So if we made this whole system easier, people would be accepted. We can make it so that person can come across the border, and they can produce things, and they can be beneficial to our society. Absolutely. I think we need to change. While we're going about saying that we need to open borders or close borders, we need to fix the system right now that's in place, which is primarily how we go about giving out social services, which need to be cut.
I don't know about you, but I'm tired of watching mothers and children crawl under barbed wire across rivers. I'm tired of families being separated and children being trafficked across our border. And the reason for this is the failed freaking drug war. We gave a monopoly to the cartels who are trafficking humans across our border. There is only one function of the Border Patrol, and that is to keep bad people out and let good people in. We need to end the chaos at the border. The chaos at the border is caused by the Democrats and the Republicans who don't want to do anything about it. Because they are using that to fundraise. They are using that to divide America. Why don't they offer actual freaking solutions? We need to end the welfare state so that we're not driving people to come and get free stuff. But we also need to allow the free movement of people so that we can have the workers that we need. I live in an area where there is a lot of migrant workers. I live in an area where there's a lot of high-tech workers. It's very difficult to get jobs because the freaking federal government is in the way. Let the market work. We have 21 visas currently in order to get into the United States. We need to reduce this down to 3 very simple things. You want to be a visitor, you want to be a worker, or you want to be an immigrant. Let people come, and then let corporations or you want to be an immigrant, let people come, and then let corporations back those people, find them jobs, get them working in America, and becoming productive members of society.
It's no secret that we have a humanitarian crisis regarding immigration. This crisis has been caused by several factors. First of all, the war on drugs. The war on drugs has led to immigrants bringing not only drugs into the country illegitimately in the sense that they are not labeled, they are not properly, the drugs are not properly given information as to what is in them and so forth. It's also caused by the foreign interventionism of the United States, which has displaced millions of people around the world. It's also caused by trade barriers, which have caused companies to move their, to not produce in those countries where those people live. People like their homes generally. The problem is we've had trade barriers that restrict production and make it difficult for people to get jobs where they live. And there's one more factor that has exacerbated this crisis, and that is the administration of social welfare to incoming immigrants. This is a fact that we must face. This has artificially incentivized people to immigrate. It has distorted the market, if you will, and I hate to talk in market terms and when people are involved, but nevertheless, it has distorted the market for immigration, unduly incentivizing people to come here. Like everything else in my campaign, I am for the privatization of immigration. Everything should be privatized. So I call for a invitation-based immigration system in which people are invited to come, and then those sponsors, they assume liability for those immigrants. This is not an illiberal process. This is not an illiberal plan, because it'll actually bring more immigrants into the country and give them a place to work, a place to live, and so forth. I don't like the bifurcation, the false dichotomy of open borders versus bordertarian. I think this is a mischaracterization. Nobody here is calling for shutting people out from the country. What we're saying is, what is the best way to bring it about? What is the best way to administer it? Privatize it. Everything should be privatized, including immigration. Thank you.
Sometimes I think as libertarians, we forget that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We're up here today to try and govern a nation that deserves to have a sovereign nation. 12% of the population of the United States today can hardly put food on the table. The Federal Reserve is a giant counterfeiting machine that's stealing our wealth through a tax called inflation. A third of our federal budget is going to warfare in countries most of us couldn't point out on the map. And we're worried about everybody else in the world except for Americans. It's absolutely asinine to me. We've got to come up with a plan to take care of Americans first. I've called myself the America First Libertarian. I know a lot of people might hear that and be upset about it, but it's the truth. Look, we're trying to govern a nation. We're trying to run for president. We have people out there that have fears. They're worried about how they're going to put food on the table. The middle class is disappearing at an expansive rate. It's getting insane to watch, to try and feed your children today. Our food bill has gone from $800 a month to almost $2,000 a month in the last 4 years. We are full. America's full. Listen, we've got to worry about Americans first. It's very important. If you want to be a sovereign nation, you cannot flood the borders. 1.7 million Nazis flooded the border of Poland. We had 6 million flood our border in Texas last year. It's time to change. Thank you.
That's some serious bullshit right there. The truth of the matter is that immigration is good for America. It has been good for America for over 300 years. It is one of the things that not only defines America, but distinguishes us from other modern democracies around the world. It makes us stronger economically. It makes us stronger culturally, socially, and it even makes us stronger fiscally, as long as you don't do something stupid like pass out free money as people are coming across the border. You heard something that wasn't quite true a few minutes ago. You heard someone say that there's no one up here for a closed border and to shut people out. That's not true. We've got a couple of guys right here with the idea of closing the border to future Americans, to Americans who just haven't checked in yet. We want a system whereby which people can get in here absolutely rapidly. We want people to get in here as quickly as possible. That means deploying the right technology to the border to make sure, as Chase said, that you don't have someone coming in with a felony warrant in some nation for doing something weird. Other than that, we should be welcoming people into the United States as rapidly as possible. This is what makes America great.
6 million last year wasn't rapidly enough.
We want people coming into the United States, building families, building our economy, bringing their entrepreneurial spirit. This is what sets us apart. It is true that I have been to the border where you guys have not been. I have seen human trafficking with my own 2 eyes. I know how dangerous it is. I know it needs to be shut down. That can be done with modern technology. But this idea of waiting for some American to invite people in order to be inside of the United States, we can't have it. I'm here to invite the entire nation of Cuba into my state.
Are you going to have them in your living room too?
Okay. Okay, thank you. We're going to transition to foreign policy here. I assume everyone on the stage is against most foreign aid, but I want people to make a judgment call here. And so the question is the Israeli government an ally or an adversary to the American people? Not the American government, but to the American people. Let's start with Mike and come down.
This mic?
Yes.
Super. The Israeli government is a sovereign nation that deserves to have an independent foreign policy, and so do we. We can no longer be linked to someone else's good ideas or bad ideas. We need to stop the idea of spreading foreign aid around the world and then expecting other people to do what it is that we want them to do. I predict by the end of 2024, not only will the American people make their voice clear that we recognize foreign aid to be a stupid idea, but I further predict that the nation of Israel will foster a government that makes the same damn decision, that it is no longer in their interest to maintain a relationship with Washington. Washington does a lot of stupid things, let's be honest. But at the top of that list is developing relationships around the world that try to impose on the American people treaties that we recognize do not align with our values. It does not align with your principles and values to send your children and your trillions of dollars to defend Europe against a Russian army that we should no longer fear the way that we did 30 years ago, just because our Western allies refuse to spend as much a proportion of their GDP on defense as we do. This is a stupid policy. It is a stupid policy for us to be fostering a war in Ukraine. We need to bring that to a close as quickly as possible. It is not in our interest to continue to send the signal around the world that we are prepared to go to war over microchips to maintain a relationship with China and Taiwan. This is completely stupid. And so the answer regarding Israel is the Israeli people are absolutely allies of ours, and their government needs to be independent from ours.
But is their government an ally of ours? That was the question.
Their government is independent of ours. A libertarian-minded administration would not put such a silly label on a government as being an ally or an adversary. That government
is our government an ally of ours or an adversary?
Our government is an adversary.
Okay.
The Israeli government is neutral.
It's neutral, okay.
As long as the Israeli government doesn't try to tax my income, they can make their own decisions.
We're talking about the same Israeli government that propped up and funded Hamas so they could get support on the national stage to send our sons and daughters to war. That Israeli government, that's not my ally. I promise you that's not our ally. Look, I'm sick and tired of us sending our sons and daughters to die all over the world in places that most of the people could not point out on the map, and always comes back to Israel. This is a tripwire for war with Iran. Is that what we want? While we're pushing our fingers in the chest of Russia and China at the same time, we want to mess with Iran because of Israel, this same country that has propped up the terrorist group that everybody's mad about today. Absolutely no ally of ours. Sick of it. No more.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, when this term ally is used with reference to certain nations, in this case Israel, it's always used really by those who have particular objectives, and those are neocon objectives. The Israeli government has not only extorted billions of dollars from American taxpayers to support its military exploits, it has killed thousands and thousands of people using our dime, using our money, using our arms. That is an outrage. It's a double violation of the non-aggression principle. We're being extorted to pay for it, and it's being used to murder people. That has got to stop. Furthermore, the state of Israel is using its proxies in the United States to control various members of our Congress and Senate. That is something that also has to stop. AIPAC should be declared a foreign agent. We need to have allies around the world, but that is not going to be accomplished through military exploit. We must have allies in free trade, cooperation, and peace. Thank you.
So you asked the question if the government of Israel is a friend to the American people. I posit to you that the government of Israel is not a friend to the Israeli people. Many people within Israel are crying out for peace. They're crying out for a ceasefire, and they know their government is a right-wing war machine. And I oppose it 100%. But are they an ally to the American people? No one who asks that our government sell them arms to go kill people overseas is an ally to us, because it exports our principles with bombs and bullets, and that creates blowback. And we know what that blowback creates. And so no, any government that takes our money to kill other people overseas is not an ally to the American people, because it's exporting our values with violence. And I oppose the war machine 100%. I am anti-war to the core. And if you want a candidate that will fight the war machine, I'm your man.
So I don't believe in war. I never have. I've given my entire adult life to helping people. The idea of sending monies off to foreign countries, whether it's Israel, Ukraine, whether it's down to Korea, whether it's somewhere in Africa, if we're talking about Guatemala, is actually, this is abhorrent. This is something that none of us in this room should espouse. I mean, we don't like this. Can they be an ally? They can be an ally if we're not daddy warbucks, if we're not sending munitions. If somebody can't be a friend to us because we can't send them munitions and monies, then they weren't a friend to begin with. Now, you also have to remember that this was not created by the United States, right? Post-World War I, all of this was chopped up in World War II by England, and then we suddenly recognized Israel, right? So these are problems that other countries have created, and now the United States people are funding it. And let's not forget, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford this across the world. We can't take care of our own people on any given day. Tuesday, when I go back to work, I'm going to have some old person that comes into my clinic that can't afford electricity, food, water, medicines. And that is just abhorrent. There's something wrong with this. Let's spin, spin, spin. Let's print money, print money, print money. And somehow the world loves us because we keep giving, giving, giving. It's time to stop this nonsense.
There was a good point mentioned earlier. If our federal government is not our ally, how can any other foreign country be our ally? I want to promote peace, and I want to stop funding war. Like these gentlemen said, we're $35 trillion in debt. We can't afford one more bomb to go overseas to be dropped on kids in faraway lands. We have to end the war machine. We have to stop the military-industrial complex. It is eating us alive. It is the largest lobby in Washington. It's got to go.
I oppose it even if we could afford it.
Sorry. I don't know about you, but I watch the news, and I watch the children dying across the country or across the world, and it brings me to tears. I have children. And I see my children in those children's faces. I don't want us to bomb any more kids.
Okay, we'll do one more on foreign policy. This is on Ukraine. So just yesterday, the chief of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, advocated that NATO weapons should be used by Ukraine to strike Russian territory. So we could very soon be in a situation where our weapons are being used against Russian civilians in Russia. What does that mean if you guys are president? How do you end this war? How do you avoid World War III? Let's start with Chase. And
like I said, I'm anti-war to the core. That includes everywhere where we export the war machine. That includes Eastern Europe as well as Israel. And the first thing we have to do is remove ourselves from entangling alliances like NATO. That doesn't mean that we abandon everybody. We didn't have a NATO when we fought World War II. We didn't have to have one, because when fascism comes to the door and the real war comes to your door, you fight it. But we don't have to say, hey, if a war comes to someone else's door, we need to immediately fight that war. We should not be bound by such a contract. And so, yes, I support removing ourselves from NATO, removing ourselves from the war machine altogether. And if we want to have a response to Ukraine, say anybody who doesn't want to be conscripted to fight on any side of the war should be allowed to come to the United States on an asylum claim, because I oppose conscription. I oppose being forced to go fight in a war if you don't want to. And that should be the only action we take to facilitate peace and respect our international neighbors.
Okay. Let's go to Michael.
Yeah, a little history of this region and our involvement in it is due. First of all, the United States, with the CIA and Nuland, orchestrated a coup, the maiden coup, to replace the then Russian neutral president with a Russian hostile president. And then it kept exacerbating the tensions by threatening to include Ukraine in NATO. And this NATO has expanded since the end of the Cold War, which makes absolutely no sense. When the threat was diminished, it kept expanding eastward, serving as a provocation. I'm not justifying anything that Russia did, but the United States' involvement has exacerbated this to no end. And now we're on the precipice of a full nuclear war. That's an outrage. We must end all funding and all arms to Ukraine. We must not have American bombs used to kill Russians or anybody else. It is time to withdraw a foreign policy that is not based on foreign interventionism. It's time to advocate peace in our foreign policy. Thank you.
Okay, let's go over here. Yep.
Myself or
Yeah.
Lawrence? Okay. Sorry. I think we need to tell them, listen, if you guys are going to support invading Russia and using bombs to do so, we're out. Consider us out of NATO. I rarely agree with Mike twice in the same day, but I think he's correct in this regards. We made a promise back in the early 90s at the fall of USSR that we were not going to include Ukraine into the NATO, right? Now, consequent, Russia has invaded. Some of Ukraine are taking back some of the property. But at the same time, post the fall of the USSR, the whole idea of NATO growing doesn't make any sense. The whole fall of the USSR should have made this world safer. Yet somehow we continue to fight and fight and fight. So I think, like all things, businesses, etc., we're free market. There needs to be a start. There needs to be an end. The idea that we have gotten into this promise that we will continue to fund and fund and fund without a seemingly end goal just doesn't make any sense. So we need to do everything we possibly can to take this needle and turn it to peace. We shouldn't be giving bombs to other countries. If someone's going to start throwing bombs into a territory of another sovereign nature, we need to be out of it. Say, listen, this is going to start World War III, and we want no part of it. We love our children. We love our people. We can't afford it. It's not right. It's not morally correct.
Josh.
We've heard the correct answer to this for 25 years in Congress from a great man called Dr. Ron Paul. When he said, free trade for all and entangling alliances with none. That's the absolute answer to this. We've got to pull out all funding from NATO. We've got to stop sending bombs and exporting death around the world. We've got to have a foreign policy that worries about Americans first. Period. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Lars.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember, some of you remember, when I was a kid, I had to do duck and cover drills because Russia was going to bomb us. And I had to hide under my desk when I was 6 or 7 years old. And I was terrified of Russian bombs killing all of America and the end of the world. And this fear was driven into me. And I was certain that this was going to happen all the way up to the day that the Berlin Wall fell. And why did the Berlin Wall fall?
Did it fall because we had a tank? Did it fall because we had a gun pointed at them? No, it fell because of the free market, because people want to be free. We cannot even police Detroit or San Francisco. How the hell are we supposed to be policing the rest of the world? Again, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to be spreading military industrial complex crap around the world. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. We can't afford it anymore. I'm always on the side of less death. We cannot get peace in the world. We cannot be the protectors and projectors of peace in the world if we're tied into every country on earth bombing the crap out of them. We spent 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. Our government sucks at foreign policy. We need to get the government out of foreign policy and start promoting peace around the world.
Mike, last answer.
I'm not Lars this time, am I? I get to play myself. Look, NATO has to go. That's the bottom line. NATO was a mediocre idea 50 years ago. It was a bad idea 25 years ago. And today it represents a death machine. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today, and I'm sorry to have to break the bad news to anyone whose feelings are going to get hurt. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today is because of NATO. That's the truth of the matter. It's not a matter of just the United States pulling out. Absolutely, the United States needs to stop funding NATO, but we need to stop being a member of NATO. If the European alliance decides that they need to stand up to the Russian army in some weird way, notwithstanding what we've all learned about the Russian army over the last couple of years, then they can knock themselves out. They can start spending the money that they believe that they need to fund themselves. But count us out. The reason NATO is such an important question is because this election is not going to be about small ideas. It's not going to be about reform. It's going to be about big ideas. It's going to be about changing the way that our government works, the way that we present ourselves to the world. We need to present to the world a foreign policy that reflects our values, not the values of a war machine. And our values are those of peace and prosperity. Let there be absolutely no mistake. There is no such thing as prosperity in any other fashion than through peace. You have been told by neocons, for 50 years that it's all about prosperity because of pushing the idea of war, the idea that we would become more wealthy if we were militarily stronger. And this has been encapsulated by that stupid phrase, peace through strength. And the truth of the matter is that that's just not how it works. Whether your values and ethics align with mine or not, I'm here to break the news to you. Strength comes from peace, not the other way around.
Okay, we're going to transition to a COVID question. Everyone on this stage obviously is against lockdowns, is against vaccine mandates. So, what, sorry? A COVID question. Oh, okay. So, to make it more interesting, I'm going to phrase it, were the vaccines safe and effective? Would you abolish the FDA, NIH, and CDC? Let's go to Michael first.
Yes, as we were told, the vaccines were supposedly safe and effective, safe and effective. They repeated this all over the news. This was total propaganda. The whole COVID regime was a propaganda war against the American people. During this crisis and before it, I saw through the propaganda myself. I spoke around the country, detailing and arguing against the COVID totalitarianism under which we suffered. And this was a time of unprecedented propaganda, lies, and chicanery. There was nothing safe about it. There was nothing effective about it, and it was a total disaster. Trump, for rolling it out, is utterly should be condemned and earn our complete enmity. So, no, the COVID vaccines were not safe and effective. They were utter disaster. And I should say that I saw this in the beginning. I spoke and wrote about it all over the place. You can read it on the Mises Institute site. You can read it on my website. I've been in front of this from the very beginning. If the candidate did not see through the COVID propaganda, or if they enforced COVID mandates, then they do not deserve to be the leader of the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
And
That's true, he did vote for Trump.
so, Michael, I'm assuming you would also abolish FDA, CDC,
CDC,
NIH.
FDA, all of them.
Okay.
All together. The entire regulatory regime must go.
Okay, we'll go to Chase.
So we already had the alphabet agency question. Of course, we want to eliminate these agencies that create horrible, horrible violence and basically export government medicine. And let me tell you right now, I don't trust government medicine. I don't trust the FDA to test safety and efficacy of drugs. I think the private market could actually do that a lot better and actually inform consumers about what they're putting in their body, not through government propaganda, but through transparency and actual science, and not government science. I would absolutely get rid of the the NIH, the FDA, the CDC. These are agencies we do not need in our government controlling our lives. We can have independent individuals deciding what they want to do with their body, what medicine they want to take, what doctor they want to visit, and how they run their lives. What we don't need is a government that is so over-intrusive that they tell you you must take a drug to be essential in your life. That is bullshit. I am a grandson of a trucker, and let me tell you right now, there are truckers all over this country that were hailed as heroes until the vaccine came out, and they said, I don't want to take a vaccine, and all of a sudden they became the villain. They brought those goods to they brought the toilet paper you were missing to your Walmart. They really are the heroes, but they were demonized by a government. So no, I will not support the COVID regime. No, I will not support government telling you what to do with your life. The last person you need telling you what to do with your health care is a government agent or a government doctor. Pick your own health care. Choose what you want to do with your own bodily autonomy. Do whatever the hell you want. And safe and effective. I think everybody, even if you got the vaccine, got freaking COVID. So how effective is that?
Okay, Charles.
Sure. So my take, I've always said it's your body and it's your choice. And I say that every single day of my life. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Play it back, please. Please. Now, my take on things are a little bit different, perhaps, than many people in this room. But not all people in this room, because I just met a gentleman who was an ER doc who probably had similar circumstances. So I come from South Louisiana. The largest portion of my population that I treat are persons of color. And there are disparities amongst persons based upon race, right? So I saw many of friends and many of persons that I would consider people that I'd like in life that died as a consequence of this, right? So yeah, I did. I got on stage, and because I've been fighting my whole damn life to try to do well. And guess what? You know what? When I was either too dumb or too stupid. When this came in, I was the guy that was putting airways in people because I chose to be someone to take care of people. And I'm going to stand by that. I don't think the government had any right to come in and tell you to give you a vaccine. Not no, but hell no. I'll say it on TV. Hell no. The government shouldn't do it. In our state, guess what happened? They almost destroyed our culture. We locked people down. We didn't have Mardi Gras. We couldn't have Jazz Fest. We didn't have all the things that makes New Orleans a social society. We didn't see our friends. We would go home at the end of the day, take our damn clothes off and throw them in the washing machine, go take a shower, and then sit down and watch a Zoom call or write a book or do something. And that's something that's wrong. So if you say that I think that somehow we all need to get a jab, the answer is hell no. But to sit up here and argue the efficacy of a vaccine is asinine because not many people on the stage are actually scientists. Yeah, well, don't believe me then. But the bottom line is, I, as a physician, tried to take care of people, and I will go back to my home this coming week, and I will do it.
This
and when
man
they
was
ask,
sent here by Pfizer.
Well, so
Guaranteed.
okay, yeah, $0 by
Guaranteed he was sent
Pfizer.
here by Pfizer.
Right, right. So there you go. So my stance on this is it's your body and it's your choice. I say this every day of my life when I'm taking care of patients. And I believe in taking care of the American people. I've done it for years and years and years. And I have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of patients that will attest to that. Thank
okay, but so as a doctor, in your view, was it safe and effective?
We saw, so when the first wave of COVID came down, it actually helped cut down hospitalizations. After that, it became ineffective once the virus rolled through society. Right? I'm dealing with data. Look, I'm not advocating you go take a vaccine. That is entirely not the case.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Josh.
Well, I don't know. Does safe mean heart problems for toddlers? Does efficient mean after your fourth booster, you can still contract the virus? Listen, I don't only want these agencies abolished, okay? I want these people that ran this scam on us for 4 years, the greatest tyranny of our lifetimes, in jail. The SAFER Act, Fauci, the heads of Pfizer and Moderna, Trump, Biden, everyone, jail. Never again. We will never give up our rights again. Not once. Thank you.
Good work.
Good, Mike.
It's 2024. How many years does it take to learn these lessons? And where were you in 2019 and 2020? I have to admit, I'm a little bit offended by someone who says you were taking care of the American people. I'm sorry. I was out there in 2020 actually taking care of American people. I was the one out there battling against Broward County, battling against Palm Beach County, battling against the city that I was employed by, effectively nullifying what it was that the governor wanted us to do. I'm the one that stood up against economic shutdowns. I'm the one that stood up against social shutdowns. I'm the one that was running a congressional campaign. You all know that stupid photograph on my website of me standing there in that ugly ass yellow shirt. The reason it's there is because I'm standing on top of concrete, leading marches, leading chants, leading protests against the shutdowns, against the mandates, against the stupid masking rules. Where were you in 2020? I've got a problem saying that you are helping the American people. I was out there doing the hard work, and I know some of these other guys were too. Bless your damn hearts. We need to learn the lessons right away and be able to apply those to the future. If you believe that you cannot say in 2024 that those vaccines were ineffective, I'm sorry, you either can't read data or you can't read the room. The truth of the matter is, that for huge portions of our population, the side effects killed more people than the vaccine saved. That is the unfortunate truth. Nobody wants to say that out loud, but at some point you have to admit it. The truth is that what the government did to us, they operated in the shadows because they knew they were not operating in your interest. This is a lesson that we need to apply going forward and for the rest of our lives.
Okay, we'll go to Lars unless Charles, if you want to respond, because he mentioned you.
Sure. I mean, I've said it all along, and I say it again, and I'll say it next week and the following week and for the rest of my life. It's your body and it's your choice. As a physician, it's your overall ability to influence patients' decisions is very, very huge. The idea of telling someone exactly what it is you have to do is not my place. Nor definitely is not the government. I think it was complete overreach. I mean, we can't even stop daylight savings time, yet somehow we're going to stop government policies that really affect people's lives. Do I think taking kids out of school, et cetera, were good? Absolutely not. You're going to see harm for years and years and years. These policies were made. I go back to this. I'm a states guy. These policies were made by in this town, right? So you say, hey, look, we're going to put all these kids at home and they can't go off to school. And now they have to wear a mask, and all these kids now aren't socialized. Most family can't go out there and buy themselves a laptop or a tablet or have their child with a desk or have 3 square meals. And so the people in Washington say, you got to stay home. So what do these kids do? They go home. They don't get educated. They're not socialized, and they've lost years and years and years of their life. And there's something that's bad about that. We're not just talking about adults getting a jab. We're talking about a damn society that's been ruined to some effect for a few years, consequent to government decisions that are made here in Washington.
It's Michael Rechtenwald is right about this. It's not enough to recognize in 2024. You have to have been there in 2020. You have to have been on the ground in 2020, talking about the fact that the government doesn't have the right to impose these policies. It doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. 4 years ago, they never had the right to impose them on us in the first place.
All right. I watch a lot of business news. I get most of my news through business. I don't watch TV at all. But I was listening about how China had a new virus going around and that they were locking their citizens in their homes and welding the doors shut. And I remember thinking to myself, thank God I live in America where that would never happen. A month later, I live in California. Gavin Newsom is locking everybody down. He's putting barbed wire across the freaking beaches. He's locking people up for watching the sunset.
Newsom for jail, too.
Newsom for jail, 100%. What I saw Donald Trump completely out of his league. And he completely embraced the swamp creature, Fauci. He listened to all the health agencies, and he didn't have a mind of his own. And he turned COVID into a political football, and he was having daily talk shows while Cuomo was on the other side telling you the Democrat side, and they were battling back and forth instead of letting people make informed decisions for themselves. And then they rolled out Operation Warp Speed. They gave a free pass to all the pharmaceutical companies and gave them qualified immunity. We need to end qualified immunity, not only for police, but for the freaking pharmaceutical companies. If you do harm to people, you should pay the price. For me, it should have been information. The government should have given you all the information to make your own informed choice so that you could do what you needed to do for your family, not force you to do with government authoritarianism. And that is what my campaign is all about, is allowing you, the individual, to have your own choice and not let the government tell you how to live your life, what to put in your body, what you can smoke, what you can do in your own home. The government has no business in any of that.
Okay. We're going to go to Q&A. This is the last question. Make it quick. We started with your least favorite founding father. Now let's talk about your favorite founding father. Let's start with Mike and come down.
Wow. I have to admit, I have a fondness in my heart for any guy who walks away from the idea if he could have had more power. And that's why I revere the idea. No, not Paul Revere. I revere the idea of George Washington having walked away when he could have had a third term, he could have had a fourth term. What a lot of people don't remember about those times that I do is that George Washington was so much the obvious choice, they almost didn't even have an election. That's a weird thing. He was so obvious a choice, he didn't need to run for re-election. He could still be president today. And he walked away for the good of the nation. That's what we need. We need a libertarian-minded administration who will leave you the hell alone.
I'm quite fond of a few of the founding fathers, but I'd have to say Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death.
He was a Federalist.
Sick of living in America that's less free by the day, and we need to remember that quote by our great founding fathers and start to relinquish some of the power from the federal government. Thank you.
He wasn't exactly a founding father, but he was a major figure in the American Revolution. That's Thomas Paine. Incidentally, I share a birthday with Thomas Paine. Also, incidentally, I grew up in the same town as Ron Paul, Pittsburgh. So let's make it clear where I'm coming from. But I would say as my favorite founding father is Thomas Jefferson. He was the most radical among them. And I think he was writing and arguing for the best case of what this country could be. Thank you very much.
So I do want to start and say Patrick Henry was a Federalist, my anti-Federalist friend, so maybe don't be such a big fan of his. But my choice is Thomas Jefferson. I agree. Thomas Jefferson was a radical individualist. He wanted to devolve government away from central governance, and he was a great founding father. But I think we need to remember this. The dude is not worshipable. None of the founding fathers are perfect. The guy owned slaves, so how really was into freedom was he? We need to have respect for the ideals that these founding fathers gave us, but actually perfect that by fighting for real freedom and not 17th century freedom or holding that up to some sort of ideal that that's the prime thing we need to do. We need to move forward into the next generation of liberty, and that's what I'm fighting for, is that we can be freer tomorrow than we were today. And that's a mission we can fight for together.
Not to agree with everyone, but I would agree with Thomas Jefferson. This gentleman knew to protect against future tyranny. A genius. He believed in states' rights. He knew this is why we have the 10th in the Bill of Rights. He realized that our federal government could grow too large and omnipotent. And he had the foresight to look all the way out to 2024 to say, wait a minute, this is just too big. And it's fascinating to think how genius these individuals were to protect from tyranny. I believe in a smaller government. I believe that things government-wise could be more manageable if they're brought into a smaller level. I've had the good fortune of traveling quite a bit, and it really is nice when you realize that you can go from a country to a country or to a state and meet different people that have different values. And you may not necessarily agree or align with these values, but persons should be able to live as they see fit. This is the whole premise behind libertarianism. It's personal autonomy and the ability of us to make our own bad decisions. And if a state wants to do so, they have the right to do so. So I would agree with him because I am a states' right guy through and through.
Lars.
How many of you have seen some of my memes on the internet? Yeah, a lot of people. One of my best memes that I ever put, and it's not really a meme, it was a quote. And it was a quote by Thomas Paine, and it got something like 6 million views on Facebook. I love Thomas Paine quotes. I couldn't find the one that got me 6 million views, but this one popped up and I thought I would share it with you. The duty of a true patriot is to protect his country from his government.
Okay, great. All right, let's go to audience Q&A. This gentleman here has been standing for a very long time by the number 3. What is your question?
Where's number 3? I don't know.
Oh, we got to turn the mic on. Sorry?
It's all business.
Oh, okay. Who's here for the Q&A? Is there no Q&A? Oh, maybe there's. Okay, here we have one.
Hi there, James Repass, delegate for Virginia. My question for all of you is: everybody evolves over the course of their campaigns. What have you changed the most on over the course of your campaign, if anything at all? Thank you.
Want to start with Lars?
Okay, yeah. So when I first started running, I knew that the system was sort of rigged, but I thought it was mostly our election system was rigged. And I knew that I couldn't just run on unrigged the election system because that's not super sexy to regular Americans. But as I was talking policy with my team, with Larry Sharp, with Michael White, with TJ Ferreira, with Tyler Harris. I was talking with my team, with Dan Johnson, and we were talking through all these policies. And every time we talked about a policy, we said the system is rigged. And I realized that everybody in America has been affected by government in a negative way, and that we have to unrig the system. We have to unrig the criminal justice system. We have to unrig our education system. We have to unrig the healthcare system. We have to unrig our freaking economy. And we have to unrig the goddamn voting system.
Yeah, Charles. So how have you changed over the course of your campaign? Biggest change?
Absolutely. I don't think my political values have. I mean, I got into this race late compared to some. I got into this just because I was viscerally upset of watching the news cycles. I said, you know what, a person can make a change. And so I threw myself into this race. I have a great team. My wife is fantastic, second to none, in my opinion.
Yeah, clap for that.
But I think what I've come to realize is most of these processes are entirely unfair. I mean, you know, I thought that prior going into this, but now I've really kind of, I understand it wholeheartedly that, you know, all of us unknowns out there are truly not, you know, not worthy of large press and media, et cetera. And there's something wrong with this. I mean, the whole idea of the First Amendment, you know, you would think the news media would be to protect America, to actually make this place better, to try to bring up issues that we all need to talk about without creating so much rhetoric. They have the power to change the populace. They have the ideas of the, you know, I mean, the rhetoric that we have is asinine. We basically look at two parties, a uniparty now, right? The ideas are, we pit one side against the other, but ultimately policy doesn't change. So I think I've changed drastically in this race and thinking, and realizing how unfair the whole system is.
So I started running for president right after I ran for U.S. Senate in the state of Georgia and forced the runoff with Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. That race taught me a lot of lessons. First off, it taught me how to be a campaign that can fight with limited funds and with an outfunded opponent. With $20,000, I fought against a $250 million machine. And I forced that runoff with 26 cents per vote. So that's one of the values that I took into this campaign. But I took, how can we use limited resources to punch above our weight in a presidential campaign? Well, I'm so happy that I have a professionalized comms and media and messaging team that can get our message out through utilizing 21st century technology that allows us to target our direct voters and bring them out for a fraction of the cost, using geofencing and other technology to be able to direct target ad. We did this in the state of Virginia. We did this after their convention. And I had, within a day, 3 different delegates asking me, how the hell did a Chase Oliver for President ad come on their Hulu when they were watching TV that night? And we did it with a fraction of the cost, a few $100s. So we learned as a campaign how to utilize limited resources and push it out there. And with, you know, and it's not that we have limited resources. We've raised more money than anybody from donors just like yourselves. But we've used every single dollar to the wisest way possible. And as a candidate, that has professionalized my messaging because I have an amazing team behind me that's helping it. When I ran for Senate, it was pretty much a one-guy job with a very limited core group of supporters, and I knocked on 3,000 doors myself. But with the 500 volunteers we already have and growing, we're going to be able to knock on millions of doors as a campaign when we win this nomination and professionalize our messaging. And I look forward to doing this so we can win the next generation for this party, because most of us became libertarians between the age of 18 and 29, and we've identified that as the population that our campaign is going to target, winning the next generation for liberty, just like all of you got into this party when you were between the ages of 18 and 29, most of you. That's what we're going to do for these kids out there. We're going to break them out of the spell of statism. We're going to wake them up, and we're going to bring millions and millions of people into the tent and say, welcome home to liberty.
Thank you. So we're running low on time, so let's do the second question to these three from you.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Aaron Adams. I'm a delegate from Oklahoma and a longtime campaign worker. I've worked every Libertarian POTUS campaign since 2012 for our selected candidates. And I think it's easy for candidates to speak a libertarian message because we're all libertarians, right? But what I want to ask you about, because I've worked under some really shoddy ass campaigns, is scale and scope. I want to know about your professional staff. I want to know about your professional strategy. I want to know how you're going to reach voters who have never heard the term libertarian. And please don't tell me bottom-up grassroots activism, because we've been spinning our wheels for 50 years on that. So please give me an answer that is valuable.
Okay, yeah, we'll start with Michael.
Thank you. So, I have the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party. I've had appearances on all the major media, and I have the longest documented record in truth-telling, and I am the only candidate with a strategy to bring liberty to the American people. That's decentralization and nullification. And we have a strategy for the campaign. We will work on recruitment. We have a college tour set up in which I will be speaking to college students across the country and talking to them about liberty and libertarianism and the ideas that motivate our party. I have the biggest opportunity to bring more libertarians, more people into the Libertarian Party than all the other candidates. No question about it. I've been on all of these formats. I have the most exposure to media, and I will have the boldest message, a message that will wake people up, not put them to sleep. It's time to wreck the regime.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take this time to dote on my staff. I have one of the greatest staffs I've ever worked with on any campaign. Look, when we started this campaign, we didn't know which direction we were going to go. I didn't know if we were going to run it seriously. We did because of my great staff, because I have people that work with me every day. I said, what are you good at? They said what they're good at, and they went and did it. It was the most organic thing I've ever seen for a campaign, and it's worked out very well for us. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for all that you've done for us. I could just go on and on and on about them all day. I'm sure you will. But look, this is a media tour, okay? The presidential candidate needs to get out there and get on every single media channel they possibly can, whether it's small, big, mainstream, it doesn't matter. We already have the connections. We're already working on some of the biggest alternative media platforms in the country. Look, Tim Pool gets 2 times the daily viewers that CNN gets every day. Joe Rogan gets 7 times the viewership that CNN gets every day. We don't need the mainstream media anymore. It's done. It's over. You're dying. It's over. We're going to go around and we're going to get on all the alternative media platforms. We're going to tell the Americans there's a better choice. There's a better option. You don't have to pick between Donald Trump and Biden. You have somebody who will start to make the middle class prosperous today. Thank you.
Josh got it all right, except I'm not actually going to prattle on for 15 minutes praising his staff.
Your staff.
Look, you all know that the big differentiating factor in this campaign is our strategy. The reason I got into this is because I knew that I could help push this process in the direction that I wanted it to go. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I am the only guy up here with any professional experience in public service. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I'm the only guy up here with any experience in public policy at all. What I'm going to tell you is that each one of these guys, for reasons unique to each of them, is absolutely terrific. And when I go on the road representing you, the Libertarian Party, the weirdos out there who voted for me to be on this stage, and I thank you, I will hear people say, hey, I'm a Democratic politician. Aren't I just like you guys? I'm anti-war. I'll say no. I know peace activists. Peace activists are friends of mine, and you people are no Chase Oliver. And I'm going to meet a Republican out there who says, hey, I'm anti-woke. Aren't I just like a libertarian? And I'll say no. I know a guy who has written some of the best prose in the American canon against wokeism. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Michael Rechtenwald. I will hear people out there say, hey, I stand up for a new way to conduct our votes and to stand up for voter integrity. I'll say, no, you are not like a libertarian. I know a guy who has written all about the voter Bill of Rights. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Lars Mapstead. I will meet a guy out there who says, hey, I want to reform our welfare system. Doesn't that make me just like a libertarian? And I'll say no. I know a guy who campaigns on ending our welfare system because it corrupts our culture and it breaks up our families. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Joshua Smith. And one more thing, I apologize for running on. The rumor is true that the Kennedy campaign has reached out to my campaign not once but twice, and we have told them to go away. And they keep coming back, and they say, oh, but he's so charming, he's so good looking. Don't you want to spend the rest of your life with him? I'm sorry. I married good looking, I married charming, and you, sir, are no Nancy Termott.
Okay, I'm told we got to wrap soon, but this guy in the Scottish kilt here has a question that he says is very short.
Aren't you the guy that chased that dude out of the hallway yesterday?
Well, I chased him down. I escorted him out of the hallway.
Ah.
Very important. Very important. All right, so this is a short question, a short answer, but I got a little bit of preface there. So let's say it's Wednesday in November, right? You just won the presidency, right? Whichever one of you is answering. Imagine yourself there. You wake up that morning, it's probably like, 10, maybe 11 a.m., if you're lucky. What do you order for breakfast? It's a very important question. You're laughing, but think about it. It's the most important meal of the day. So what do you order for breakfast?
Okay, let's keep that quick. Go down the line. What do you have for breakfast at 10 or 11 a.m.? Yeah, who wants to answer that one?
Yeah, if I'm having breakfast at 11 a.m., I better come with mimosas.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll do brief closing statements and then we will wrap. Let's start with Lars.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you all a question. Questions. Are there any real libertarians in the House? No. I want to let you the opportunity right now to send a message over this television stations that are watching us. Do we reject Donald Trump and everything he stands for? Do we reject Joe Biden and everything he stands for? Do we reject Robert Kennedy Jr. and everything he stands for? You are all real libertarians. Together, we can break this cycle. Together, we can stop Joe Biden and Donald Trump from taking office in November. I can do this. We have the Stop 270. We can deny them the election and send it to the House of Representatives, where the Congress will pick who will be the next president of the United States. And while we're doing this, we're going to get national attention for the Libertarian Party like nothing has ever been seen before. It is working already. I have been in 18 national polls. Donald Trump is polling me in his internal polling because he is afraid of the Stop 270 plan. He is afraid of my campaign and the organization that I have put forth. We are going to give a giant middle finger to the duopoly this election. The government has completely failed me at every turn. They failed my children with their public education system that is a complete failure, and we have to abolish the Department of Education. We have to end the 50-year failed war on drugs that has created more drug users and addicts than ever before, leaving people on the street to die. We have to get rid of the crap IRS has audited me multiple times and almost made me a criminal for nothing. We have to end federal government overreach, and we have to get real. chest. I have the team and the expertise and the plan to actually make this happen. If you don't want to get under 1%, vote for me, because all these gentlemen here are going to get less than 0.5% when the general election happens. We need a plan to actually make this happen. I have it. Vote for me tomorrow.
Okay. Let's go to Mike for the second one. Try to keep it short because we're running out of time.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. By the way, I don't know how much time I have, but what time I do have, I owe to you people. These minutes are yours, and I appreciate the vote that you took yesterday. I am not going to waste your time by telling you anything other than the absolute damn truth. And there's one thing that needs to be said that we haven't talked about today. And that starts with a story about a phone call that this guy made to me last week. And he said, this is a stupid way to choose who's going to be up on that debate stage. It's not about money. It's about who can cram the most money in the last 40 seconds, right? By the way, good on you.
Thank you.
Who can cram? I said, well, that won't be a problem. There's nobody better than me at cramming money online into the last 40 seconds. I happen to be, that's in my wheelhouse. So I don't know who that sorry son of a bitch is going to be in 6th place. But you're right. We should vote him onto the stage because he's that libertarian. And he called Lars's team, and Lars said, hell yes, we're voting whoever that sorry son of a bitch is in 6th place onto the debate stage because he is that libertarian. And I spoke to Michael Rechtenwald, and I pitched the same idea, Josh's idea, and Rechtenwald said, hell yes, because Michael is that libertarian. And Josh called Steve Dasbach, who was immediately on board with the idea. He calls you, you agree because you're that libertarian. And the reason I'm up here, and the reason we're going to take this campaign a lot further than 2 congressional districts or 0.5%, by the way,
states, buddy,
is because you people are that libertarian.
Question.
Okay, Charles, quick one.
Sure. I got into this race late. A lot of people say, why the hell are you here? That's right. Boo. But what you don't realize is I truly am a middle-class guy, and I've worked for every last thing in my life. My family taught me that education and hard work would actually get me to places, and I've never given up in my entire life. In my entire life, people have said you can't do it, and you can't do it, and you can't do it, and damned if I haven't proved them wrong pretty much every time, right? I like these guys on stage. You guys have a very, very difficult choice. We've grown up, across this country over the past few months. A lot of people's ideas have changed. I got into this party because I believe in it. Like, I like Jacob. Where the hell's Art Olivier? Where the hell's Toad? The more voices you guys get to hear, the better this is. I got into this party because I wanted to make a difference in this world. And I'm tired of being thrust down of having a 2-party system. And there's just something wrong. I'd say God bless everybody running. At least listen to them. You may not agree with them, but this electoral process needs to change. Right now, if you go out to the polls, very few people show up to vote. What the hell is wrong with this country? We promote liberty across the whole world. Hey, everybody needs to be like us. Our people don't even show up at the polls to vote for who it is that they get the opportunity to do so. So I got into this race for the right reasons, and I'll stand by that. I want to change this world. I want to change this country for the better. I want the American dream to be reasonable again so that you can achieve it. Right now, the CDP, you're getting at 8% over the past 2 years. You can't afford anything right now. Where is this world going right now? Where is our country headed? In a few years, we're going to be like Venezuela. Wake up. So I would say that this Libertarian Party has a monumental opportunity this fall. The public is willing to listen, and we cannot let another third party like RFK take the wind out of our sails. So everybody needs to be challenged in this room. When you go home, call friends, call colleagues, look at the websites, look at whoever's nominated, and make that person make a difference this fall.
All right,
Really?
folks.
It shouldn't be like that.
All right, folks. This is CheeseSlice. We're gonna cut away from the rest of this debate because it's just a few questions that are left, and we got a live interview with Ivan Raiklin. He's the deep state marauder. But first, we got to take a quick break to just get some technical issues worked out, and we'll be right back.
Okay. We are back. Craig, Pasta, Jardula, Pasta2Go. What's up, Gerard? What's going on? Hanging at the Libertarian National Convention in DC. We got some ganoles. Yeah. I'm here with another guy over here. We sat down. We had a little conversation yesterday. It was so crazy because we do a lot of the same people. We might come from different ideologies, different teams. Who knows? But I think we're all uniting under one team to beat back this deep state.
I like to say castrate the deep state. Absolutely. No, it's good. I think it was, what's his name? He was on Tucker. Harvey. No, what's his name? Weinstein? Harvey Weinstein was talking about how basically we're seeing the process of how people from all political ideologies and stripes are coming together. It's essentially the dream team is uniting, and this deep state doesn't want it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to foment and stoke a civil war. Meanwhile, the reason why they're doing that is because we are all collectively coming for them. We've already known what they've done to us, and now we're trying to get to the moment where we're going to be able to create consequences for them.
Yeah.
By each individual, by name, date, place, and transgression. You obviously, based on our conversation yesterday, understand very well the whole COVID con.
Yeah.
And the people that are involved in it. And I like to kind of showcase to my audience that are coming into your show, abolish I mean, if you don't know what that stands for, it's basically synonymous with fraudchi. Anthony Fraudchi.
Yes.
So yeah, abolish them.
The National Institute of Infectious and Infamous whatever diseases, just Anthony Fauci. I am the law. And it's kind of cool because you're wearing a Flynn shirt. I got some of my literature up here from I printed these out when I went and spoke at the American Project. I did two. I did one in West Palm Beach and one in Orlando, and it was awesome because that is also a General Flynn. I think it's his brothers running the American Project.
I think they used to. I think there's been a change up. I don't know the details of it, but yeah, they were involved. Yeah, Patrick Burns involved in that. Absolutely. I just saw him last week here in DC. He was at one of the trials here because I know Patrick Burns is a big name within the libertarian community.
I'm surprised Patrick Burns not running around here. But once again, I was a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016. I supported Bernie Tulsi in 2020. I've left the Democratic Party completely. Never will go back there again. It's just corruption.
Let's make this a dual interview. Yeah. So speaking of Tulsi Gabbard,
yes.
Does your audience want to go after, or you and your audience maybe want to go after those that censored her?
Somewhat. Well, there's some of us who kind of left Tulsi. Like, I'm not digging with Tulsi anymore right now.
What I'm getting at is the same people that censored Tulsi.
Yes.
This are the same people that censor RFK Jr. Yes. Are the same people that censored Donald Trump on X, yes. On Facebook, on Instagarbage, on CommieTube, on LinkedIn. Right? All these scum commie platforms. And that's where my area of expertise comes in.
Yeah.
Is I can name you the individual people within the FBI, within the national security apparatus. Just like you and Dr. McCullough we were talking about yesterday, can literally name by name, date, place, and transgression going 150 years back, which he did yesterday at yesterday's breakfast.
Yeah.
He can name the individuals that were part of the whole pandemic COVID con. I like to call it the Fauci-funded CCP lab incident that destroyed the world, the global economy, American constitutional order, and then facilitated and ushered in the DNA mutilation product distributors known as the Pfizer fail, the Moderna mutilation, and then the myocarditis-making, heart-exploding J&J jab.
Yeah.
I know that's a mouthful, but basically that's the best short descriptive articulation of those companies and what product they basically force performed on us through experimentation using their surrogate entities within the United States known as the deep state, the national security state, the FBI, and then particularly those individuals that coerced people into accepting that particular product.
Yeah.
Laura Demlow, look her up. Brian Auten, look him up.
Yeah.
Joe Pientka, Elvis Chan, you may have heard of because he's in the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit as one of the folks that was deposed from the San Francisco field office of the FBI that basically admitted to the censorship industrial complex and started to throw some of these names under the bus. And as you start to dig, a lot of people you don't have my background because I spent 25 years in the system, in the national security ecosystem, taught intelligence analysis at the Defense Intelligence Agency, specifically about what our national security looks like. So I kind of am an insider looking out, explaining out what basically happen. But you have these bigger platforms now that, Elon purchased X. He's leveraging Schellenberger and Taibbi to explain to the country these individuals. And I'm glad that with the last Twitter files dump that just happened 2 or 3 days ago, it's called Twitter Files CIA.
Yeah.
Should be CIA. But anyway, when you look at that, the individuals named in there are the people that I've already published on my deep state target list.
Yeah.
So now people are starting to believe me more and more that, oh, wait, Ivan's work is actually substantive. I can't disclose all my sources, folks, because then they won't report back to me. But bottom line is the mother of all Twitter files is essentially the first tranche, I think, came with that Schellenberger release. I'm hoping I'll have an opportunity to kind of give some insights and details of how our system works, which sections, which individuals were the ones running this censorship industrial complex. And guess what? Those are the same people that illegally spied on the Trump campaign in 2016.
Yeah.
So the same people going after Trump are the same people, which, was a Republican, are the same, and that went after General Flynn, Carter Page, through a fake, false, manipulated FISA, defrauding of the FISA court back in 2016. Same individual that censored Tulsi, RFK, and anybody, whether you're Libertarian, Republican, any party, independent, if you were censored, it was at the hands of Laura Demlow, Brian Auten, Joe Pienka, Elvis Chan, to name a few.
Yeah.
And guess how they did it?
How?
They control the legacy media through their surrogates. MSLSD, who's the main purveyor of disinformation on that platform? The former deputy director of the FBI that was involved in the censorship industrial complex, a guy by the name of Andrew McCabe.
Yeah.
Number 2, over at Criminal News Network, it was the CIA director, John Brennan, who's the national security spokesperson for Criminal News Network, also involved in the spying operation on the Trump campaign when he called his friend over at the London station of the CIA, Gina Haspel, as she ran the honey trap op against George Papadopoulos. Remember this?
Bloody Gina?
Yeah. And then number 3, what are we missing? Oh, Faux News. Isn't Paul Ryan still on the board of Faux News as he decide? Some people pronounce it Fox.
Oh,
okay. Right.
I that went over my head, that one. I like all your.
Yeah. So Faux News, after he left being the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan became a board member of Faux News with good old Rupert Murdoch. And then they decided who can talk about what and what, who can talk and what they can talk about. I'll give you a question. I don't know. Have you ever consumed Faux News?
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever heard Paul Ryan allow someone to speak negatively of Mike Pence?
I don't think so.
Never.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard Faux News talk about the almost entirely peaceful, unarmed First Amendment rally that took place on the Capitol grounds on January 6th? Or did they say that it was the biggest insurrection ever in the history of humanity, just like the pandemic was the biggest pandemic ever in the history of humanity? Why? Because all 3 of them are also brought to you by Pfizer fail, brought to you by Moderna mutilation, right?
Yeah.
Brought to you by the J&J myocarditis making jab.
All right. We gotta be careful. We're gonna get thrown down off of well, see here. Well, let's talk about that, because I think this is where my audience is going to disagree, because this is where we disagree, because the communism, right? Like this whole, what is communism? I've been telling people that this is not about blaming communism. This is about the deep state. This is about globalist, fascist corporations that are taking over our words, our dialogue, our narrative, our public square. I think sometimes when we say communism, we're taking our eye off the prize. You know what I'm saying? I understand that a lot of guys on your side of the political spectrum look at communism and we hate it because you think it's overreaching authoritarianism. But for me, I get nervous, and this is why I get pushed back against people like Jack Posobiec or Bannon, is I don't want to manufacture consent with for war with China. That's not who's killing us right now. For us, remember that movie When a Stranger Calls, and she's going, "What's going on? What happened?" She says, the police tells the girl, "Listen, the call is coming from inside the house. the call came from inside the house. Would you agree or disagree with me when I say, let's not look at the CCP, let's not point the finger at communism. Let's point the finger at our own leaders here in this country that have gone after all this mechanism. These people have gone after Donald Trump and whatnot. Would you agree that the deep state is something that's happening with inside our own system?
I partially agree. Let's start with agreement, and then I'm going to explain this way and then broaden it out. So follow along with me. Do you agree that the evidence presented by the Marco Polo report, which is taking all the evidence from the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, putting into a book form, it's a nonprofit, and then listing the 459 crimes still within the statute of limitations that based on the evidence from that laptop of federal crimes that were committed by the Biden criminal syndicate laptop. And so when you look at that, when you look at the oversight committee's evidence that have been provided, would you agree that the Biden criminal syndicate has obtained monetary, gains from the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, first of all, I would say the Chinese Communist Party is not even full-blown communism, right? It's kind of like this free market socialism. They do have capitalism that exists there. And yes, they have big bankers, they have monies, they have economy, they deal with our monetary system. They have a lot of our dollars. I mean, we sent over our factories and everything for years. So I think that the misconception is the fact that everybody says they see individuals or corporations or business-like minded people within China and kind of paint that on China as if it's one whole thing. I don't think that China as one whole entity is really pulling any strings. In fact, I think they're more scared of us and they're walking away from us and they don't want to do business anymore. We see BRICS. We see their rhetoric, their attitude, where they told Anthony Blinken the other day, who's a criminal, hey, dude, you start going into Taiwan, we're going to have a problem. It's a red line now. So I don't think it's China as a whole. That's where I disagree.
Let me give you a little bit of my background perspective that helps inform my answer to this kind of question.
Gotcha.
So in 2014, 10 years ago, I was serving in the Pentagon at the National Military Command Center on the Ukraine. As I observed in that capacity, I was doing my things. But separate from that, in my personal capacity, because I got to be careful on what I say, right? Yeah. In my personal capacity, I was also looking at that problem set. As I observed in the public ecosystem through open source information, I saw John Brennan conducting his coup, right, with Vicki Nuland to flip the government in Ukraine. The next thing you see is John Brennan, the CIA director, being traveling there and kind of spearheading a meeting. And then from there, he tees up the failed vice president, Joseph Biden, to then have a meeting with Petro Poroshenko that then tees up his son to conduct the 10% for the big guy operation. Absolutely. So that 10% then goes to a joint bank account with his son, Hunter, yes. Right? And he's getting paid 10%, meaning he's getting $1 million, $83,000 and $83,333.33 a month. Why? Because of his olfactory senses. His left nostril is able to sniff out oil field for Burisma, and his right nostril is able to sniff out gas fields for Burisma, right? Yeah. What I'm getting at is that methodology and model that was done to get 10% for the big guy in Ukraine in 2014 was then subsequently boilerplate taken, and as Tony Bobulinski laid it out under oath, under sworn testimony before the House, I was sitting right behind him. Same methodology of 10% for the big guy through his communications with the senior intel guy of China and the CCP. This is not Ivan Raiklin speaking. This is literally documents that have been presented to the House of Representatives under oath. And that's already been seen when Tucker interviewed Bobulinski, right? People go, oh, he's lying, whatever. That's already documented out there. So what I'm getting at, going back to your question of the CCP, right now, the Chinese Communist Party's ambassador to the United States has been placed in office and is squatting in our White House right now. That's who we're dealing with. They have subsumed our main institutions, not only the White House, but Nancy Pelosi when she was speaker, Kamala Harris as California federal officer.
Let me stop you right there then.
New York, gotcha. Whether it was the Cuomos, now Hochul.
All right, but there's
with the mainstream media in New York, and then you're going with the big tech. Okay. Big tech has been basically overtaken. Why? Because they're selling their data to China to access the Chinese market. And what does China get in return? It gets the ability to use those particular institutions to destroy our country from within through that internal kind of friction that is made on social media. That's what
That's a theory. That's a theory, and the theory that there's not going to be any bad players. Of course, there's going to be bad players in there, but to say that China's pulling the strings, that is a little kind of wanky, because the foreign policy aspect of it, where we're pushing back against China.
Every single decision that's been made under this residency, the P is silent, because I can prove to you, I've done numerous hours with receipts, that it was an illegitimate electoral college process that occurred in 2020. But I don't want to go into that deep dive rabbit hole. Let's go with the communist component. John Brennan, tell me when he stopped being a communist. Seriously.
He was never a communist. So.
Look him up.
Okay.
Jim Comey. When did he stop being a communist?
He was never a communist.
Look it up.
Yeah. Fascism and communism are weird. This is where we're disagreeing.
This is where I'll provide you the raw data. Okay. So that covers the commie part. Now let's go to back to the part where we wholly agree, I think. And that's going to be this. The deep state domestically, right? So if you're disagreeing with me on the commie component, that's great. If you're disagreeing with me on the World Economic Forum component, which,
well, it would probably the World Economic Forum. I would agree with you on the World Economic Forum. But those about
clown slob?
No, of course not. I'm not a fan of the Bank of International Settlements. Of course not. I know who Klaus Schwab is. I know who Geraldo Rivera is. I know all of these fucking people are, bro. I know. You know what I'm saying?
13 folks, it's getting spicy.
I know who all these people are. I can't stand them and stuff like that. My thought process is that China's not pulling the strings. Of course, there's going to be elements that are going to take advantage of what's going on, but to think that China's in the background pulling all the strings, we're just going to disagree on that, because then you have to explain all these foreign policy decisions by the United States government
that have favored China.
They haven't favored China
of America.
No, there's been so many foreign policy decisions that don't favor China under Xi Jinping right now.
So Xiden is a subordinate agent of Xi.
Okay.
Meaning Joseph Robinette Xiden.
Yeah.
That's how it should be pronounced.
Well, you have to tell me then, with all this saber rattling in the South China Sea, when we're propping up Australia, we're propping up the Philippines, we're going in, building bases left and right. We are saber rattling with China on a regular basis. So you'd have to explain that to tell me if China's pulling the strings, then what about all these fucking crazy decisions?
Okay, so in order for China to become the number one player, global hegemon in the world, you have to look at it from that perspective as that end state. Yeah. They have to play with other folks, right, in order to be able to take down America. In order for Russia to supplant or become kind of on par again with the United States, what do they need to do? They have to work with China. So the play in Ukraine right now is kind of several-fold. One, Russia and China want the United States to be sucked into a quagmire war in Ukraine in order to be, hold up.
Wow, come on, no way.
In order to be able to look at what happened in Vietnam, right? Yeah. Basically, what Russia and China are doing as it relates to U.S. involvement in Ukraine is exactly what we did on the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. It's to basically bleed out the treasure. And that's in the benefit of China and Russia, right? Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, all Russia has to do is kind of rely on China to kind of get involved, to be able to push back in order to be able to manage that conflict. What does that do? It destroys our treasure, right? Because look at how much money we're sending over to Ukraine. Yeah. Who does that benefit? That benefits the military industrial complex. Yeah. I was part of it for 25 years. Yeah. I didn't see it. And then as I'm kind of looking into the deep state, it's absolutely disgusting. Flynn's movie, Deliver the Truth, Whatever the Cost, goes into the details of how all these people are trying to do that are in Congress right now. They're trying to send money as bribes to another nation to then funnel that money back into the military industrial complex.
Yeah, they got caught.
Sam Bankman-Fried is the lead donor to the Democrats through that mechanism, right? Yeah. And then who's the number two guy at FTX? A lot of people forget this. Everyone focuses on the Democrat side of things. Yeah. Ryan Salome was one of the biggest donors to Republican PACs and Republican leadership, the number two guy at FTX. So when your boy Kevin McCarthy and then before that Pelosi are sending money over to Ukraine, a part of that goes and then is invested in FTX. Yes. And then FTX launders that back to Nancy Pelosi PAC, Chuck Schumer PAC, and then Ryan Salome sends it over to Kevin McCarthy PAC, and then Mitch McConnell PAC. So you get it.
No, I get that, but the only, like I said, the we.
It's a laundering scheme. So the next thing that they're going to do. So remember, it went from, what is it? It went from BLM. Was it BLM religion, right? And then it went to COVID religion, and then it went. I can't remember the order now because I lose track of what religions were forced upon us. It was the right. First, it was the fist religion. Then it was the Ukraine flag religion. Next, you're going to see the Taiwan religion, right? No, Israel religion. I forgot about, right? So they're basically creating a funding mechanism so that they can get money back through this money laundering scheme. Meaning, how much money actually goes to defense and doing what they're claiming is being done?
I know, so much waste of
It's
money.
percentage, right? Because I mean, you got 10% has to go to the big guy. A couple percentage points has to go to Pelosi and McConnell and McCarthy and Schumer. And then other percentage points has to go in the pockets of Zelensky, right? And then a couple more percentage points has to go to the military industrial complex. Meanwhile, you're slaughtering societies while you're doing that. And so I argue that now they've fully funded Ukraine and Israel, they have to create the next funding mechanism. Because guess when Ukraine started? Immediately when we withdrew from Afghanistan. And then the military industrial complex is like, oh, where's our money? We have to have a money-making scheme. And that's what was created.
And you have to also remember that Putin cured COVID because they weren't as soon as Russia operation went in there, they stopped talking about COVID. We said Putin cured COVID. Listen, I love
because they already sent remember the trillions of dollars that Nancy Pelosi sent out to those that participated in the illegal electoral heist as a after the fact bribe. Then they transitioned and then said Putin cured COVID. But to go back to the deep state, because this is the most important part. We need to do a longer episode where I literally lay out, if you give me the opportunity, every single individual by, the 51 spies who lied, remember? That said that the Hunter Biden laptop had all the earmarks of a Russian information campaign. One of them was what? David Buckley. Most people don't even know who that is. He was John Brennan's inspector general and later becomes the staff director for the January 6th cover-up committee in order to cover up Nancy Pelosi's Fedsurrection. I can go into details about the Fedsurrection and who was involved under the framework of Title II U.S. Code Chapter 29.
Can I say something? I was at the Capitol January 6th. I was out front. I was at the Ellipse when Donald Trump spoke. The people who marched from the Ellipse down to the Capitol, it's a 40-minute march, didn't even go into the Capitol. The Capitol was breached before Trump's people at the Ellipse even got there. That's the crazy thing. Tracy Beans made a tweet like, what are you talking about? The Capitol's been breached. It can't be us. We haven't even got there yet. We're still marching down there. It was an insurrection. It felt very much kind of like false flaggy. He was like, this is not right.
Insurrection spearheaded by the person that controls the Capitol Police Board, which is the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader. They did not request through the proper authorities, the Secretary of the Army, which was Ryan McCarthy, to request DC National Guard support until they facilitated the breach. They being Pelosi, the House Sergeant at Arms, Paul Irving, and then the head of Intel and Interagency Coordination Division at U.S. Capitol Police, Yogananda Pittman. I got all the receipts and names.
We know that thing was just once again another false flag to infringe on our civil liberties, more spying powers. They were also starting to take like people's bank records to find out they were there. They did all these illegal things that was so they got more Capitol Police money. The whole 9 yards was a scam.
Benny Thompson sent a message over to Ali Mayorkas. I was on the list of people that they said to go ahead and surveil and Fourth Amendment rape while I traveled the country. And I was placed on the Quad S program, which is the Quiet Skies program. And they basically did the Fourth Amendment rape at the gate. Remember, I traveled with TSA pre, or I did up to that point, TSA pre and clear. But because I was investigating them and Pelosi, they decided to go ahead and place me on this program, try to find dirt on me. I've been investigated 20 times. And guess what they got out of it? 4 middle fingers to their face, pressed with fingerprints. And now it's my turn. That's why I'm going after them. Because you know what? They ruffled the wrong guy's feathers. Now I'm going to rip all of their feathers out of their bodies.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more. I got your card. We're going to have another big conversation. We can yell back and forth about what we feel about China, what's there, because I have a hard time with that. I mean, once again, here, listen, the United States, you can bring more receipts, but I got a lot of receipts too. I got like here's United States, 1,000. Wait, listen to this though. 1,000 bases we have outside the United States, the American government, the foreign policy operation. China has 4. one of them in Djibouti. They come in, their behaviors, let's come in with a checkbook. Let me build you something. Let us just do business here. The United States comes in.
Physical presence is not required. All they have to do is subvert and manipulate commie talk, right? How many Americans are on commie talk? How much manipulation is done through CommieTube, right?
You got to come with me. You got to speak to some real socialists and real communists. Come with me to some of these Latin American countries, and you'll see it's more about nationalism and collectivism.
My parents fled the Soviet Union in 1974. Okay, they fled communism, so I kind of know that story.
Yes.
76, I was born. So I know their entire predicament. My father was going to be placed in the gulag when he was speaking truth to power, when he was writing his thesis paper, saying, remember when Khrushchev went to Iowa, came back and said, we're going to grow corn from north to south? Yes. Well, my dad said, like, that's completely stupid. You're a complete moron, because we got something called tundra, Siberia, the Arctic. You can't do corn up there, right? At least not during the technological capability back then. So what he did was write his thesis paper explaining that that was not a viable option, and he was giving alternatives. KGB caught wind of it, knocked on the door. My mom luckily went ahead and threw away, burned and flushed down the toilet his manuscript. He was kicked out of university and then basically found a way under the Jackson-Vanik Amendment to come to the United States. And now I'm like, obviously now I'm here. So in terms of communism, speaking truth to power, he tried to do that. And so when my government here in the United States does exactly what the KGB was doing to my father in the Soviet Union, you've crossed my red line, and now I'm coming for you.
Once again, I think that you kind of identified it as communism and more authoritarianism. I define it differently, but that's okay. We're going to have more conversations about that. I'm going to bring my thought process. Well, let's talk about that. Let's wrap up this conversation, because I want to have a serious conversation. But why are you here, Ivan? What are you doing at the Libertarian National Convention? We did mention we know a lot of the same people. I was throwing out a lot of the doctors I was speaking to, because I was like this comment when I went to defeat the mandates in January. No, the second one. I was at both of them. But when they introduced me, like, come meet this Pasta. He's a common sense leftist. He's one of the first leftists out there that pushed back against this whole thing. Not in DC. In LA, I spoke. In LA, I was one of the MCs. Laura Loomer was one, and I was one of the MCs there. But I had done shows with Dr. Richard Orso. I done shows with Dr. Cole, Dr. Paul Merrick. All these guys. Dell was on my show. Dr. McCullough has been on so many times. I didn't get a chance to talk to Zelenko before he died, and that was a shame, because I really like Zebs and stuff. But I talked to all these doctors, and they were like, dude, what even Dr. Pierre Corey said, dude, you did your show on ivermectin. And I told him, like, look at this. He goes, that's like 3 months before I did it. How the fuck? He's like, I didn't even know you were on this. I'm like, yeah, I'm a lefty. Most people weren't listening to me. A lot of my audience went away, and I couldn't talk about it on Fascist Tube. You call it Commie Tube. I call it Fascist Tube. Okay. You too, right?
I might agree with that as well.
Right? So, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm Italian, right? So Mussolini, the definition of fascism is a merger of corporations and state. And that's where I think we're at. That's why I don't think we're really a communist country. That's okay. We don't have to really talk about that. But
reflection and kind of make sure that we'll have more nuance on the next one.
See, but the whole thing is that
because it's like I say, iron sharpens iron, because you know a lot of things that I may not, and maybe vice versa. And as we have this dialogue and conversation, we can literally focus our attention on the true enemies and threats to our constitutional order. Yeah. And right now, those that are the enemies are trying to get us to be in this in the state of maximum friction with each other.
Absolutely.
When that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah. That's where we agree. So
you asked me why I'm here.
Yeah. Let's talk about why you were here at the Libertarian National Convention.
I'm here just like you, it sounds like. I won't speak on your behalf, but I'm trying to kind of elevate the conversation to explain, as I'm hearing the different platform speeches of all the different candidates, the common theme is that our government is tyrannical and is taking away our rights. And that is literally my most important issue for me. Like me personally as Ivan Raiklan. Yeah. And I think the more people understand that that is the case, people are going to be able to unite to then collectively, regardless of your party, regardless of your kind of background, like you said, lefty, right? I'm fairly conservative. We have to go ahead, and I use this phrase all the time. It sounds like corny, whatever. It's literally to do what they're trying to do to our children. They're trying to mutilate our children, sterilize, castrate, disfigure, right? I said mutilate. It's our turn to do the same thing to them, because they're the ones that are promulgating these policies that are not safe and effective, that are not approved. They're not approved by the governed, We did not give consent to this activity, and now it's our turn to push back. And I think I'm having this dialogue. I'm learning in the process, but also sharing my thousands of hours of research on identifying that those individuals that are doing this to us now, whether it's through COVID con, the censorship industrial complex, were the same individuals that destroyed a lot of people's First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights over the last decade. And you see the shirt that I have on, the very first target of their weaponization was General Flynn.
Yeah.
When people start to see that, I think people will start to wake up that if they can do it to somebody that is, I consider the most respected general in our nation's history, going back to General George Washington, and most consequential. Many people don't agree with that because they don't know the story. They've bought into the legacy media and the big tech hype that was done on them to consume these products. And those were the same individuals that convinced them that General Flynn was the biggest traitor ever in the history of humanity. When people understand who is behind all of it, I think we lock arms and crush them.
You know what? I'm gonna finish up with this one statement, because my feelings about General Flynn was he was like one of the guys that was a compromise guy for me as a leftist,
registered Democrat.
Yeah, and listen, he went on Al Jazeera, and while Barack Obama was doing his little victory lap, he exposed what was going on in Syria. And I will always appreciate General Flynn for that. Before he even started going on Donald Trump's cabinet, you know what I'm saying? General Flynn went out there and he blew the whistle on what was going on in Syria. Now, did I like his attitude towards China? Wasn't crazy about it, but I loved his perspective on Russia. And if he was in office right now, if Donald Trump was in office and Flynn was his guy, this Ukraine-Russia war would have never, ever happened under Flynn.
Never. I agree.
So, hey, man, so you're here. We're here. We're talking together. We're going to have a further conversation. We're going to have more conversations going to happen on my show. Thank you so much. Ivan Rakelin is here, ladies and gentlemen. Did I say it right? Rakelin? Yeah, take my card, please. Linguine. Well, if we're doing seafood, we do linguine. If we're doing like a meat sauce, maybe we want to go with a farfalle or rigatone. I don't know. We'll see. But if you're doing an amatriciana with bacon, we got to do some bucatini. So that's the way I roll, Ivan. Thank you so much for coming.
Bucatini. I think I'm going to try that later.
Never had bucatini. I was going to try some bucatini. We're here at the Libertarian National Convention. We're going to go to some shows. We got some stuff going on. Thank you, Ivan. We'll see you back in a little bit.
Love it, man. Definitely, brother. Good work.
you doing today? This is Craig Pasta2Go. You got it rolling? Video's rolling. We are here at the Libertarian National Convention. Everybody's lined up, getting ready to see Donald Trump. Sir, I can see Pat Dixon. First of all, are you a delegate?
Yes, I'm a delegate from Texas.
Were you happy with the chair results?
No.
Why not?
Mark Rutherford was my model for how to be a chair before I became chair in Texas. He's exemplary. I'm very concerned with the way Angela's handled the convention thus far. I think some of the rulings have just been wrong, and you can see the results of the party financially under her leadership.
Okay, but I'm a leftist libertarian of sorts. I don't even know if I'm a libertarian. I haven't been registered as a libertarian, but I'm a leftist, and I joined the party because Angela extended an olive branch to a lot of anti-imperialist leftists. We had the Rage Against the War Machine. A lot of us have come together and seeing what you're all about as the Libertarian Party. Doesn't she deserve some credit for that?
Sure. Welcome. Welcome anybody. If you believe in our principles, welcome. So I'm not going to criticize somebody for bringing in people who really understand libertarianism and care about our principles. Yeah. I'm concerned that some of what I see looks like an abandonment of our principles, and especially not conducting business properly, which is why we're here.
Gotcha.
I'm just concerned about that. I've been to every national convention since 2002. Yeah. This is bad.
Well, Rutherford, right? He has a chance to be the vice chair. Is he going to go for that vice chair?
You got to ask him.
Okay. Why are we here in line right now? Why are you going inside to see Donald Trump?
I'm going to sit there with my arms folded and not say a damn thing. I don't know what I think about this. So, in one respect, there's a lot of people here. That's good. But I am very concerned about the perception. Another concern I have about what Angela did is the way this was presented. It looked like we were on Trump's side when they said Vivek was pro-liberty. Yeah. Why are we talking about other people pro-liberty? That's the idea of having this. I'm mixed on that, but the way it was presented, I don't like.
You know, something that's really bothered me is the fact that the Libertarian Party has established themselves, Pat, as the third party now. Green Party gone, independents, whatever. You're not going to have, I don't want to say a useless or a lone, not a great candidate, but not a well-known candidate is coming out. I think a lot of people were hoping that Dave Smith might have ran because he has a populist kind of message and a big outreach. What are your concerns about that?
Well, sort of a long story. It used to be that there was this guy that went around and said, be peaceful, do unto others as you... And that person died, and for about 300 years, his followers were underground in the catacombs until one day Constantine looks up in the sky and sees a Cairo. I don't expect overnight success, but we need to be in the game and keep our principles intact. Otherwise, we disappear.
Pat, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with the convention. You guys want to interview? You good? Would you like to do a quick interview? Or?
Sure, if you can keep moving with me.
We'll keep moving with you. What's your name?
Jacob Hubert.
Jacob, are you happy or upset with the results from the chair vote this morning?
Very happy with the chair results. I think Angela's done an amazing job. Very happy she'll be guiding the party over the next 2 years.
What has she done that makes you happy?
She keeps the message pure. She's keeping it focused on pure libertarianism, keeping the emphasis on opposing war and supporting peace. If you heard the nomination speech for her today and by her today, she clearly understands what this party is for. It's for spreading that message of peace and freedom uncompromisingly above all else, and she's done so much to keep this party on track. She's worked so hard. She has totally earned another 2 years in that position.
What do you think about Trump and Vivek coming to this whole convention? Because a lot of libertarians were upset. We saw there was almost a fight downstairs. They tried to stall out the time for RFK to get on stage. But at the press conference today, Angela said she thinks it's great because there's a lot of eyes here, media, the whole 9 yards. What are your thoughts?
Exactly. You would not have all these news cameras covering this convention, not only for Trump, but leading up to this, if these guys weren't here. So it's bringing eyes to the libertarians in their convention. And what's the cost? Are Trump and Vivek going to sway people away from libertarianism? Of course not. These people have lots of convictions already. So it brings attention to it. It's fun and interesting for the people here. It's making all of our lives more interesting. So why not do it? I think it was a great move on her part to bring those people in.
You're going to come out of this libertarian convention with a candidate that's not well known. Is it a lost opportunity, or is just stay the course?
I don't think it's a lost opportunity. I think there are a number of very good candidates. I think Michael Rechtenwald especially is a great candidate to carry forward that same message of peace and freedom. So I think the party could be very well positioned coming out of this.
Hey, man, thank you so much for your time, Jacob. You have a great convention. Mike, I'm here because of Angela. I'm an anti-imperialist leftist. I was part of the whole Rage Against the War Machine. I hosted for Jimmy Dore for a little while, Kim Iverson. So I'm an anti-imperialist left that's trying to find a home in the Libertarian Party, if you guys have me.
Very nice. Very cool.
Pleasure. You do? You have a place for me?
Yes, but I don't want to.
You don't want to talk about it. Does anybody want to do a quick interview real quick? Just talk about what's going on? Hey, how you doing? What's your name?
Jessica.
Jessica, are you happy or mad at the results from the chair vote today?
Oh no, I'm really excited. Angela McArdle is specifically, God, she's very skilled. She knows what she's doing. She's putting the Libertarian Party on the map, as you can see right now. Trump would never be here had she not invited him, nor Vivek or RFK. Now this Libertarian Party is the center of the political world. This is our weekend, and everyone's being exposed to it. She is the best, and I'm so happy.
What are your thoughts on Trump, RFK, and Vivek coming? There was a lot of libertarians that were upset. There was a little scrimmage, little scuffle downstairs. What are your thoughts on them coming to this convention?
Well, you know, I'm not surprised, but I think it's all very positive because it's drawing attention to us. We are now relevant. We're just not a bunch of stoner hippies who want to legalize all drugs. We're a serious political party, and we have a voice here, and people are here because Trump's here, so we're exposing it. They care about our ideas. If they didn't care, we weren't relevant, Trump's not going to be here. Look at everybody here. So
I'm a leftist that likes all your libertarian views, but I do believe in central planning, that it could work. I do believe that healthcare is a right. Is there a home for me here in the Libertarian Party as a leftist who does have socialist views?
Absolutely, but we're going to give you a lot of criticism because historically socialism, it doesn't work, it hasn't worked, and it never will work. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Hey, you want to do a quick interview? No, anybody want to do a quick? Hey, you want to do a quick? Yeah, you do. This guy was getting battery life. Hey, man, were you happy, upset at the results today from the chair vote?
Oh, yeah, no, I think it's great. You got to name a leader, and if there's any support that's going to be continuing to carry the party forward with a consistent message, someone who knows what's going on, has a vision. These things are more than 1 or 2 years. It can take 3 or 4, and so, yeah, I think she should take another couple of years and do a good job.
I think she's done a great job. She's brought a lot of people together. I'm certainly here because of her. I'm a leftist that participated against the Rage Against the War Machine, that whole 9 yards. I'm a leftist who believes in central planning, that it could work. I believe Medicare is a human right. Is there a place for me in this party here as a leftist who does have some socialist ideas?
Well, you know, people often misunderstand the idea of socialism and what they're really looking at, which is the question of, can we find a way where everyone within the society has their basic needs met? And to that stance, I think that libertarians have a lot to say because that's what we really believe in. We believe in finding a system and a way of living that gives everybody the greatest outcome. And that every time we try freedom, we find more solutions and more ways to get past the idea that money is the only way that we solve it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Robert. Javier Milei, buyer's remorse or happy?
Well, I'm not an expert, but I'd say generally happy.
Despite the fact that he's exited BRICS, kind of bought into the Fed, he's an interventionist with Ukraine and Israel. Your thoughts on that?
So I don't know what his foreign policy is. I'm not an expert on what he's done, so I can't make specific comments. My understanding, which could be incorrect, is he's cut things by 20-30%, and you know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Are you happy or upset with the results of the chair, Angela, getting reelected today?
I thought we had 2 good candidates, so you know.
You have a great time, Ed. Have a good one. You guys go ahead and get caught up. I don't want to cut you in the line a little bit. Who's that? Tim from. That's it. Okay.
Organizers for the Rage Rally.
Yes, that's it, guys. I was just talking about. Hey, look, I'm here now. Angela got me here, right? She won today.
Thank you for all your support with the rally.
Appreciate it. No, guys, thank you so much, too, for finding a home for a guy like me in the party. That's awesome.
You're coming home. Hold on. Did you just say you're coming?
Not yet completely.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking. Is there a home for me in this party?
You're welcome.
What are you into? Can we do a quick one? I'm a leftist who believes in central planning, that it could work. I believe that Medicare is a human right. I consider myself a leftist libertarian. Is there a home for me in your party, sir?
Our priority is a lack of force
as much voluntary stuff as possible. And when you start talking about your money's not your money, maybe it's our money, you have to have a pretty good reason to take money from somebody else through threats of force and violence. So when you start off with stuff that's bankrupt, and every time the government does anything with it, like in Europe, they just get more and more bankrupt, we don't really see a future in that.
All right, well, that's interesting. We'll see if we can find some common ground on certain things. Want to do a quick interview? All right. We look for the best looking people and we ask them first, and then we go on. So, not on TV. No, I know you. I know you. What's up, Maj? Good to see you, big dog. Hey, dude, congratulations. Got the fucking chair back. Got the chair back. I had an interview with Jayme today. It was interesting. Somebody want to do a quick interview? You do what? Hey, how you doing? Were you happy? Well, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Marcia Powell.
Marcia, were you happy or upset with the results of the chair election today?
Happy.
So was I. So I'm a leftist libertarian. I believe in social views. I believe that central planning could work. I believe that healthcare is a human right. Is there room for me in this party?
I think so. Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Some people say it's anti-libertarian for me to believe in those things.
you know, that's more than I can deal with right now.
So what do you think about Trump here, and why are you going in to see him?
What I have learned is that Trump is working with the good guys to bring down the bad guys on the planet. So, I think he's still the president. He's still commander-in-chief. And that's okay with me for now, because I think he's done good things on enough levels that it's okay with me, and I like the idea of making him a libertarian.
There you go. We'll say thank you so much. You have a great time. And
Hold on, I have to say, I started the Libertarian Choir.
You want to do a quick interview?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, man, so we had a little conversation earlier. What's your name?
My name's Bill.
Bill, you heard me say that I'm a libertarian socialist, and you said there's no such thing as that.
Right.
So as a leftist who believes in freedom of speech like you, freedom of the press like you, I'm an anti-interventionist like you. However, I believe that central planning can work if it's curtailed. Is there a place for me in your party?
Do you believe in private property rights?
I do.
So then you're not a socialist.
No, I believe in central planning, though. I believe central planning, and that's a social entity.
My question is, if you believe in private property rights, that means no central entity can tell you that you have to give your stuff to somebody else. That's not socialism.
No, well, there's taxation, right? And we use that tax money for a certain thing. That is a form of socialism, right?
Yes, but that's violating private property rights.
I guess that I don't completely believe in property rights then, 1,000%. I don't know. I mean, I'm learning something here.
So if you don't believe in property rights like 100%, then no, there's no place for you in the party.
Even if I'm for all those other things that we have on our civil liberties?
Yeah, you can call yourself something that's not libertarian.
Thank you. So what do you think about Trump and Vivek kind of holding a space here in this convention?
I think Trump is a communist or a socialist a lot like you. And I think Vivek is very smart and very politically savvy. Probably one of the smartest politicians I've seen in my life, and maybe like right-wing Obama.
Were you happy or upset with the chair results today?
The chair results.
Angela re-won re-election.
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine with me.
Hey, man, you have a great show, brother. Thank you. You ready? You done? One more. Hey, so how you doing? What's your name?
My name is Jack Westbrook. I'm from Amarillo, Texas.
Wow, Jack. Are you happy or upset with the chair results today?
I'm neither. Angela won. She won fair and square. And that's not honestly who I voted for. But more power to her. She had the votes. And congratulations to her. I'm happy for her. I'll support her as chair.
So I was just saying to these guys, he says, what are you? I said, I'm a kind of like a libertarian socialist. I have libertarian views where I believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, and I also am a non-intervention. I'm an anti-interventionist. I'm an anti-imperialist. That's what we call ourselves. Is there a place for me in your party if I do believe that central planning can work and I believe that Medicare is a human right?
Well, I think there's a place for anybody in the Libertarian Party. When I came into this party, there were a lot of things that I did not know, that I didn't have a good grasp on, and I was closer to a leaving the Republican Party kind of guy. I'm way far away from that now, but I've learned. I came into the party, and there was some rejection, but I just stuck with it, and I'm happy where I am.
Jack, thank you so much. Have a fun time. Definitely.
I gotta stop my hips too.
All right, let's go.
I want to go back out a little bit.
The goodness of the biscuit with the honey.
What'd you think?
Free Ross.
How was the speech?
The speech was great.
You liked it?
Yeah.
All right. How was the Trump speech? How was the Trump speech?
Fantastic.
Is that
Very to the point.
Yeah?
In a difficult situation.
Definitely. Are you going to vote for him?
Yes, I will.
Definitely. Are you a libertarian?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm a libertarian.
Are you going to vote for him?
If it's really close, down to the wire, I will consider it. The Libertarian Party is the most fun, free party. All of us are going to New Hampshire, and we're creating a free society in New Hampshire. Teachers can bring machine guns into school. Nowhere else has that ability. Yeah, New Hampshire's the best. I'm a New Hampshire supremacist.
Gotcha.
Have an excellent day.
Hey, how was the speech? Everybody good? No? Wonderful? How was the speech? Good?
Yeah, it's got to be almost short.
How was the speech?
Very good.
Good?
Very good.
How was the speech? Definitely?
Great speech. Oh, yeah.
All right, folks, bear with me for a second. I don't know what happened. It's just the video just stopped playing and the audio died. I thought I had it fixed. I'm going to try again. But give me a few seconds. I'm going to actually switch to play. I'm going to play Pasta's trailer. He went to. So if you don't know who Pasta is, he went to Lahaina after the fires that happened back in August of last year, and he did a documentary. It's called Lahaina on Fire Volume 1. So I'm going to go ahead and play the trailer for that right now. I'll try to figure out what's going on with these videos. I don't know what happened. And I hope you enjoyed watching that. We have Lahaina on Fire Volume 2 coming out very, very soon. You got to sort things out with the editor, but it's very, very close. And if you care about those fires that happened in Lahaina, this is a must-watch documentary. So again, I am CheeseSlice, and I hope everybody's having a good time watching this. And let's try that again. Okay, folks, I think you might have heard me in the background there, but my name is CheeseSlice. All right, folks, I'm sorry. I think I've had the wrong microphone queued up. My name is CheeseSlice, and I am the producer. We ran into some technical difficulties here. I'm trying to figure out why these videos just stopped playing and stopped having the audio. So while I do that, I'm going to play our trailer, Lahaina on Fire. This is from when Pasta went to Lahaina in Maui to see the destruction that happened after the fires out there last year. He put out a documentary. It's definitely worth watching if you care about that. And the sequel, Lahaina on Fire 2, Volume 2, is coming out very, very soon. So also, if you could please join our YouTube or Rumble, whichever platform you prefer, and join, like, subscribe. That would be fantastic. I know we got a lot of people watching on Twitter right now, and I think that's amazing. But because if you could go to if you could go to YouTube or Rumble, that's where you're going to get notifications of when we're going live. We go live every Tuesday and Thursday, usually in the evenings around 6 o'clock. Sometimes we go live on Saturdays as well to do a show where we talk about, waking people up to the truth of what's really going on. And then we also do live recordings of our radio segments with Jayme Kuznetsov, who's a historian, professor, and we call that segment Left on Left, where the left critiques itself to laugh out loud instead of crying. But without further ado, let's go ahead and share Lahaina on Fire. And I hope you all enjoy this, and definitely check out the full documentary when you get a chance. One second, folks. This is tough. Normally I have a bigger setup, but we're on location at the Libertarian National Convention. And right now I've only got one screen. Normally I've got 3 to work with. So it's a little tricky navigating back and forth, but we'll get you right up and we're going to go now. Here we go.
We finally made it. We're here in Maui. Just a couple miles up the road over there. That's Lahaina Beach. An outrageous fire broke out, killing hundreds, if not thousands, with thousands more missing. They feel that number of 150 people dead is a slap in the face. Thousands are missing. And when they say missing, they just haven't been identified yet. We're going to talk to the citizens, the locals, the indigenous people here at Lahaina to get some answers. They've been telling people, don't come back here. You can't breathe. You can't drink the water. Trying to scare people away. And that seems like they want to have a land grab. And people are very, very suspicious of this. The locals, the people who lost everything, those are the ones who are suspicious, and they want answers, and they're not going to stop. Why did the emergency sirens not get sounded? Why did they run out of water? Why were the police blocking people in so they couldn't escape from the deadly flames? Can you see the fence here? That fence that you got right over there is going ripping all the way around and about, so people can't come in through the other side to see what's going on. They're not allowing anybody in unless you have a house that's standing. Even the people who lost their houses, they told us yesterday, they're not allowed to go into the zone. So they can't have any closure whatsoever. Why is the governor saying that Maui is closed when the whole island is dependent on tourism? Why are FEMA and Red Cross dragging their feet? At the end of the day, we do know this for sure. The response, the emergency response has been crap. It feels like it's an orchestrated gentrification of sorts. They want people out, they want the locals gone, they want the indigenous people gone, and they want this land. Finally, we're also here to understand what we can do to help these people stay in Lahaina. Lahaina has a history that is rich in tradition. Not just locals lived here, but indigenous people lived in Lahaina. Lahaina was the capital before the American Empire had taken over. They're not wanted here anymore. That they're not getting the necessary means to stay and fight and live where they've lived for so long. And Lahaina, that is just destroyed, would be a perfect prime spot for them to go, let's just wipe it all out and let's build up from scratch. We need to understand what we need to do as citizens here in America to help these people today. I'm Craig Pasta2Go. Let's go find out.
All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed that. Definitely check out that full documentary. It is on YouTube. It is on Rumble, and part 2 is coming out soon. I'm surprised how good it was, because this thing was thrown together at the last minute, and we've got some really raw moments in there where you can just see the people and what they're going through, and it really makes you feel for them. And in the follow-up video, we talked to some of the elected officials and people will tell us about how they're dealing with the housing problems. So definitely check that out. All right, we're going to go move on from the other video about the crowd after Trump, because there's something wrong with the video. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and show an interview that Pasta did about an hour or two ago with Brandon Doherty. So please enjoy. Why are these videos not playing? All right, guys, there's something happening right now on the convention floor. There's a lot of yelling and screaming. Trying to find out if we can figure out what that was all about. But there's something going on with the videos. Pasta's here. He's going to jump on and talk and tell you what he's been seeing.
Okay, here we are, guys. He's gonna fix the camera really quick. Jayme, CheeseSlice 1s and 2s, guys. That's perfect right there. Listen, guys, I was just on the convention floor over there. The candidates are giving their final speeches. They're about to make their pitch. They're about to do a nomination. Dave Smith was just on the stage and nominating and throwing his support behind this guy named Mike Rectenball. So he's the marijuana advocate too out there. Supposedly he's a strong libertarian with strong libertarian values. You know what that means? Private property, private property, private property. However, there is a consensus, and there's a lot of leftists that like all these candidates up there for their foreign policy positions, and that is very, very strong. So it's going to be very interesting. Lars is, I forgot Lars's last name, but Lars is one of the candidates up there too as well that's expected to do very well. We had, was it Mike Matter? I forgot his name. Mike Termat. I get his name wrong all the time. Mike Termat. He had a pretty strong speech not too long ago too as well. So we're going to see what's going to go on. Listen, RFK has thrown his hat in the ring. He wants to be nominated too as well. There's a quagmire here, because if in fact they do nominate RFK and he runs as a libertarian in those areas where if you get less than 3%, you lose your ballot access, he'll secure it. It's more than likely he'll secure it. But that means that a lot of libertarians are going to have to turn a blind eye and stomach and deal with the whole Israel-Gaza situation. And the majority of the libertarians here, yeah, we saw that a lot of people don't like his stance on gun, maybe a few other issues that he might be a little bit more what they feel what his affirmative action stance. They don't like that as well. However, they are really turned off by his stance on Israel, Gaza. They don't like it at all. The libertarians don't like it all. So it's unlikely that they'll vote for him. However, if they were to try to figure out a way to keep their ballot access going and not be so libertarian on that foreign policy aspect, they might just nominate him. So this process is going to be very interesting. We're going to get back on the floor. We're going to see what's going to go on. I do have some good videos that once Jayme gets those working, we'll pull those up and we'll show them to you. But we should actually go to the convention floor. Can you go to the convention floor? Let's do that. We're going to try to go to the convention floor. We'll see if we can plug on into the Libertarian National Convention. I am here, Pasta2Go YT, with Jayme CheeseSlice on the ones and twos. We know we got a lot of new followers right now. People who watch from Ivan just came on. Guys, do us a favor. Go to the Pasta2Go Show Twitter. Go to the Pasta2Go Show YouTube. If we can put the links up there for people to do so, go and subscribe. Help us out. You give us a huge bump. All the ways to support independent media are down below. You got to see we had a lot of good things in common over between me and Ivan. We disagreed on a few things, but it was a great conversation. We're going to continue that conversation. We're going to bring him on the floor. We're going to bring him on the show and do a good old let's break it down. Let's see what China's position is, because we do have some disagreements, but we'll see. We have just some disagreements on what communism is. But we're going to go right on the floor. We're going to see what's going on. They're doing this nominating process. They're going to be finishing up with these candidate pitches, and then we're going to find out shortly as we come out of this convention who the Libertarian presidential candidate will be. That is very exciting. And if it is an unknown candidate, somebody like a Lars, somebody like this guy, Mike, we'll see what they can do, because they have to protect their ballot access. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see who gets this nomination coming out of this convention. So we're going to go full screen to the convention floor. I am Pasta2Go YT with CheeseSlice over here. I'm working him hard. I'm working him to death, he says, but that's not true. We're going to keep him alive because somebody has to keep the stream going. We'll see you in just a bit.
Please let me be that leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Belay. Up next, we will have Chase Oliver. Could we please have the timer reset? Thank you.
We have 20th century politicians who have been running the 21st century mechanisms of government for my entire adult life, and it's time for that to stop.
And the people are getting tired of it. Rise up, because we will not be silenced.
Instead of just talking about liberty, we go across the country, reaching out to activists to show what liberty in action actually looks like. That's the kind of campaign for president we're running. One that shows us the positive, aspirational message of liberty that voters can connect with.
All people are free. They have inherent freedom and liberty.
We support liberty 100% unfiltered all the time.
I've gotten tear gas in the streets while I protest for justice reform.
My generation is the generation that got sent to fight the war on terror. My generation is the generation that had the entire real estate market fall out from underneath us right as we were getting started. It's my generation that is right now trying to raise families all over the country with massive runaway inflation.
This is not a left versus right issue. This is a right versus wrong issue.
The Chase Oliver President campaign will be pulling no punches. We'll be putting a bold message of liberty forward that voters can identify with. We'll be exposing the two-party system for who they are.
Are you actually reading the bills, or are you just taking Chuck Schumer's word for it when you vote on these things? I will fight like hell to make sure that each and every one of you is replaced.
We libertarians, we want to enter this race to be a check against the two-party system and to give you somebody honest to vote for.
Why is that the radical idea, not the rational idea?
Nobody will buy and pay for a libertarian. We don't just blow with the political winds with whatever's popular. We stand on principle. And I say as a libertarian, we do not believe in the initiation of force.
Take the boot off our neck, support freedom, and support the people. Thank you very much.
I'm Chase Oliver, a candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Howdy, y'all. I am Stephanie Berlin, a delegate from the great state of Iowa. I am the current secretary for Blackhawk County, former two-time LP Texas secretary, served on our state executive committee a couple times too. And in Iowa, where our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain, and that is why I'm up here to talk about Chase. The next generation for liberty is in this room. They are watching on TV. This story sounds familiar with all the young activists we have. It is my story. I joined this party at 15. I couldn't even drive, and I was door knocking for Harry Brown and Joe Jorgensen. They are the ones who brought me here. Their message of empathetic liberty for all is what brought me here. Chase's continued message for empathetic liberty for everyone is what keeps me here. And he is the one who will energize the millennial and Gen Z and Alpha vote when they can come and vote. That is my story. That is why I'm here. And that is why I hope that you join me in support for Chase Oliver. Thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Amber. I'm a delegate from Chase's home state of Georgia. I first learned about the Libertarian Party in college. Someone invited me to our county affiliate meeting, and then the following year I attended our first state convention. That's where I met Chase and all of these fine Georgia delegates behind me. A couple of years later in 2022, Chase asked me to run his Senate campaign with him. So I've witnessed firsthand the unwavering commitment to liberty that Chase has. In Georgia, Chase's activism is nothing short of transformative. I've been by his side as he helped petition to ranked choice voting, ballot access, spoke out against Stop Cop City, and testified in the State House in favor of Defend the Guard legislation in our state, because that's how passionate Chase is. In the 2022 Senate race, Chase Oliver's bold stances on issues like healthcare, climate change, and economic justice resonated with voters from all walks of life, landing him in a debate between Warnock and Walker, garnering national media attention. We got 84,000 votes in that election. That's 84,000 people who are sick and tired of the two-party system. Chase Oliver's leadership is not just about winning election. It's about empowering people to stand up for what they believe in and creating a brighter future for generations to come. As president, Chase Oliver will continue to be a beacon of hope, leading with integrity, compassion, and relentless commitment to individual liberty and freedom. Join me in supporting Chase Oliver for president, because together we can build a better tomorrow.
I'm Steve Dasbach, former national chair and delegate from South Carolina. I discovered I was a libertarian at 18 as a college student. In 1971, the same year this party was founded. I joined the Libertarian Party at the age of 26. And I found over the years that that is so common, that people discover they're libertarians and they join the Libertarian Party in their teens, their 20s, or early 30s. And so as we approach this presidential election, that is the group we have to focus on. Those are the people that are looking for a political home. Those are the people who know that the Democrats and Republicans and RFK Jr. offer nothing to them. Those are the people we reach out to. People come into the party overwhelmingly because they were attracted by a campaign and a candidate who spoke about issues they cared about and who was able to effectively communicate that message. And the candidate this election who can best win the next generation for liberty is Chase Oliver.
Good morning, libertarians. My name is Casey, and I'm a libertarian. It all started for me when I left for the Air Force in 1999 during relative peacetime. 2 years later, we were at war. A year later, I was convinced by my own government that we needed to invade Iraq. And so off I went. Meanwhile, an 18-year-old Chase Oliver was getting started protesting that very same war. That's right. What I saw there during my time is what made me anti-war. My first hit of liberty came in 2012 via an anti-war guy named Gary Johnson. Like Chase Oliver, I believe in Defend the Guard. Like Chase Oliver, I believe in caring for our veterans. And like Chase Oliver, I believe that the best way to care for our disabled and fallen veterans is to stop making more of them. Being anti-war is what brought me to liberty. Being anti-war is what brought Chase Oliver to liberty. And anti-war Chase Oliver will bring America to liberty. Thank you.
Libertations, libertarians. I'm Kristen Alexander. I'm the vice chair from Indiana, and I am also Chase Oliver's vice presidential preference. I started following Chase in March of 2023 when he came to our state convention. He is the only presidential candidate in my lifetime that I just do not disagree with on any issues. You may know some of our successes in Indiana. We ranked up from 13th to 6th nationally in the last year. We were able to achieve this success by working across the lines of party caucus wars. We don't have division in Indiana. We work with everybody, whether you're PRAG, you're RAD, or you're Mises. We have your back and you deserve to be represented. Chase Oliver is the only presidential candidate who will represent every single faction within this party. I wouldn't be up here supporting him if he wasn't. And it is my pleasure now to introduce to you the next president of the United States of America, Chase Oliver.
Thank you very much, Libertarian delegates, not just for being out here today, but for being here all weekend to do the business of our party. I appreciate the work you put in, and it's the work I put in as a delegate. I join you among this body, and I want to start off by saying thank you to each and every one of you. But working with libertarians on the ground is not something it's not something I haven't done before. As I've traveled across the country, being the first libertarian candidate for president to ever campaign in all 50 states, I have worked on the ground with activists and those who are fighting for things like ballot access all over the country, and it's my pleasure to be in the trenches with each and every one of you as an activist candidate for President of the United States. As others have said before, they became libertarians between the ages of 18 and 30, and I just want to do a quick survey. How many of you became a libertarian between the ages of 18 and 30? That's the generation we need to reach out to. That's the next generation for liberty. And right now, there are millions of young people all over the country who are sick and tired of being sick and tired of seeing their grandparents' grandparents on the stage. So our ticket, the ticket that we want to run, will be a broad and glaring contrast to the broken two-party system. In fact, my running mate and I, if you combine our ages together, we are still younger than Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And how are we going to reach out to the next generation of liberty? We're going to do it by opposing the warfare state at home and abroad. If you were in the hall last night, you saw that I have zero love for the war criminal Donald Trump or any of his wars that he continued. But I want to make one thing clear. I'm keeping plenty of my powder dry to throw ammo right at Joseph R. Biden, his war criminal ways, and his proxy wars, and his warfare state all over the world. So I want to speak loud and clear to the millions of students right now who are protesting the warfare state in their college campuses all over the country. If I am the nominee, there will be a young person on the stage, and the only person on the stage that says, end the genocide, ceasefire now, and end the war machine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a golden opportunity in 2024 to grow the foundation of our party up. And when we do that, when we grow ourselves up, what can we do? Tear the state down brick by brick for every abuse. I ask for your support so I can unify this party behind the principles of liberty and tell millions of American voters, just like John Mons told me in 2010 when I wandered into the Libertarian tent as an anti-war voter. He said, if you oppose the warfare state, welcome home to liberty. And that's the choice we're going to provide to millions and millions of voters all over the country. I ask for your support in this election. I ask for your support the day after this nomination takes place. We will travel all over the country, spreading this message, building our party, supporting our activists, and supporting a broad, powerful message of liberty together. I want to end on this note. We have a war criminal in the White House. And we've had a war criminal in the White House, looking out here, for most of every one of your lives, exporting our values with the barrel of a gun and with a bullet. I say it's time for free trade, voluntary exchange, free markets, free movement, and free people. And when I'm your candidate, when someone says, what's that libertarian about? I'm going to give you the elevator pitch right now. You tell them right now, if you're living your life in peace, you're not committing force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, and your property is your property. It's not mine, and it sure as hell is not the government's. So thank you to the Libertarian Party of Delegates. Let's keep this convention rolling. Let's win this nomination and fight tomorrow for liberty. Thank you very much, you guys.
All right, folks. They've gone to a break. We're going to play some more videos. I got the, I think I fixed one of the videos. We're going to go to the interview with Brandon Doherty on the Libertarian National Convention floor.
We're rocking and rolling up here.
All
on
right,
the stage.
I think they're actually coming back, so I'm going to stick with the
we
live.
have Noda, Rechtenwald, and Hornberger nomination speeches. At this time, though, it would be in order to recess for lunch.
Madam Chair, microphone two.
Microphone two.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca, I have information that Mr. Cohen wants us to continue business at this time and have a later single recess from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's to save some of the coming and going time. He is on his way here to confirm that, but I am very confident that that is the case. Mr. Cohen is recommending that we continue business at now
Okay.
and have our recess later.
That's. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. Aaron Adams, Oklahoma delegate.
Point
Microphone
of parliamentary
3.
inquiry.
Some kind of inquiry.
Okay.
I'm just curious before we discuss this because I've worked conventions before and helped plan them before, and I know how much timing goes into setting those meals and working with the kitchen. If we did delay, how much of an issue would that be on the facility and the convention and the caterers?
I assume that lunch is pretty much ready to go. So I don't know if it will incur costs, so on and so forth. We've made quite a bit of money at the convention. So I don't even know if that's something that is a huge deal, but it will be somewhat of a burden on hotel staff because I haven't coordinated with them yet.
Madam Chair, motion at microphone
Okay,
2.
I need,
Madam Chair.
we've got microphone 1 and we've got microphone 4 who have not been addressed yet. Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, I move we recess for lunch until 1:30.
Second.
Who is that?
Ryan Brown from North Carolina.
Ryan Brown has moved to recess for lunch until 1:30, and there was a second.
I have an amendment to that motion.
An amendment.
Yes, at microphone 2. I don't even know if it's amendment. We're going with it. I move to amend the time of reconvening to 1 o'clock.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to change the time of reconvening to 1 p.m., not 1:30. I don't think that amendment is debatable. Are there objections to that amendment?
Yeah.
All right. Would you like? Is there discussion on that? I think it is debatable, although I would ask you not to. Okay. So do you want to come back at 1 p.m. instead of 1:30? Please stand if you do. Here's what we're voting on. If you want to come back at 1 p.m. instead of 1:30, I need you to stand up. And if you don't want that, if you want to come back at 1:30 or heaven forbid some other time, stay in your seat. I need to figure out when we're coming back. All right, everyone sit down. Thank you. All of those opposed to the amendment, you don't want to come back half an hour early, please stand up. This is, I assume you, thank you. All right, the amendment fails. Now everybody please be seated. We're going to go to the main motion. There was a motion to adjourn for lunch and come back at 1:30. What would you like to do? Would you like to support that motion, adjourn now and come back at 1:30? Please stand up. I love this speed. Please be seated. All of those opposed, please stand up. Okay, the motion passes. We are adjourned until 1:30. Thank you.
Recess, Madam Chair.
Thank you, fantastic. We're on orders of the day. I believe state chairs are passing out ballots. We are balloting. We are not doing any more points of order and things of that nature. We're balloting right now.
Okay, we're gonna figure out where they're at right now. What we're watching right now is live. We watched their discussion for about lunch, which was kind of silly. But they have done some stuff since then. They've come back from lunch and they've been doing some things. So I'm going to scroll back and see if I can find a moment where they're actually talking about some stuff when they come back from the break. So I'm going to play some music and we'll be right back. Okay, folks, I have to reset the stream. Don't go anywhere. The stream's not coming down, but I have to reset my computer because there's things are not performing like they're supposed to. So there won't be any music for about 30 seconds to a minute, but I'll be right back.
Guys, it's 1:30. We need to come to order. 1 minute warning, please find your seats. I see a lot of people filing in. I know the room is crowded, but please find your seats as quickly as you can. We have 3 speeches to get through. We are going to go to a vote. I am going to see if our gracious host hotel can get coffee in the room in like an hour or so. We'll give them a little time.
All right, everybody.
love to get some
I
coffee,
rewound
so we're gonna see if we
the
can get
live
hotel
stream
staff to work
about an
on
hour
that.
back. This is when they came
Now,
back from lunch.
I'm not
And
going
we're just
to
going to see what
force
they were doing
to do anything with business, but
when they came
I'm
back,
willing
and
to
then
stay here
when
till
they go
7
live,
p.m.
because right now there's nothing going on the stage. But
Maybe we
when
should
there's something
do
going on the stage
a
where they're
vibe check
live, I'm going to
at
switch to
about
that.
7.
But this is
We
what was
have a
happening
fundraiser
when
and
they
a
came
gala
back from
planned
break.
for this evening. We could push it till 8 p.m. and I don't think that would be too crazy. But beyond that, we need to talk to the hotel about food and everything else set aside. But let's intend on pushing a little past 5 p.m. We're going to have a couple of speakers while our tellers are counting ballots. After we move through that, we may want to consider nomination speeches if there's additional rounds of balloting. We have a memorial to do that will be done while tellers are counting. We have awards that will be done while tellers are counting. We have special Sunday keynote speaker Ron Paul that will be done.
So it would just go until we're done.
He will speak while our gracious, hardworking tellers are counted. And before I call us back to order, while you are all quickly finding your seats, and getting us ready, I want to thank our tellers. I want to thank our volunteers. I want to thank our sergeant at arms and people who volunteered as security. You guys have worked very hard. I see it. Our AV team and our convention committee who is dog tired. You guys have done an incredible job. This is an amazing convention. And if you have items at Lost and Found, they are available at Concierge. So go to Concierge, but don't you dare do that right now. All right, what time is it? It's 1:33 p.m. We are back in order.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Peter Everett, Massachusetts delegate. It has come to my attention that there are some delegation chairs who are not allowing poll watchers to supervise the counting of the ballots. I move that no votes be counted from any delegation whose chair does not permit other delegation members to supervise the counting of the ballots.
Okay. Does that have a second? Are there any delegation chairs who would like to speak to this? All right, please go ahead.
Microphone 2. Mark Axon, New York. I was delegation chair from 2010 to 2015. I could not do anything from 2010 to 2015 without the hard work of my entire team, and I know that my current chair is doing the same. So I have implicit faith in our state chairs and delegation chairs, and I do not believe we need to hand tie them.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move the previous question.
Second.
Okay. Microphone 4. Did you say something? We want to move along.
I move the previous question, Madam Chair.
Okay. I believe this is technically a convention special rule of order and it requires 2/3. because you are talking about how we are going to proceed with convention business. You ready to vote? Okay, here's the vote. Delegation chairs have to let you watch them count the votes. Would you like to restate your motion very quickly and clearly since we don't have it up on the screen yet?
That's a pretty good summary.
Okay.
The exact motion is, I move that no votes be counted from any delegation whose chair does not permit other delegates to supervise the counting of the votes. But
Thank
that's
you.
good enough.
Point Thank of you. Order. Okay, does everyone understand what we're voting on? And we're ready to go to a standing vote.
Previous question, Madam Chair.
2/3. All in favor, please stand. If you want to make sure that the delegation chairs allow you to watch them count votes, stand up. It requires 2/3. It's a convention special rule of order. Going once, going twice. Please be seated. Be seated. All those opposed, please rise. All right, the motion fails. It does not have 2/3. We're going to proceed to nominations. So help us. The person who is speaking for NOTA from Wisconsin, please come to the stage. I want floor mics cut, please, because we're in nominations and we do not want to be rude or disrespectful to our hardworking candidates.
Madam Chair, how long does NOTA have to speak?
Welcome, everyone. Ooh, I will be brief. My name is Nota, none of the above, Robert Burke. Welcome, everyone. My name is none of the above. Close friends, really intimate people who know me, call me Nota. And they do that because they know and understand the importance of always just saying no. In Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1971, a group of people got together and had a vision. They had a vision of a future, an incredible future of a world set free in our lifetime. Is that our goal? Is that our goal? Act like it is, because a future set free is our future. I have seen it. I woke up one day, I said, that is brilliant. How do we get there? And we get there by understanding the importance of the individual freedom of every sovereign person in the world. In that world of freedom, we don't vote to find out how we care for our neighbors. We tear down the systems that enslave them. We tear down the systems that give them an illusion of choice. In that future, we don't vote to incarcerate the mentally ill. In that world, we are free to use psychedelic science to free our minds. In that world, we don't vote for a national defense. We have torn down the machine that exports death. In that world, we don't legalize drugs. We tear down the machine that has incarcerated half of the African-American male men in Milwaukee at one point in their life. And we do it because it's right, not because we voted for it. In that world, we do not vote to free Julian Assange. We do not vote in order to free Russ Albrecht, and we do not vote to bring home Edward Snowden. We tear down the machine that decides to incarcerate the sunlight of truth. I know we're going to nominate a kick-ass candidate today. Yes. And I hope that kick-ass candidate is one who explains to the world what it is to have a vision of a world set free, a world where the individual choice is the only vote that you get, the choice of what you do next. When someone in that future world says, "Would you like to vote?" None of the above, thank you. I'll make the decision myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Noda, for that very short speech. Thank you, AV team, for resetting our time clock so quickly. Our next nomination is Dr. Michael Rechtenwald.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. The history of the present regime is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. Here is a partial list of our grievances. They locked us down. They declared us non-essential. They wrecked the economy and ruined lives. They censor and feed us non-stop propaganda. They are robbing us to fund and arm Ukraine, flirting with a total nuclear war with Russia. They rob us to fund and arm Israel in its genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. They're inflaming tensions in the Middle East again, and they're just getting started. They have told us of their plans. They saber rattle for a war with China. They're expanding their censorship. They hint at climate change lockdowns. They want us to eat bugs. They expect us to own nothing and be happy. They mean to control every aspect of our lives and to make us miserable slaves. If allowed, they will take away our rights and our humanity. To all these wrongs, prospects, and plans, we say, hell no! We're not going to take it anymore. I'm calling on all those who demand dangerous freedom over safe tyranny to run with me, to seize power from the ruling class, the state, and its accomplices, and to vest power in the people at the local level. I'm Michael Rechtenwald, and I'm running for president of the United States as a libertarian. Join me to wreck the regime. It's time.
Hey, my name is Mike Redman. I'm from New York State. And nominating speeches and public speaking are not my thing. You'll see that soon. My journey into libertarianism was shaped by influential figures James Ostrowski, freedom-loving lawyer in Buffalo, and a pair of attorneys teaching paralegal classes at the local community college. They left an indelible mark on me. And that was probably early 2000s, just to date it. There was no turning back. About 4 years ago, I became actively involved in the party. However, life took an unexpected turn. I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer and subsequently retired. Now I find myself juggling 2 jobs, battling cancer and advocating for freedom. Yes. At the LPNY convention in Watkins Glen, I had the great opportunity to sit with Dr. Michael Reckenwald. We spoke for over an hour. It became evident that he wholeheartedly embraced Austrian economics, a philosophy I've always held dear. Understanding human behavior and its ripple effects on markets, the economy, and trade has been of real interest to me. When Dr. Reckenwald eloquently explained why our southern border crisis was an economic crisis, not a people crisis, I was astounded. His logic was irrefutable, and his passion told me he was the candidate I could stand behind. Now let me address the elephant in the room, my battle with stage 4 cancer. It's not an opportunity anyone would willingly choose, but it has given me clarity. I harbor no ulterior motives or hidden agendas. Material gain doesn't drive me. Instead, I'm fueled by the chance to contribute to something profoundly meaningful. So with honor and pride, I nominate Dr. Michael Reckenwald to be the next president of these United States of America. To my fellow party members, the path forward is clear. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, libertarians? How are we? All right, I want to say first, a comment kind of aside from this endorsement. I watched the presidential debate up here last night, and I just want to say how awesome I think it is that every single one of the candidates was so good on the issue of war and peace. That is... And of course, particularly, I'm referring to rejecting the proxy wars of choice in Ukraine and Israel. Every single one of our candidates was excellent on that issue, and that's the most important issue of our time. That really reflects something that's changed in this party since I've been a member of it. And that's not something that is the responsibility of one faction or another, or one caucus or another. In fact, some of the factions who really, really don't get along all agree when it comes to that issue. And it represents a change in this party. I'm not saying that there weren't always lots of anti-war people in the party. I'm just kind of making the point. Bill Welding getting nominated for anything these days. And that's because everyone agrees on that. Just about. So I'm very glad that that has been rejected. It really means a lot to me. I think it's a tremendous improvement. I would also say that I woke up this morning to the coolest thing that's ever happened in the history of the Libertarian Party. And I will, if I'm being completely honest, as Donald Trump was speaking last night, if I had control of how everybody acted, my plan was kind of like be respectful till he says something, like don't boo him before he even gets to the mic and just wait till he says something really bad, which he will, and then boo that. But I gotta say it worked out pretty good because I woke up this morning to reports in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Associated Press, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and the BBC, and they all said different versions of the exact same title. Donald Trump tries to appeal to libertarians and they hate his fucking guts. And I think that's pretty cool. Okay, now I got to say this quickly. So I had this moment, I got to speak a little bit for a few minutes before Donald Trump, and I was speaking, and there were a bunch of people who were Trump supporters in the room who weren't libertarians. And so I try to do what I always try to do when there's people who aren't libertarians in the room. I try to say the most compelling, hardcore libertarian thing that might kind of win them over. And I don't really care about winning you guys over because you guys are already good on everything. But them I want to win over. And so I tried my best to do that. And I saw on social media, somebody who's here at the convention posted that one of these Donald Trump supporters just watched my speech and said, hey, I really liked what that guy had to say, but I got to Google the Federal Reserve. What is that? And it reminded me of something that I think we all got to keep in mind all the time, is that so many people just don't know yet. And it is our job to teach them. That's the job that we have. There is a false dichotomy in this party where people often argue about whether our job is to educate people or to get elected. But those things aren't in conflict. We will only ever win once we've educated people. Obviously, they don't know yet. There's not enough of us. And so from my perspective, if we can't win until we educate more people, the number one job for a presidential candidate is who can teach people what it is that we stand for. And in this race, there is absolutely no question that the best teacher of libertarianism is Michael Rechtenwald. In my humble opinion, the two best messengers of liberty in modern American history were Dr. Ron Paul and Harry Browne. When Harry Browne was a presidential candidate, this party was at the strongest it's ever been, even though following candidates got many more votes than him, because he was so good at messaging libertarianism. And of course, as you all know, Ron Paul, not in this party, but he led the Ron Paul revolution. The reason why these guys were so effective at what they did, for me, comes down to basically two things. They never forgot about that lady who was Googling the Federal Reserve. And they never forgot that their job was to teach people what it is that we stood for. And second, they knew everything about the crises that our country was facing at that time. Ron Paul still knows everything about the crises that our country is facing. And I can't wait to listen to him speak at the Libertarian Party for the first time in 20 years, in just a few moments. Michael Rechtenwald has written multiple books about the crises that are facing the American people today. He knows libertarian theory inside and out and has a more detailed understanding of things like the woke agenda, the climate agenda, Davos, the true threats to liberty in our lifetime. I please implore you guys to support Michael Rechtenwald for President of the United States of America on the Libertarian Party ticket. Thank you all so much. I've had a great time this weekend. I hope you guys have too. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my fellow libertarians. I'm Michael Rechtenwald. I have a confession to make. I'm high on liberty. I want to thank Michael and Dave, and I want to thank all of you for being here. And I'm running not to reform the state, I'm running to dismantle it. I call for an end to the Federal Reserve, the military-industrial complex, the CIA, the NSA spying, and the crushing regulatory regime. And I call for the full restoration of all our rights. And as Dave mentioned, I understand the new threats to liberty. The censorship industrial complex, the climate change tyranny, Agenda 2030, central bank digital currency, and all the elite plans to destroy freedom. And I have the strategy to combat these threats. Decentralization and nullification, a movement we will build together when you nominate me. Why should you nominate me? I've paid a dear price for being a libertarian. I've been canceled by the authoritarian left and the neocon right. And in the process, I became very well known in the broader media sphere. And I have, I've appeared on dozens of shows. I mean, major media, I will not list them all. But notice that after Trump spoke last night, who was the candidate who was quoted in the media? Me. That's because I've been fighting a battle for liberty, and I have name recognition thanks to that battle. And I want to put my name recognition and my battle worthiness to work for the Libertarian Party and for the cause of liberty. I hate the state because I love people. I hate the state because I love humanity. That is why I hate the state and want to bring it down. Thank you. Now, what I'm asking for you to do is to nominate me so that I can be a beacon for liberty, a firebrand for liberty. We need bold messaging and a bold messenger. I have the boldest message. I have the longest track record in truth-telling. And as I said, the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party, which I want to put to use to spread liberty and grow this party from the ground up. I call on those who demand dangerous liberty over safe tyranny to nominate and run with me. Together, we will wreck the regime! Thank you.
Thank you guys, and thank you for saving us a couple of minutes. We have one more presidential nominating speech. I'd like to invite Dr. Jacob Hornberger.
When I announced my candidacy in February of last year, I have ever since emphasized an important point. It is our job in this party to lead America to freedom. That's our job. If we don't do that, who will? Biden, Trump, Kennedy, don't make me laugh. These are the people and their political ilk and their parties who have destroyed our freedom, who enslave us, tax us, regulate us, manipulate us, govern us, command us, order us, conscript us, torture us, and even kill us, and make us serfs on their welfare warfare state plantation, where we exist to serve them. When I attended my first state convention last fall, I emphasized a political point. I told the delegates at that convention that we already know the results of the presidential election in November, 1 year away, 1%. And the reason I said that is because the polls had us at 1%. And my contention was that if voter sentiment toward the Libertarian Party presidential candidate has not improved over 3 years, it's not going to improve over the next year. And here we are 6 months later. And a lot of people now are saying Jacob was right, because it's worse. We're now at 0 to 1%. One poll recently had us literally at 0% LP presidential candidate. Now, since last fall, I've attended around 30 conventions, and at every one of these conventions, I have made a qualifier here on this 1% business. I participated in a lot of debates in this campaign season, as many of you know. But I didn't participate in yesterday's debate, as you also know, because I believed that this is a wrong way to elect and nominate a presidential candidate, and I said I will not participate in it. But those of you who know me know that I have long held that debates are the worst possible way to select a presidential candidate. Okay? And okay, Donald Trump's the topic of conversation at this convention, so let me bring him up. He didn't participate in one debate. Yet all those debates on TV where they're carping at each other and a lot of entertainment value, he said he wasn't going to participate in one, and his party said, we are going to make him our standard bearer because he can best reflect our statist views, including immigration controls, without being in a debate. Because I contend that every political party ought to be nominating a candidate who is best able to express the views of that party and garner votes, much more than the 0 to 1%. Now, I have a confession to make to everyone in this room. It's a confession that I made to all those 30 state conventions. I'm with the 99%. I'm with the 99% who reject the message that this party's been putting out for 20 years. It's not a message of freedom. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that 99% of the electorate give us 0 to 1%, because I'm with them. If you take, well, I'm going to explain it to you. If you take, for example, the crown jewels of American socialism, Social Security and Medicare, have you seen any talks on those? These unfunded liabilities of $80 trillion, but nobody talks about it because they become accepted parts. Socialism of our presidential campaigns. At the permanent part, at the South Carolina Libertarian Party debate, I said we need to repeal socialism, and my opponents went after me with great vociferousness, loudness. Jacob, you have no care and compassion. We got to continue socialism for the next 25 years. People will be dying in the streets. Pure nonsense. Care and compassion does not come from the Internal Revenue Service or the initiation of force. Care and compassion comes from the voluntary, willing heart of the individual. Children and grandchildren honoring mother and father on a purely voluntary basis. And it is incumbent on those of us in this party to lead America to the restoration of faith in freedom and voluntary charity. Americans lived without socialism and Social Security for 125 years. And when people were free to accumulate unlimited amounts of wealth, no income tax, no central bank. There was the greatest outburst of voluntary charity that mankind has ever seen. Medicare and Medicaid. Have you seen any talks about Medicare and Medicaid during this convention? No, because they've become permanent parts of our presidential campaigns. These socialist programs destroyed the finest healthcare system in history. When I was a kid, before they came into existence, healthcare costs were low. They were stable. Nobody had medical insurance. They didn't need it. It was like going to the grocery store. And doctors provided free healthcare to the poor. So did hospitals. That's genuine charity. And then Medicare and Medicaid come into existence. Healthcare costs started soaring, and that's the cause of the healthcare crisis. So there's only one solution. It's a solution you haven't heard during this entire convention. You've got to pull this weed out by its root, or to mix metaphors, you got to excise this cancer out completely. Okay. But at the Louisiana State Convention, at the debate there, when I brought this up, my opponent said that's a crappy solution because they believe that Medicare and Medicaid need to continue as part of the presidential message of this party. That's your 0 to 1%. Who's going to vote for that message? For a party that calls itself anti-socialist and the party of principle? Who's going to vote for it? Every single proponent of these socialist programs is going to vote for Biden and Trump. They're never going to waste their vote on an LP presidential candidate that advocates socialism. School vouchers. Taking over the public schools. We got to run Libertarians for School Board, Jacob. We got to take over the public schools. School vouchers have become a main position in our presidential campaigns. They are nothing but a socialist vehicle that takes money from one group of people through the initiation of force in violation of our core principle, the non-aggression principle, in violation of the pledge that we hear very much about anymore, and give it to another group of people, and in the process, put private schools under government control. And when you're trying to take over a government school system, this is a massive socialist program at the state level and the local level. And that's what libertarianism has come to, where we're going to use a presidential campaign to try to take over socialism so we can show Democrats and Republicans that we can run this program better than others. Who's going to vote for this message? Who's going to vote for it? I'll tell you, 0 to 1%, because there's no constituency for this message. And then there's immigration controls that are based on the socialist principle of central planning. Okay? And that's Ludwig von Mises, who is a prominent name at this convention, called this planned chaos. And that's what we've had for 80 years on the border, along with death, suffering, kidnappings, rapes, detention centers, penitentiaries, deportations, Berlin Wall, concertina wire designed to cut people up, a massive police state with highway checkpoints and warrantless searches. And yet, what do we hear from libertarians? Oh, Jacob, it's terrible what's happening on the border, but we're going to reform the system, Jacob. Yeah, we can reform it. Yes, we can streamline it. We can simplify it. We can make it work. I've heard this for 30 years. Actually, I've heard it all my life, that there's some reform out there. There is no reform. There is no reform that can fix socialism. There is only one solution to the immigration morass, and that is open borders. There is none other. Now, every single proponent, remember, 0 to 1, every single proponent of these programs, school vouchers, taking over the public schools, immigration controls, is going to vote for Donald Trump. They're never going to waste their vote on an LP presidential candidate. Now, at every convention I've spoken at, I've said there's a condition here. There's a condition. We don't have to settle for 0 to 1%. There's a way out. There's a breakout that we can achieve of 10 to 15% of the national vote. But there's a price to be paid for that. And that is the restoration of our founding principles of this party. And this is what I'm talking about. And I've said this to every state convention. Making the competent case for open borders. The separation of education in the state, healthcare in the state, charity in the state, economy in the state, and money in the state. Dismantle the national security state entirely. You hear about dismantling the CIA and the NSA, but never the Pentagon. And the Pentagon is the root cause of the forever wars. So it's not enough to say I'm anti-war, I'm anti-war, I'm anti-war, and I'm pro-Pentagon, because the Pentagon's the root cause of the forever wars. You got to get rid of it. And then you legalize all drugs, not just marijuana. And you make the case. You make the case for the immediate dismantling of all socialist programs. But you do more than that. You change your target audience. And I'm not unmindful of what I'm asking everybody in this room to do. I'm asking you to think out the box, outside the box, and move in a completely different direction than what you're accustomed to doing in this party. But you're at 0 to 1%. You're going to be there in November. You got nothing to lose. I'm saying change your target audience in this campaign. Forget Republicans. Republicans will never vote for libertarians. Even the Ron Paul Republicans are not going to vote for libertarians. Okay? Libertarians will vote for Republicans, but not vice versa. Change your target audience. Target audience number 1, migrant families, Hispanics. 34 million Hispanics. We can garner 20% of that vote by going down to the border and making the competent case, the religious case, the moral case for open borders. That's what I want to do as your nominee. I don't want to go to, places to get local libertarians elected and meet and greets and all that. I want to go mix it up with real people. I want to go to the border with my On the Road video series, and I want to talk to real people and give them a voice. People who have lost their land with that immigration wall, that Berlin Wall. People who have lost family members drowning in the Rio Grande or in the back of an 18-wheeler. I want to give people a voice, and I want to make the case for open borders to them. 34 million Hispanics that are horrified by what's going on the border. They have been for 80 years, but they don't know there's an alternative because no Libertarian Party presidential candidate has dared to make the case for open borders. How do you expect people to adopt an idea if you don't make the case for that idea? And I am convinced they will leap at it. There's an old saying, nobody cares what you know until they know you care. You can give the most erudite exposition on the Austrian theory of the business cycle or the socialist calculation debate. Nobody cares until they know you care. We got to go to the border and we got to let people know we care about what the state has done to you. And they will come with us. 20% is 6 million votes right there. I'm asking you, think out the box, outside the box, and do something completely different this time around. Second group, target black voters. These are our voters. And the press is reporting that black support for Biden is disintegrating. We go to them with the drug war. We have 52 years of opposing the most racist government program since segregation. I ran this kind of campaign, a guerrilla campaign, 20 years ago in the state of Virginia. I ran against John Warner, one of the most popular senators in the history of our state, chairman of the Armed Services Committee. I knew I wouldn't get one Republican vote. This is right after 9/11. And I was saying what Ron Paul would say 8 years later or so. And I knew I wouldn't get one Republican vote, and I didn't care. I don't target Republicans for votes. The Democrats weren't running anybody, but I knew they wouldn't vote for me, even in protest, because I'm calling for repeal of their favorite socialist programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public schooling, and the like. But I campaigned heavily in the black community and the Hispanic community. I said to the Hispanics, tell your friends there's a Senate candidate that's calling for open borders. And one of the biggest honors of my life was I met with a black minister in Alexandria, right here in Virginia, Alfred Street Baptist Church. And we had a long conversation. He later got elected to the African American Hall of Fame. And I said, Pastor Peterson, this is where I stand. Open borders. What we're doing to people violates God's sacred commandment. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. We talked about the drug war, conscription, Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther King. And at the end of this conversation, he said, Mr. Hornberger, I'm going to endorse your candidacy. And he said, I want you to take this written letter of endorsement to every black minister in the state, and I did. And my detractors in the party at that time, and some of you may be surprised that I do have some detractors in the Libertarian Party, they were mocking and ridiculing me. They were saying, Jacob's going to get 0.01% because he's calling for the repeal of Social Security and Medicare and public schooling, and nobody will ever vote for that. And I got 7% of the statewide vote. And what I'm telling you is we can do it again double. I can double that by changing the target audience and changing the message to one of principled libertarianism. 50% of people don't vote. Those are our voters. They know there's not a dime's worth of difference between Democrats and Republicans. But they will never take the time to register and vote for a Libertarian Party presidential candidate who is calling for reform, monetary reform, immigration reform, Social Security reform, Medicare reform, education reform. They don't want reformers. They want to hear that principled message of libertarianism, and they will come and vote for us. Most of all, we got to fight as libertarians. We are not Republican lights. We are not welfare state reformers. We are not serfdom reformers. We are libertarians. We are advocates of liberty. And we need to go into this battle with our principles. These are our swords and our shields that we take into battle, and it would be a tremendous honor to lead you into this battle as your presidential nominee. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
People who are nominating vice chairs, I want people to start finding their ways to the microphone. Announcements are not points of order. I am working on getting coffee here. Random questions are not privileged motions. It is my great privilege to inform you. If you are at a microphone, it should be related to party business. We are very short on time today. Some of you are having incredibly fascinating conversations, and they can wait. Do you want to elect a vice chair? Beautiful. Nominations for vice chair are in order right now. Someone please speak up at a microphone.
Hello.
Hi.
I'd like to nominate Hannah Goodman for vice chair of the LNC.
Can you please state your name and what state you're from?
Michael Vance from Colorado. I'd like to nominate Hannah Goodman for vice chair of the Libertarian National Committee.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
I'm Wes Benedict, a delegate from Texas. I'm very happy to nominate Mark Rutherford of Indiana for vice chair. Mark Rutherford has been chairman of the Libertarian Party of Indiana and an expert activist of one of the most successful states in the nation. And I'm happy to nominate him again, Mark Rutherford, for vice chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Rutherford accepts the nomination.
I accept the nomination, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I see another person at microphone 2.
Hi, Laura Halafka, delegate from Florida. I'd like to nominate my husband, Joshua Halafka, for the vice chair role of the LNC.
Thank you very much. Josh Lavaka, I'm looking for you. Do you accept the nomination? There you are. Thank you. Beautiful. I see a couple more people at microphones. Any other nominations for vice chair? Going once, going twice. Hearing none. I'm about to.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Thank you.
Arthur DiBianca, I move that nominations be closed.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded to close nominations. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. All right, hearing no objections. Nominations for vice chair are closed. The person who nominated Hannah Goodman, please come to the front and give us your name.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Nathan Madden, Arizona.
Thank you.
I would like to move that the nomination speeches for vice chair be limited to 2 minutes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that nominations for vice chair, their speeches be shortened to 2 minutes. Are there any objections to shortening it for 2 minutes? Okay, I heard a couple of objections.
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Okay,
Microphone 4.
we're in the middle of a vote.
This will require a suspension of the rules, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
I'm getting there. Thank you so much. Now, I think we're going to do a voice vote on this, and I'd like to hear 2/3 of you if you want to pass it. If you don't, well, we'll figure it out. Okay. This is a suspension of the rules to limit the vice chair nomination speech to 2 minutes. Those of you who want to shorten the speech to 2 minutes at this point, please say aye. Those of you who are opposed, please say nay. Nay! All right, I'm going to do a standing vote. All in favor, let's do it. All in favor of shortening it to 2 minutes, I want you to stand up. Give me just a moment, right? If you want a 2-minute speech, stand up. We're going to take a look and we're going to figure out if it's 2/3 of you. Oh, thank you. The house lights down is so much easier to see. Okay, please take a seat. All of those opposed, you don't want it to be shortened to 2 minutes. Stand up. Okay, the motion passes. It is going to be 2 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
My name is Michael Vance. I'm from Colorado, and I'm the one that nominated Hannah Goodman.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to proceed to nomination speeches. I'd like our candidates for vice chair to come to the front, along with anyone else who's going to give a nominating speech or speak for them. We need Ms. Hannah Goodman up front. We need Josh Hlavka up front. If anyone is going to speak with you, can bring them up. I believe we're going to do a roll of the die to decide the order. Here comes Josh. Here comes Hannah. We're going to stand at ease for 1 minute while I figure this out. And when they get ready, everybody's going to be quiet.
All right, so we are just on a little bit of a delay. I'm playing it at 2 times speed to catch back up until something interesting happens. So that way we don't have to watch all the dead time and all the dead air. But we've got a bunch of speeches coming up. And then I think they're going to vote on the vice chair. So this will be Angela's helper in the future.
Okay, everyone, let's come back to order. Our tellers are counting votes. While they're counting votes, everyone's going to lower their voices and sit down because we're about to have nomination speeches from our vice chair, our future vice chair is about to talk. All 3 of candidates. Got it? Paying attention? Please stop talking. All right, guys, I'd like to welcome Ms. Hannah Goodman to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aaron Lamb. I am the Libertarian Mayor of Keensburg, Colorado. I am very proud to have won and set an example for our state and across the country, and I am so happy to introduce Hannah Goodman.
I'm Hannah Goodman. I'm current chairwoman of the Libertarian Party of Colorado. I served previously as vice chair under Mr. Wayne Harlos. You may know me as the infamous Colorado GOP deal. I know that was widely unpopular and miscommunicated by many intentionally or unintentionally. But if you go ahead and you look up exactly what I've done for Colorado as far as putting our candidates forward in the political landscape of Colorado, we have all of the eyes and ears of the press on every candidate running on this ballot. We are running 47 candidates, myself included. I'll be on 2 ballots. I'm running for U.S. Congress. I'm running to replace Ken Buck in the special election, and I'm running against Lauren Boebert, whom I ran out of her district. All this goes to showcase my out-of-the-box thinking when it comes to politics. I was born and bred on politics. I come from a political dynasty, not of Republicans, but Democrats. So eat that. That's where I learned how to play, and that's why I play so well. What I can do for the Libertarian Party on the national level is I can bring my critical thinking, my out-of-the-box thinking, all of my expertise at creating and running teams in order to make an effective political machine that will end the state. No one is more qualified on this stage to run this party at the national level. Not one person. I know exactly
Your time
how to
is
get
up.
people. Thank you.
Your time is up.
AV, please cut floor mics. Please cut floor mics. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Mark Rutherford.
Greetings, Libertarians. My name is Clayton Soltz from the great state of Indiana. Thank you. I'm a proud member of the Mises Caucus, have been for 4 years, was a state organizer for the Mises Caucus in Indiana for several years. Proud to vote for Angela McArdle and Michael Rechtenwald. I'm excited about the vision for the party. But Mark Rutherford is a friend. He is fair. When I came in and had no authority before we ever took over, he was fair and helped me from the very beginning. He has institutional connections and connections to donors that we don't have. He will not obstruct the vision of Angela, which I believe in eminently. If I didn't believe that personally after years of interactions, I would not be up here. He is a good administrator. He is good with staff. He is good with donors. He will provide balance if we want to unify this party behind the vision of the Mises Caucus. Mark Rutherford for vice chair is the answer. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. As you may know, I've done this job. I was the vice chair. I've also worked with Mark in the past. He has served on multiple LNCs in the past, including multi-caucus LNCs, and he has always worked in good faith. His experience can help take Indiana's current success nationwide. And it's for those reasons I encourage you to support Mark Rutherford for vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you to my nominators. Thank you all. You've heard a lot from me. I want to thank you all. This is a wonderful political party, and I appreciate you for voting for me this afternoon.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to reset our time clock. And up next, we have Mr. Josh Klavka.
What's up, Libertarian Party? Good morning or good afternoon at this point. How we doing today? That's it? You just spent the last 3 days doing all this shit and drove or flew thousands of miles and paid thousands of dollars, and that's all the fucking energy you got left? Libertarian Party, how the fuck are we doing today? Thank you. Now, let's be honest with ourselves right now. We're a political party. We're supposed to be running candidates. I'm one as well. I'm running for Florida House right now, District 105. I'm also the chair for the Libertarian Party of Florida. Before that, I was the vice chair under Stephen Nikela. We had a really great affiliate. We don't have all the drama that a lot of your affiliates do. We don't have all the problems a lot of affiliates do. I'm just as competent as Hannah Goodman. I'm just as fair as Mark Rutherford. A lot of you have worked with me outside of my own state and know how quality of a person I am. And guys, we don't have time for this. We need to get the vice president done. Let's go! Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Klavka.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mark Axon, New York. I move that we immediately hold a memorial service, which can be 10 minutes at this time before Dr. Paul speaks at 3:30.
Okay, so what I was gonna do was have that happen while we were balloting, but now it's a motion. I don't believe I heard a second. If you were going to
Motion withdrawn. If we can
Thank
do
you.
this at the next balloting.
Beautiful. All right, tellers, let's get ready for votes. Okay, state chairs and tellers, we're going to get ready for votes. So we have a couple of things that are going to be happening soon. We have a memorial video. It's 3:14. We also have Dr. Ron Paul speaking at 3:30. Now, our memorial video is 10 minutes long. I'd like to play it very soon. And because it's a little bit chaotic, I'd like to find another time to play it at the end if we've got time during balloting. I'm going to sort of leave that up to my discretion, squeezing it in a second time if there's time. But I know that not everybody's going to be able to pay attention, and there's a little bit of concern about making sure that it's respectful. I'm going to do everything I can to make everyone feel as respected and appreciated as possible. Thank you. So I'm going to ask that state chairs, you look like you're doing your jobs fantastic. Please continue to do so. I'm going to have Lisa Gansky take a little bit of time right now so that we can be on time for Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you. All right, guys. While they're getting the memorial video ready, I believe we have the results of our round 1 presidential vote. So we're going to do that first. Then we're just going to slide right in. Our secretary needs her screen, please. Screen. AV team, we know you're working hard. If you can get our secretary, thank you so much. You're on chair. Let's jump to presidential. You're on chair. You're on chair. 1 second. 1 second. Technical difficulties. President, we're all very tired. It's a very long day, and it will get longer. please be looking at your states. I know the font is small, but that's so that we can get everything on the screen. So please be looking at your states. That's important.
They're going to be bringing on Ron Paul here very shortly, so stick around for that. I'm sure you don't want to miss that speech.
We are still scrolling. State chairs, please check if you can.
Mic 1.
Microphone 1.
Point of information. Did we suspend the state-by-state read-in for the first round?
Not yet. But,
Also,
I think
right
someone
now
made that
we're
motion.
at 2x
Can
speed
you
trying
state
to
it just so
catch
everyone
back up
understands what it is?
to be live.
I move that we suspend the state-by-state read-in for the first round of presidential nominations under the bylaws. I don't have the bylaws in front of me right now, but typically that takes an extra half hour or so.
Yep, thank you. That means that we're not going to stand up state by state and announce every vote tally. Do you make? It's very tired. It's very tired. Fantastic. Any objection? Oh, I think that sounded like 2/3. Is that 2/3? Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, our secretary is still scrolling slowly. We are almost at the end. I see VT.
Request for information.
Yes.
So are we including the invalid votes in the totals here? Because that would not be appropriate.
Our secretary will answer that, she says, in 1 second. All right, that's the end of the screen. Madam Secretary, did you have any commentary? Come on down.
Okay, we're going to skip ahead because really nothing happens.
On ballots that
between then.
indicate a clear preference, even if it's an ineligible candidate, it still does
Yeah,
count
we're going to
as
skip
nominated.
ahead. We're going to be
Technically,
about
we
3
should not
minutes
include the name there. We
behind.
should just say ineligible.
So
It's
give
sort of
me
been
a
the tradition of our
second.
party that we put the weirdo names up there, but if the body would prefer that we don't, I will instruct the tellers to put.
All right.
Please quickly work with your state chairs. I see Tennessee working very hard. We have an amazing, inspirational speaker just waiting here in the wings, and he is going to keep us entertained and captivated while we collect, while our tellers
So we're
tally our
about
ballots.
3 minutes behind. And it's
At this time,
one and a half
if you
times
are a
speed.
young libertarian, if you are a small child,
So we'll catch
and
up
you would
very
like
soon.
to come sit up at the front of the room on the floor, that would be in order. If you have young children, if you are Gen Alpha, come on down. Gen Alpha, paging little kids. How are we doing, guys? Are we close to turning in our ballots? I see one state lined up. I love it. I love to see it. We're getting so close. I'd love to see these hardworking state chairs turning in their ballots. We're getting really close. We don't want to keep Dr. Paul waiting. We are greatly honored to have him here today. This is an amazing convention. State chairs? Who's still balloting? Thank you. Thank you. Large states are still balloting. Smaller states seem to be finished. Thank you. We challenge you to grow. I love seeing all these kids, these younger generations up here. Oh, babies too. Where's my baby? I got to get my baby in here. Paging Arthur Paget. Paging baby Arthur to the front of the room. All right, I'm looking at our state chairs. They look like they're working very hard, and we're getting closer and closer.
kids?
All right. Florida, still going? Okay, he's still going. I'm not going to interrupt him. Texas, still balloting? Pennsylvania, are you still balloting?
So I have videos I really want to play, but they might run into Ron Paul's speech. So I don't know what to do right now because I don't like looking at an empty podium. Let's see. Maybe I can find something on Twitter that's fun to play.
How are we doing, states? If everyone could lower their voice, then I can get a read of the room on who's still balloting. Guys, quiet down, please. We need to finish this today.
Okay, here's the thing. Angela's funny. She's great
Hey,
at deadpan humor.
I need everybody to be quiet.
Just low key, subtle.
Please be quiet.
Cynical
Now, who's
humor.
still
It's-
balloting?
It's really funny.
Thank you, Texas. Who else is still balloting? New York. Who else is still balloting? Is that Pennsylvania?
So we're
Thank you,
still
Pennsylvania.
about 2 minutes, about
California's
a minute to
almost
2
done.
minutes behind live. But we're not at one. We're at 1.5 times speed, or sorry, 1.25 times speed.
You on the air right now?
Sort of. Not really. Hold on a second.
Do you know where the Ron Paul is?
Oh boy, I thought they said they were going to have an entertainer come on. Entertain me, damn it. All right, now we're at 2 times speed. We're probably going to catch up. So in the meantime, I'm going to look for something on Twitter that's interesting to look at. All right, here we go. This is from Larry Sharp.
Check, check.
Oh, wait a second.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 1, Madam Chair.
Please, Star Child, please work with Mike Seebeck on sorting all that out.
Thank you. I just want to make sure nobody that is known to be a delegate is disenfranchised because they lost their button. In my case, it came out during the incident last night, and my state chair knows that I'm a delegate, but it's not letting me vote.
What's that? Just some tacos. Tacos?
Okay, guys.
Only
We're not going to have Dr. Paul wait much longer. Do you think that we're at a place where we could hear from Dr. Paul? I think we're at a place where we could hear from Dr. Paul.
All right. Well, I think we're.
Let's everyone please lower our voices. Thank
we're
you so much to the people.
almost right back to where we need to be. So
Dr.
let's
Ron
go
Paul is a
ahead
former
and watch
congressman.
this.
He's also our former Libertarian presidential nominee. He inspired many of us to become Libertarian and to join this party and continue his good work. We are extremely grateful that he has made it all the way out here to speak to us. I am extremely honored and humbled to present the great Dr. Ron Paul to you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm among friends for sure. And a lot too. Wow. You know, I've given a couple speeches in the past, and one of the things that I talk to libertarian groups about is being active and having meetings and promote the cause. But I said, if you do get together, one rule that I'm going to pass on to you is you should have a lot of fun doing it. And it sounds like you are. But this is just great. And Angela, I want to thank you very much for the introduction as well as running this campaign and this convention. That's a job and a half. So, but it is wonderful to be here because there's a lot of enthusiasm here. I have one curious question I do want to ask. Most of you know that I was a nominee for the Libertarian Party 1988. But you might not know that I signed up as a lifetime member and I paid in gold. So I am delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think really if I had a theme for what I want to talk about is the fact that the empire has ended. That's good news for us. Yeah. You know, one thing people have a controversy about is conspiracies. And I'm all for conspiracies, but I have one little thing to add. I only want to hear the true conspiracies, which most of them are true. But it is so important, you know, to know what we believe in, and that's my emphasis. I often wonder, you know, when I went to the college campuses and talked to a lot of individuals during the presidential campaigns, that they would hear from me. You know, you'll probably hear a little bit of that from me tonight, and that is the fact that there's a problem out there, a big problem out there. And it wasn't created by you, it was created by, guess what? Politicians in Washington that need to be removed. But I divide the activities into two places. One is the philosophy that we have, and then the whole idea of what's going on with politics. And there's too often a division there. And The one thing is, if the competition, we should be doing a lot better than we're doing as libertarians when you think that the competition isn't all that smart. I mean, you have a couple of what they call big parties, but do they have a philosophy? It's one thing we can say about libertarians. At least we have something to believe in, liberty. You know, we have the philosophy that we seek and talk about, but we also have political activities. And that to me is a contest between what the people are thinking and saying, and how do you change the government? And you know, there are some sinister groups out there that, you know, they want to change the government too, and they want chaos in the streets, and they're promoting all the nonsense, almost everything opposite of what we believe as libertarians, because the chaos is here. And that is what I'm saying. The empire really has ended, and it has been systematically replaced by the chaos for the sole purpose of improvising a system of government 100% opposite of libertarianism. And that we have to stop. You know, I wrote a little pamphlet recently, and I dealt with the idea of this whole idea that the empire has ended, and it's concluding that ending. And those individuals who wanted, philosophically believe, you know, the Marxists believe you have to destroy something in order to replace it with something good like socialism. So they purposely want that. They want the chaos in the streets. Because I've had a dilemma over the years. Why are they people, the government and the people going along with so many stupid things? And it finally dawned on me, that's exactly what they want. And of course, that's what we have to change. But this is not new. It's happened throughout history. But instead of looking at that and crying about it and complaining about it, we try to explain it. But we want to make sure that we understand the value in it too and what we can do with it. That puts a greater burden of responsibility on us because they've destroyed, you know, the remnant of what we had, that the founders had, with some emphasis on liberty. And now there's you know, a vacuum out there, and they're planning on moving in. And when you look at wokeism, unfortunately, they've been pretty darn successful, a lot more so than they should be, and we should confront the wokeism and get rid of it, is what I think we ought to do. But I happen to believe that this all got in full motion, you know, just within several decades. And that it puts us back to 1963. I was a medical resident in 1962, and the Cuban crisis came up, and I got that little notice from the government. You know, it said, come along, we own you. You know, my claim is that the two things that will make you a slave is if you accept the military draft and the income tax. Because if you look at the income tax, they tax our income, and then they say, what do you mean it's not the government's? They have a monopoly on it because you can't spend any of it, you know, until the government gives you permission. And that is, of course, why high on the list ought to be, and I am sure it is in a crowd like this, that if we expect to ever see some significant changes toward liberty, we will be getting rid of the IRS for sure. Of course, understanding the military draft is easy to see, especially if you remember or read the history of the 1960s. What a tragedy, but that's been going on ever since. We play these games, but we're still sending troops to death by going overseas and participating and incorporating other people into the activities that we do. So this to me is a major thing. And it's easy. We can visualize and we know exactly what we would do with the IRS and the income tax. But then there is another tax that has to be understood, because the likelihood of us in the near future of getting rid of the IRS is not very good. But the fact that groups like this and others are growing in their understanding and their desire to do something about the tax that is the most vicious and the most destructive, and that is the inflation tax designed by the Federal Reserve. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't even have to convince you of that, did I? And I have a little book that says, "And the Fed," how to get rid of the Fed. But I remember when it dawned on me what I should title the book. And it occurred when I was at a liberal university, thinking that, and I had a decent crowd out, which was to my surprise, because we did pretty well getting a mixed crowd out. And there was on college campuses, I think it was the University of Michigan, and we were talking my usual talk, and I alluded to, without much emphasis, and all of a sudden, there was starting to be chants. See, this liberal university, they started chanting, "And the Fed." I said, where did they come from? So that was a delight to know that happened. But the inflation tax is evil, really evil. It's a little harder to see than income tax, but the inflation tax is to finance all the deficits right now, and that is totally out of control. I mean, it is spending every single day. It's increasing. We can't even hardly pay, get enough money to pay the interest on the debt. It's so bad. But that's part of the end of the empire. The end of the empire is coming, and that is good. But we're not going to let those Marxists pick up the pieces. That will be our job to pick it up and give them a dose of liberty. There are some people who talk about coups. There's been coups around, and the United States are the champions. We've committed more coups in the last 30 or 40 years than probably anybody in history. And because if you look back, even as recent as Ukraine, that involved an American coup in NATO to stimulate all that mess. But there's a lot of people that think that 1963, matter of fact, I think that it's very clear that there was a coup in 1963, and we're suffering from it ever since. But I was a resident at the Henry Ford Hospital when I was drafted in November, draft notice in November, and finally had to go in by January. But that was an experience that made a difference in my life, because the day before Kennedy was assassinated, I was on Kelly Air Force Base, and Kennedy had stopped there, and I was the flight medical officer on the base there. But that had a big impact, because it was like less than 24 hours as he left the base at Kelly Air Force Base that he was killed in Dallas. But that wasn't the only thing, or the biggest thing. I mean, it was just out of control. And then as the history has evolved, and I've come to the conclusion, as many of you probably have, that over all these years, the whole lie told about Oswald, the single shot business, that is, turns out, it's my opinion, it was a filthy lie. But of course, that was followed by another Kennedy being assassinated, Martin Luther King being assassinated, and on it has gone. And the thing that really put it into my mind that this is a coup and it's been taken over was, immediately after the John Kennedy assassination, it was all the plans made for, an investigation. And they had the Kennedy Commission. I guess it was another name on that, but the commission was set up, and it turns out that I've come around to believe that the key kingmaker of the coup was Allen Dulles. But guess what? When they had the commission, he was on the commission to investigate it, to cover up the lies. I've been convinced over the years of all the commissions, whether it's 9/11 commission or whatever. When you hear about commission, you say, good, at least they're investigating it. Now, that doesn't happen. It's either to cover up stupidity or cover up, their tracks, because they're not seeking truth. And that's our problem in this country, is the lack of truth. The lack of truth and knowing what's going on. And it is so bad that right now we're seeing the conclusion of this, the destruction of the Republic, the destruction of the Department of Justice, the destruction of our whole concept of our government, our republic. It doesn't exist under these conditions. But I do not want myself to even drift out and say, oh, how horrible, which it is. It's horrible, horrible, because it's so horrible. But I'm looking for something to grasp, and the grasp is they've destroyed it, yes, for the wrong reason. Their motives are evil, and they're going to use it unless this group of people and thousands more do something about it and replace it with liberty. There's a lot of political activity, the various parties. There's independents, and we work within a party, the Libertarian Party. So, but there are others that feel very frustrated, and I think they're sincere, but they're very confused. And one thing, it's a pet peeve with me, but I also think what they're doing isn't too smart, and that is they want the party of no labels. No labels. That means you don't even know what it is. No labels. You have to label something. So now the label is no labels. And I say no sense either. But they claim that this satisfies the demand for perfect democracy. Everybody gets to vote and everybody gets to participate. So they think it's a way to democracy. They advertise it as being bipartisan and bringing people together. And this to me just isn't truth. But I don't believe they see this with honesty too, bringing people together. So if you have a reasonably or a good constitutional conservative, and you have a good progressive Democrat on the other side, and both of them have a piece of the understanding of the real message, and you say, well, how are we need to bring them together. But they bring them together, these two, by the two parties giving up the true good beliefs and coming together with all this compromise and sellout. So I think one of the worst things I could see is, and there was something this week, oh yeah, we just passed this thing with a bipartisan vote. that's bad news. So I think we should have labels, and I think we should have understanding, and I think it's just great that we have a philosophy that is so wonderful, the philosophy of liberty. It's not something we invented. It's been around for a good while. A lot of confusion comes and goes. People have different opinions, but some of the basics of this philosophy existed for a long, long time. Sumeria, the country of Sumeria, was the country supposed to have the first written laws in the land. And even before that, people knew a couple basics. They had rules and punishment for people who would lie, cheat, and steal, and kill. That's a good one. That sounds like non-aggression principle. So this has been going on for a long time. That's 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, which means that there is, I believe, my personal belief is that there is a natural law and there's a higher law, and it's been available to all of us. We can understand it, and it has been, but there's a contest going on. It has gone on for years, hundreds of years, thousands of years, and that is there's always a people who are in denial for selfish, evil reasons, because they say, oh, you can't know that, you can't know that. So the evil there is very, very apparent. So I think it's easy for us to say, what are we going to do to fill the void? And because I would say that each and every one here has a responsibility. And I've had people come up after I've given talks, and there'll be some college students come up and they were motivated, and they would say, Dr. Paul, I heard that. That's a great message. I agree with you. What should I do? You know what my answer is? You probably have heard it. Do whatever you want to do. Because I believe that despite the level of the amount of education that people have, there's always some talent out there. Some people have musical talent, and I'm jealous because I wished I could sing, but I can't. So I sing the song of liberty. That's about the best I can do. But everybody has talent, and it should be used in different ways. But if you come to the conclusion, and if you come to a convention like this, you ought to leave with enthusiasm of understanding where the real problem is, and that instead of looking at everything that's going on in a dire manner. See, I was in Washington for 26 years, and they said, how did you stand it with all those clowns out there? I said, well, I had low expectations. And the expectations, were just reality. I was motivated to get into politics over the Federal Reserve and the money issue because that supplies the incentive to get involved in welfareism and warfareism and the whole works. So that to me was very important. So the whole issue of the monetary issue was a big thing. So I got, involved in that. But I finally found out, as I studied more, is that it's all tied together. One time we were having a presidential debate, and the host, the interviewer said, oh, this week we're going to talk about economics. Next week we're going to talk about foreign policy. I said, they're the same. How do you think you fight wars without the Federal Reserve printing money? But I do sincerely believe it is a battle between good and evil. And some people put that into a religious, spiritual view, but some people can do that in just good old logic that it's very very natural for some people to wake up and come across, just like the Sumerians did 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, that they knew the difference. You shouldn't lie, cheat, steal, or kill. That sounds libertarian. You know? So people, we should be able to, rely on natural law. But matter of fact, that is detested wholeheartedly by those authoritarians. If the authoritarians are competing with the people who believe in liberty, the authoritarians, they do not. Do you know that authoritarians don't like you? because you are a threat to them, and that's the way it is in Washington, D.C. That's one of the reasons you see so few, and we do have. I don't think, from my experience in Washington, I don't think that gradualism is going to all of a sudden give us a magic cure to what we have. That is, elect 10 more good guys, 10 more here and there, and we should. The more voices we have, the better. But that's not going to be the way the budget's going to get balanced. The budget is so out of control, and there's so much misunderstanding and lies that go around that can't happen. So are all the, will the wars stop after my experience there? No, they're going to continue. They'll just lie more about it, be more deceitful about it. And if they say, if you oppose any wars, you're unpatriotic and you're un-American and you hate the troops. And that ought to change, because the attitude ought to be that when you're fighting for liberty, that you're credited with some good things that are happening. That is what we should be doing. When I was doing the national campaigns, I had a statement that would alarm some people at times, because they want to know, why should we elect you? I said, you should elect me because of the things I don't want to do. I don't want to run your life. I wouldn't know how anyway. It's all your business. And I said, I don't want to run the economy because it's impossible. You can't do it because there's different opinions. People might want to spend their money for something else. And I don't run the world because it's the dumbest idea in the world. And that's how you fight wars constantly. So we need to get more people saying what they won't do and don't think we should do. But of course, the flip side of that is we want to protect your liberty. Oh, but the people say, some sincere people will come and say, we like what you say, but they're not going to take good care of themselves. They won't have any retirement or what sort. So that worries them. But, frequently on the college campuses, what I'd say, yeah, that is true. But what I want to do is, you're not going to have taxes. You're not going to regulate. Your life is your own. And, that sounds very, very good. But I always tell them, and I got a lot of applause for it. And I said, and if you get your freedom back, and if you make a mistake, you can't go crying to the government, and you can't get your neighbor to go to the government to get what you want. You have to be responsible for your activities. Well, the wonderful thing about the principles of liberty is that they are so beneficial. It still bewilders me why we're not doing better. We have to do better, because it's so overwhelming that what they're doing, you would think, and if you can't get enough, if you're here in Texas and you can't be convinced of how bad things are, you could go visit a couple other states on what really is happening. Things are bad, but they can always change. You could change, and people say, well, it's not changeable. And like my message here is, it's not going to change under today's condition. The bankruptcy is going to get worse, and the chaos is going to be there. But We have to know, what the problems are and be willing to admit it. They say that the most dreaded enemy of those in big government is just somebody telling the truth. We saw a little bit of that during COVID, the COVID fake epidemic. There would be people, that was just an introduction to what they want. They're already talking about the next virus, so be aware. But there were meetings held, PTA and school board meetings and all, and by that time, people were becoming irate. And the groups would go, but it took one person sometimes to stand up and said, this is a lot of what, and we don't need to do this, and convert the whole audience because they were feeling the same thing. That's why one voice is very, very loud. But I also make the point that you do need a large number. You need a prevailing attitude about the people. Unfortunately, especially since the coup occurred, the attitude is that the welfareism and everything is what we need, and the things are going to be better. But that will not work. The coup has convinced the people that they're right. But right now, it's obvious more and more people, I think that's sort of what's going on with the election. More people are realizing that the lies have been told. And it is recognized that the one thing they can't stand in Washington is somebody that will just tell the plain truth. But there are a lot of things that can be done. And like I say, every individual has a responsibility. And I think people realizing that there's a contest between philosophy and also the people who tell lies. It's epidemic. There is no doubt about it. But I'm still convinced, though, that if people are exposed to the truth and know what's happening, the numbers of people, the percentage of people are more on our side than on the side of tyranny. Let me tell you, but we message out. One of the things that we're having a tougher time with now is the destruction of the Department of Justice. That's a department of evil injustice. And can you imagine the FBI going to the Trump's hubs where he lived and going in there, and FBI was going in there ready to fight it out with Secret Service. I would say there's not much left to a republic, if that's the case. And people don't even like before you use that word, but they like to use democracy. But the democracy, the one thing I think we should work harder at, and I'm sure an audience like this already knows it, but democracy is nothing more than the dictatorship of the majority. Well, that is the whole thing. The dictatorship of the majority is so bad. And why do we lose the argument against people who think they should have a fair shake? They're in a minority, all that happens. If you let that go, all they do is become victims, and controls they have to have. Now we have to worry about DEI and ESG and all those rules and regulations. I thought there was one this week that should convince a lot of us, that we should be very cautious about that. When we saw it, I think it was in California, a medical school studied this medical students that were appointed for diversity reasons. And half of them didn't know what they were doing. And they're our medical students now. I would say get the government out of medicine, education, and the whole works. Well, that is wonderful, and really get encouraged. People say, "Boy, it's hard work coming out there and talking to people like this." I said, "I need to do it. I want to know you exist," and you do, and there are others. So continue to be more creative and get the groups together. I remember the first campaign was, I guess, in 07, 08. The computer just was started, and they came up with this thing, and I didn't know what it was. I still don't know a whole lot about it, but it was called a meetup group. So it was spontaneous. People met together in communities, and it was a perfect campaign, organization. You'd go to the meetup people, and if they happened to like you, they would just become part of the campaign. So there's so much now. The technology is wonderful. I like the technology, but I have a strong warning. Technology is good when it's used by honest people, and it can be very, very dangerous when it's run by the government. Some people who are actually involved in some of the technology, they go to the government thinking they'll get credibility, and we have to talk to the SEC and to see the whole work, and talk to the people that are writing the regulations, and that's the way they will, have an influence. Well, the influence has to be, you people shouldn't exist. What we need to do is get rid of you and let the market decide who's going to make it. Wonderful. I am going to close by thanking you very much for my invitation. Thank you very much, because I get encouraged. That's why I come here. I come here because I'm very selfish, because I benefit by meeting you and talking with you and knowing that you want to end the Fed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Another final round of applause for Dr. Paul. All right, I'm going to recognize our secretary for a moment.
All right, Madam Chair, Karen Ann Harlers from Colorado. I move to suspend the rules, and immediately after showing the results of round 2 of presidential voting, there will be a round 3, to go immediately into nominations for secretary and treasurer, and nomination speeches limited to 2 minutes each. The delegation chairs will then pick up packages for president round 3, vice chair round 1, secretary round 1, and treasurer round 1 to be counted simultaneously. During this time, the memorial presentation will be conducted.
Thank you. Okay, we need to get that motion language on the screen. So stand by for just 1 second.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 1, Madam Chair.
Microphone 1.
Star Child, delegate from California.
Star Child.
I was in the second round of presidential voting, denied the opportunity to vote by my state chair, Adrian Malagon, because I did not have my button, even though he knew I was a delegate. And the button fell off in the incident that happened last night. I went to credentials. He refused to wait for me. I did get a button. Credentials, Mike Seebeck got the button for me. I came back and Adrian told me it was too late. He would not count my vote.
We're going to handle this on the side. All delegates are responsible for maintaining their credentials, please. please.
I'm
going to handle this on the side, but we've got to proceed to
Madam
a vote
Chair,
on this
point of
motion.
information, please.
I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair for a moment, obviously, so I can tend to something. I will be right back. This is non-debatable.
I have a point of information, please.
Is it?
Just clarification.
Yes.
Is this still going to be private ballots, just to confirm that?
These are private ballots.
Okay,
They
thank
will
you.
be passed
Thank
out.
you.
Madam Chair, Mike, for point of information, is all of these elections going to all be on one ballot? So we're just going to name everybody out, or are these going to all be separate?
Separate ballots.
Okay.
Separate ballots. Okay. I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair. I'll return in a moment. This is non-debatable. It requires
Right, before I do
2/3.
mine, yes. All righty. All those in favor, please. It's on the screen. Yep. All those in favor of passing this motion, please rise. All right. It's looking good. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. That clearly passes. Clearly 2/3.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, Barry Short, delegate from Utah. I move to provide that presidential candidates who withdraw or are eliminated will be permitted to address the convention for no more than 90 seconds, provided they are here in person.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
Motion to amend.
There's no debate. It's to suspend the rules,
This is
isn't it?
non-debatable? Yes.
Motion to amend, microphone 3.
1 second.
Yeah.
This was a motion to suspend the rules.
To suspend the rules and to honor the tradition that we have held at these conventions for many, many years, to allow those eliminated from the presidential competition to speak to the delegates before we take the next vote.
Dan Lewis of Illinois, I second it.
Motion to amend.
This cannot be amended. Because this is a motion to suspend the rules. It cannot be amended. And it's not debatable. Is this 2/3? It's 2/3. All those in favor, please rise. Please be seated.
Okay.
And if you are in the rows, can you
As much fun as this is to watch procedural stuff, we're going to go ahead and play some videos. We're going to go back to the Trump, to the reactions of the audience when they're walking out of the Trump rally. So we're going to go ahead and move on to that right now. And I should have taken the Ron Paul thing off the screen. But we will bring that up in a second.
see the results?
Never mind. I was going to ask for the results.
Okay.
Hold on for a second.
All right, everyone. Take a look. Our secretary is scrolling slowly so you, especially your state chairs, can look at the total vote counts for your states. When we are finished, we will go to vote totals. And I will read the vote totals aloud for those who are following along on a live feed. We're getting to the end.
I don't know what she's
right.
doing right now. I was
We're
about
at
to
the
go away,
end.
but it sounded like something
Madam
important.
Secretary, when you're ready, we're going to show the vote totals for round 2. All
Okay, I
right,
want to see
here we
this.
are.
So when the last place drops off.
Okay, I'm going to read them aloud.
So
Jacob
Jacob's out.
Hornberger, 4.06%.
Yeah.
Lars Mapstead, 13.50%. Chase Oliver, 24.04%. Michael Rechtenwald, 32.16%.
Big lead.
Joshua Smith, 6.81%. Mike Termott, 17.78%.
So Jacob's eliminated.
Yeah.
Now, I believe we are going to
Hey,
go
buddy.
to
What happened to
balloting
none of the
right
above?
away.
I would have voted for none of
Am
the
I-
above.
I don't know if my speakerphone's working sometimes.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
gonna go
can
to
you
some
hear me?
videos right now, and
You
All
get away
right,
from this
we are-
stuff.
Okay, we are going for
What'd you think?
Free Ross.
How was the speech?
The speech was great.
You liked it?
Yeah.
All right. How was the Trump speech? How was the Trump speech?
Very to the point.
Yeah?
In a difficult situation.
Definitely. Are you going to vote for him?
Yes, I will.
Definitely. Are you a libertarian?
No.
Okay.
I'm a libertarian.
Are you going to vote for him?
If it's really close down to the wire, I will consider it. The Libertarian Party is the most fun, free party. All of us are going to New Hampshire, and we're creating a free society in New Hampshire. Teachers can bring machine guns into school. Nowhere else has that ability. Yeah, New Hampshire's the best. I'm a New Hampshire supremacist.
Gotcha.
Have an excellent day.
Hey, how was the speech? Everybody good? No? Wonderful. How was the speech? Good?
Yeah, it's got to be over.
How was the speech? Good? How was the speech? Definitely.
Great speech. Oh yeah, the Trump speech, man, awesome.
Hey, what did you think?
I like that he said he's going to free Ross Ulbricht. However, do I trust him necessarily to deliver on that? Not particularly.
He did say that, though.
Pardon?
He did say free Ross.
He didn't say, not this, he said he's going to commute the sentence, and I hope that's the case.
Perfect. Awesome, man. Lovely, Jacob. Good to see you again, man. How was the speech? Yes.
Speech was as I expected. And
I'm surprised you made the whole fucking thing. Like, there was so many libertarians walking out earlier.
man. It was kind of embarrassing, I thought.
Yeah, huh?
We had a chance to act like adults in the room.
Yeah.
And also boo once in a while, let him know what he's, where he's wrong. But
Gotcha.
man, it was like WrestleMania.
Well, he was in the WWE. How was the speech?
Great.
You liked it?
Yeah.
How was the speech? Huh? How did you think it was, though, like being in this type of room? This wasn't the normal Trump crowd, right? So this is like libertarians. We heard a lot of boos. We heard a lot of free Ross. What did you think? How do you think he handled it not being a normal Trump rally where everybody loves him and screams his name?
In the end, when he said he was going to free Ross, that should have been enough.
Yeah. He should have said free Assange, too, though. So
Yeah.
I wish he would. Thank you so much, guys.
We were talking about how he's got balls.
He does. He does. Thank you. Hey, guys, how was the speech? Nah. No. That's okay. We don't have. If you get the microphone, we can maybe do some. Yeah. Go get my microphone. The black one. Yeah. How was the speech? Excellent.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was an awesome speech.
Yes.
No one like Trump. No one like Trump would just go to a hostile place and ask for your vote. And I just hope that everybody realizes that you don't have to say he's my first choice, but he can be. He wants us all to be united.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. How was the speech?
I wasn't there. Fuck Trump.
Damn. How was the speech?
I think he tried really hard to appeal to our sensibilities, but he's just not one of us.
Yeah, gotcha. Understand. I'm surprised you made the whole freaking event. A lot of libertarians were walking out.
Well, I thought it was important that we be in there because this is our convention, that there not be this false illusion that we support him with all of his supporters that showed up to the event as well.
I understand.
Because we don't support him.
Yeah.
We don't disagree with him on everything. It's politics. You agree with everybody on something, you disagree with everybody on something.
Absolutely.
But we are not supporting him.
I got you. Libertarians here say no. How was the speech?
Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
How was the speech, girl? You made it through. No, I know. That's why I took it off. I realized it. Sorry. You got it. No. You're not weird. How was the speech?
Oh, no comment. Sorry.
No comment. Based? See, speech was based, you say. Got it. You're going to vote for him, I take it. So you're a Trump person, not necessarily a libertarian.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, like, I'm a libertarian Trumper, whatever.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, now, so I just tweeted out, Donald Trump, like, 3 things in order. Number 1, he asked for the Libertarian nomination, which takes some balls.
Yes.
I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
Number 2, he said he would put a Libertarian in his cabinet, pretty based. Then he said he'll commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht on day 1, super based, and then immediately after that he followed with he'll abolish the Department of Education. Like I said, that was a wild speech. Better than I expected out of him, because like he's been hitting this in the past. Let's be real. So
thank you, brother.
Sure.
How was the speech?
Which speech?
Trump speech.
Trump speech?
Yeah.
It's pretty much what we expected, and you know, it's always pleasant to be acknowledged, especially we're often overlooked.
Yeah.
When he refers to himself in the like talks to him with his own name, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But it's good.
As a libertarian, do you think it took balls to come here today and ask you to vote?
I thought that was something.
Yeah.
That was definitely.
And he said free Ross at the very end. So.
Also, yeah.
But do you believe him? I mean, he talked about WikiLeaks left and right. He never pardoned Assange.
Vivek came and said that everything we want to hear. RFK came and said everything that we want to hear and satisfied most of the. But that's also a good thing where we're being acknowledged by the larger.
So you think it's a good thing he came as a libertarian and Angela did a good job getting him here?
I think we all would have rathered it happen after convention. And then we had hosted a national debate where our candidate would have been until we could have framed the issues the way we want instead of being sort of we do like the wedge, like as a wedge block, as a 51st vote, as a tiebreaker, or as like a something like that. So, but that wouldn't have been a bit easy sell for us either. We're a very
tough crowd.
Conscious crowd.
You got it, my friend. Thank you so much. All right. How was the speech? Pasta. Sorry.
What's that?
Craig Pasta Jardula.
Craig Pasta
Jardula. Yes, sir.
Jardula, where are you from?
From New York originally, but I lived in South Florida, and this is my card.
And who do you? Are you
I have my own show. Yeah, now I do. So
Well,
please
you're
check it
okay.
out.
Craig Pasta 260. I love it.
Definitely, brother. Appreciate it. What's your name?
I'm Dave. Dave Yaffe from Massachusetts Delegate.
You got it, Dave. I'll be around tomorrow.
What's your favorite pasta?
We have it depends on the sauce. If it's bolognese, usually
What about
rigatoni.
fusilli? What do you do?
I like fusilli. It depends on what you have and
Are
where.
you making it from scratch or no?
I can make it from scratch. It's a lot of work. I like to make the sauces from
Do you
scratch.
keep the
but-
water? You
All right, we're going to go to the next video here. It's this is a video where Pasta did an interview with Brian Doherty. Doherty. I think that's how you spell it. I'll spell it correctly, but I don't know how you say it. So if I mispronounce it, I apologize. But here we go. Interview with Brian Doherty. This was on the convention floor earlier today.
Okay,
have no accent. People in Manhattan don't have an accent.
Yeah.
So who am I speaking with over here?
Brandon Daugherty.
Brandon, what are you doing here?
I am voting for our next presidential candidate, and yesterday we nominated the new, renominated Angela to the chair, and here to do business.
You were happy about the renomination of the chair?
I would say more indifferent, but I think she makes bold strategies, and some work, some don't. So you're allowed to have your own opinion on that.
So what do you think about the nomination for the presidential candidate? Because if you don't get a decent amount of votes, you can lose a lot of ballot access. And it seems like the Libertarians are missing their opportunity right now, being that they've established themselves as the third party, ex-Democrats like myself here, ex-Republicans all over the place. What are your thoughts on that?
On specifically not nominating Kennedy, would you say, or just in general?
I don't know if they maybe should have to nominate Kennedy if that's going to help them out, but I believe he'll lose ballot access too as well. I don't know how that works.
They were saying that Kennedy might take away the third party vote. So in some states, you have to have 3% on the presidential ticket to keep ballot access for the next election.
Okay.
And they're afraid that Kennedy's going to take our 3% this year, and that in some states where we normally get 3%, we might get 2%, 1%, or 0.5%. My personal opinion on it is that I am a libertarian because I'm anti-war. I think Americans shouldn't be building bombs to blow up brown people all over the world. And RFK Jr. refuses to call what Israel's doing in Palestine a genocide. And for that, he will not get my support. We are the party of principle, and he does not stand with my principles.
Let us know about your campaign. What's going on? I see you got your shirt rolling and rocking, baby.
Oh, yeah. So I'm running for United States Congress in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. I'm running against Warhawk Ann Wagner. She's been in office for, she's running for her 6th consecutive term. She was the RNC chair from 2001 to 2004, where I've heard her in person brag about getting George W. Bush, a war criminal, reelected. And so I'm bringing the fight to the people. I'm not a paper candidate. I'm going door to door. I've been to gun shows. I'm handing out my flyers. I want to fix the deficit. I want to end the wars. I'm for the voters and not the donors.
Take a look at it. Here it is, Brandon Daugherty, everybody. You're going to see him on the show. Pasta2Go. Thank you, Brandon, and good luck in your campaign, buddy. Great to see you.
All right, that was Brandon Daugherty. And we got one more video on the floor. Pasta got to interview Larry Sharp. So we will go ahead and watch that one right now. And when I mean right now, I mean in like 2 seconds. All right, here we go.
That's what actually cost me my job at Newsday. Because when I went in and told my editor, well,
Hear a lot of stuff's going on, Larry. A lot of people coming up. They're asking for your advice. They're talking to you. All right, I'm here with Larry Sharp at the Libertarian National Convention. He's on the floor over here. A lot of stuff's going on, Larry. A lot of people coming up. They're asking for your advice. They're talking to you. We're part of the vice presidential debate. So many great things about this weekend. It's been a fun time, an educational time. Now, can you educate my audience on this whole process of picking a candidate for president?
Yes,
because I have said really quickly, just I want you to piggyback on this because I want you to make sure. I said to Angela the other day, you are now the third party. You guys have established that. The Libertarians are here. So many ex-Democrats, so many ex-Republicans. Is this a missed opportunity, the fact that you're not going to have a strong, well-known presidential candidate coming out of this convention? Go ahead, Larry.
Yes and no, right? Of course, popularity matters. Of course it does. I mean, it's a popularity contest. But the most important piece is we make sure we have someone who actually is libertarian so that when we get out there and people see us, they don't see us as somebody who is not us. If we are not distinct, people will go back to Democrats, Republicans. You've got to be distinct. You see why third parties fail all the time. We are ideologues, no question. Most third parties, Greens are ideologues, right? Most of the third parties who are around are ideologues. We care about our ideology. It's important. If we only cared about winning, we'd be Republicans, Democrats.
Yeah.
If we only cared about power, we'd be Republicans, Democrats. We care about moving the country towards our views because we know we are right. So yes, we want a combination. We want a unicorn. We want a popular guy who speaks well, who is, principled. We want all the things. What do? We find the closest to that we possibly can get. And we try to grow from there. That's why we go through this. That's why we have all this back and forth. That's why we have this process to try to find that unicorn.
All right, what about the ballot access? Because you've been mentioning that we could lose the Libertarians could lose ballot access. Can you give us a little insight to how that could look and this whole? Because right now Cornel West and Jill Stein are polling higher than any Libertarian candidate.
Depends on the poll. No. Yeah. Sometimes, depending on the poll in a state, sometimes Lars Mapstead, who's been in about 15 polls so far, sometimes he will poll above them or in between them.
Yes.
Depends on the poll. Generally speaking, Cornel West is polling lower than Jill Stein. Not every poll, but depending on the poll, he tends to be 1 or 2 points below her. And Lars Mapstead is either in between, sometimes about both, and sometimes underneath. It all depends on the poll.
So Lars is who you're kind of looking at to keep that ballot access.
Lars is the guy who can do it. Lars Mapstead is the guy who can do it. And the reason is, to your question, many states, I think, is it 20 or 25? It's in that area, require a statewide race for a candidate to get at least 1% or sometimes 2%, depending upon the state. New York State has 2% or 130,000 votes, whichever is higher. If they achieve that, then they retain access to the ballot. If they don't, it's gone. If our president candidate, which is a statewide race, if that candidate does not get 1%, a lot of those states will lose ballot access.
So you think, is there anybody else on that stage? I know a lot of people talk about Adam Smith, Matt Turr, right? I mean,
you mean Mike Termott or Josh?
Mike Termott, Josh Smith. I'm so sorry. Yes.
No. I know my people.
Yeah.
So I'm being good. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
You don't think they have a shot to maintain that 2% across the board and keep that ballot access?
I think they're going to struggle because we have, as you just mentioned, we got RFK Jr. in the race. We got Jill Stein in the race, who's funded now. In 2016, she wasn't very much funded. She's funded now. And we also have Cornel West in the race. You have 3 independents. Generally speaking, when Libertarians are the only other choice in the map, we get all the, go to hell votes, right?
Yes.
We get all of those. But when you have other options, we're not going to get all of those. So we have to fight harder. So it's going to be very challenging. The advantage that Lars has, he has a good plan. He's got cash. He's got a good team. And he's retired. He's independently wealthy. He's retired. He's a full-time candidate that can just go out here and knock it all down. And literally his family's here. Yeah. So like his wife and kids are behind him. So I think that's a good chance.
What about the whole idea of nominating RFK for the Libertarian ticket?
Did you hear the booze?
I did hear it, but wouldn't he help? Would he help obtain or keep that ballot access?
Let's be very forward. Bobby Kennedy is very popular. So would he help us achieve it? Yes. But my point is then, would the world look at our party as Bobby Kennedy's party or the Libertarian Party? That's the problem that we have to worry about, right?
Yeah.
If he's truly a libertarian, which I think you see most of the crowd disagrees with that, then they would happily have taken him.
Yeah.
Happily. The crowd does not believe it to be true. But to be fair, a lot of libertarians do like Bobby Kennedy. A lot of people like Bobby Kennedy. He's a very popular president candidate. People like him. He will do well no matter what. He could win.
Yeah.
Right. He has a real chance of what Lars talks about, which is breaking 270.
Yes.
That happens. Kennedy could be the compromise candidate and actually could become president. It's possible.
But his stance on Israel-Palestine, maybe for some of the libertarians, his stance on
Jill
guns.
Stein is getting so much money.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, it's the reason why Jill Stein's getting so much money.
Yeah.
100% true.
Larry, I love talking to you. Not only are you a good libertarian, you're a mensch, and I can't wait to have another conversation on your show, my show. Have a great time at the convention.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Larry Sharp. Yeah, Larry Sharp's done. So Pasta's here. He wants to go live and give an update on what's happening on the floor. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be right back.
right. You like my logo, Corinne? I'm trying to get a little Anthony Bourdain here and show the food I'm doing. Welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta2Go here at the Libertarian National Convention. My good friend, journalist, awesome Corinne Clifford will be with us later on to talk a little bit, give us a little update on the J6 hostages, as they like to call them. So nobody knows more about those cases than her because she lives in the courtrooms and she can give us an update. But right now, I want to talk about what we saw on the floor at the convention. So the way the libertarian process works is pretty much they take a vote for all the candidates out there. I think they started with 7 or 8. And each time they have a vote, whoever's in last place gets eliminated. Then they'll do another vote again, and every single time the last place person will get eliminated. But there's a lot of inside play. So, for instance, right now, Jacob Hornberger got eliminated on the last vote. You can see right there, he had like 4.6%. But right underneath him, just right above him, was Josh Smith. So right now, it looks like Josh Smith might be on the chopping block. Now, something interesting here, the guy who's in first place usually doesn't last the whole time. Sometimes that guy who's in first place has a high ceiling, hits that ceiling hard, and then never makes it out. And of course, there's a lot of people then gunning for that person who's in first place out of the gate. And now Michael Rechtenwald, he was actually endorsed by Dave Smith. Dave Smith was that populist choice. A lot of libertarians from the Mises Caucus wanted him to run. He decided not to run, but he threw all his weight behind Rechtenwald. Now, from what I'm told, I spoke to Larry Sharp, and he had told me how it went with Joe Jorgensen. She wasn't in the lead in the beginning either. And that's how it always happens in these particular libertarian delegations, the nominations, the conventions. So we're going to see how it works. Right now, Josh Smith, though, is expected to be on the chopping block. So he walked by, and Larry Sharp and I were there, and Larry even said, who are you going to throw it to? Because as they get eliminated, they do some deals within the inside, say, hey, listen, I'll have all my people who voted for me throw their weight your way if you do such and such, or you do that such. Or they just want to see somebody eliminated. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now, a lot of inside small ball is what I would like to say, Cheese Slice. Right now, like I said, Josh Smith is expected to be one of the next out of the 6 candidates that are the 5 candidates that are left, right? Some people are thinking that Josh is going to throw it to Mike Turnmatt. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. They certainly disagree on the border. Obviously, I think Mike Turnmatt's position on the border is so great. He says immigration is awesome. We need immigration, whereas Josh Smith has that kind of populist right feeling and attitude towards the border where, they think they can close it down and that's going to stop people from coming in rather than look at their foreign policy. And that's the great thing about the libertarians is that they look at their foreign policy as a reason why there is so much migration. And I like the fact that they hit that on the nose. We saw yesterday as Thomas Massey, a couple days ago, when we asked him what was going on, he still felt that it was a welfare state. And that's what's bringing a lot of people here, that Biden has invited people. But he does say he has those libertarian values where he wants to eliminate the private wars down there, the CIA wars, the NED wars. So that's what's going on. We have some people right now that we might see be as the libertarian candidate coming out there. And I think that the libertarian candidate coming out of this might not be a popular candidate, but he'll have the libertarian name, and the libertarian brand has definitely been growing. And you'll have people like Dave Smith, people like Scott Horton that will be able to put this candidate on their shows, get him some popularity. And we will see what will happen. But RFK has been eliminated right off the bat. So if for anybody out there who put tweets out there that said RFK was the nomination, that is false. Jacob Hornberger has just been eliminated. So it's between Josh Smith, Mike Turnmatt, who was on our show the other day, Lars Mapsteed, Michael Rechtenwald, who has the lead, and of course, Chase Oliver, who's there as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see who gets this nomination. After they do this, they're going to go to the vice president nomination. Corinne Clifford's favorite politician, Ron Paul, has already spoken. He's left the building. He had a great time. Daniel McAdams was with him, so it was a lot of fun. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to go right back on the convention floor. I'm going to go down there, hit it up, see if I can get some interviews, see if I can talk to some people, just get some feelings, some attitude. Things are heating up down there. They're serving alcohol. The bars seem to be open, and they seem to be pouring a lot of stuff. So we're going to see how this is going to turn out. If I had to bet right now, I still say watch out for Mike Turnmatt. Larry Sharp likes Lars, and he thinks that Lars has the ability to get a lot of votes. Watch out for Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver might be able to get it there. He seems to have a pretty good support. I am Craig Pasta2Go. This is Pasta2Go. We'll be back. Corinne Clifford will be with us talking about the J6 survivors, hostages. Let's go back live on the floor at the Libertarian National Convention in D.C.
Delegation chairs, you can hand in your ballot and your tally sheets in any order. There is no set order.
Looks like balloting is well underway. State chairs, those of you who are finished balloting, will you wave at me? Beautiful, beautiful. There's only a few of you. Wonderful, beautiful faces. Continue balloting. Thank you all. State chairs. State chairs, how are we doing on balloting? If you are a state chair and you are still balloting, will you give me a wave? Thank you so much. Good luck.
goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
Where are we at on balloting? Couple states. Still out. Gotcha.
security. He's like a populist right on the border, where like Mike turned mad is like, nope, immigration's beautiful for this country. Let him in.
All right, folks, we're going to do some quick videos here of interviewing people on the floor of the convention, at the convention right now. So please enjoy.
I'm on Sputnik all the time.
So who am I speaking with?
Nolan Schmidt of the Texas delegation.
All right. So what are we on, the fourth round, third round, fourth round?
I believe we're currently on the third round, I believe.
Okay. So a lot of people who don't know or understand, a lot of my audience have never seen a Libertarian convention. They don't know how this works. They think that Mike Greenwald is a lock. So when I told them what's happened in the past, the person who's in first in a couple of first rounds doesn't necessarily win. Is that the case?
Well, it sometimes happens. I know that that was the case in 2020 where there was some people thought that one candidate was going to get, but then Dr. Jorgensen ended up getting the nomination. Sometimes like it sometimes it happens where someone that has a lot of votes first, but then later rounds when other candidates are eliminated, those votes either go to a candidate or it'll go to the other candidates going up.
Is there a lot of insider play in between rounds? Like, do they go around like, hey, man, now that your guy's not there, throw him to my way? And how does that kind of work? You know,
I haven't really heard that on my experience, but I know that there's sometimes I hear of that happening here and there.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, you're rooting for Chase. You're supporting Chase. Good luck. I hope everything works out in the next couple rounds.
I've been supporting Chase ever since he announced. I also because I especially watched the results of his Senate race 2 years ago, and I was really impressed. And I'm really hoping that he gets a nomination for the party.
All right. Good luck, my man. Oh, you want to do it?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was trying to get your attention because there were a couple people who were getting very good answers.
All right. Who am I speaking? All right. Who am I speaking with? What's going on?
Jonathan Casey.
Jonathan Casey. We're about the third or fourth round, right?
We are right in the third round.
So can you explain a little bit about this process and what the Libertarians are going through? Because a lot of people in my audience think that the person who's in first place is going to automatically win.
Gotcha. No, so we require that a candidate get 50% plus one. So they have to have a simple majority. So we go through each round, and as the lowest votes getter gets knocked off the ballot. So then we vote again, and we repeat that process until a candidate has 50 plus 1%.
Got it. So right now, it's not just a lock that Ringwald's gonna. Is it Greenwald or Ringwald? Rechtenwald. Sorry, that he's gonna win.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but there are many votes still out there. We're still going to count them up. As candidates drop off, they may endorse a different candidate, and those votes may go to that other candidate. So we've probably got at least 2 or 3, maybe more rounds.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck with the process.
All right.
Who am I speaking with?
This is Garrett Sterling, delegate from Maryland.
All right. So what do you think about the process so far? A lot of people in my audience have not ever seen a Libertarian Convention before, they don't understand what's going on. Is it kind of like set in stone that the person who's leading right now is going to actually be victorious, or no?
No, certainly not. So the way the Libertarian presidential nomination works is we have rounds of voting. So anyone who gets enough signatures becomes a candidate for president, and then we vote. And it's based off of who gets the most votes. And then each round, the person with the lowest amount of votes gets eliminated. We also approved a motion that anyone who gets less than 5% is really not a serious candidate, and we eliminate them as well. So we move things along.
So you can eliminate 2 candidates at one time if possible.
Yes, and it's more applicable to the first round.
Yeah.
Most of the non-serious candidates get eliminated in that
Like
round.
RFK.
Right. RFK and Trump were both eliminated. They actually weren't even real candidates. They were write-in candidates. So they weren't even on the ballot.
Got it.
Because they are not registered libertarians.
So you said you're from Maryland. Are you supporting somebody in the race right now that's still in the race?
Yes. I am a member of what we call the Mises Caucus.
You are Mises Caucus.
Yes. And so I'm supporting Michael Rectenwald. I think he most embodies libertarian principles and articulates those the best, which is really what I'm looking for in my representative.
Well, you know what I think that's good about Rectenwald is that he got Dave Smith's endorsement, and Dave can put him on the show. He can put, you got Scott Horton out there, can put him on the show. So even though I think the Libertarian candidate coming out might not make as much noise or be well as known, they got a lot of ammunition that can help them out to get them over what they need to get over. That being said, you can lose ballot access right now if you don't get like 3% in certain states. Are you concerned about that?
Sure. I mean, in my view, I think the purpose of the Libertarian Party presidential campaign is twofold. It's to get that percentage we need to maintain ballot access, and also to get the libertarian message out there so that people who are going out and doing the media tour can see exactly what our message and our values are all about, in the hope that people then go to lp.org, start learning about the Libertarian Party, our principles, and what we really stand for. And that's why we didn't want Trump or RFK to be our representative, because they don't hold our principles. We have areas of agreement for sure, but they are not to the bone, to the core libertarians. And that's what we want representing us.
Where does Rectenwald stand on Israel-Gaza?
I'm confident that he is a staunch supporter of Palestinian rights.
Yes.
And that he does not approve of our government stealing our money at force and then using that money to fund a horrific atrocity in the Middle East, which is exactly what's happening.
My man, thank you so much. Good luck, Garrett.
All right.
I hope everything works out for you. Pasta2Go here, Libertarian Convention, National Convention on the floor in D.C. They're getting ready for the next round. The delegates have casted their votes, and we'll see what's happened. We're not going to leave here until we find out who the candidate is tonight. We'll see you back in a little bit.
Guys, I think we're about ready for our memorial video. We could all find our seats. State chairs, have you turned in all of your ballots? Okay, we're still got a few to turn in. Oh, you better not try. I can't hear her. I don't think I want microphones on. If you are not voting, I'd like you to find your seats so that we can get our memorial video underway. Thank you all. So they're not all. Lisa, we're gonna need to do this even though they're noisy. So I'm gonna tell them to be quiet. Guys, if we could lower our voices, I think we're gonna get ready for our memorial video. We're gonna hear for just 2 minutes from Lisa Gansky, who chaired the committee that put this thing together. Thank you guys so much.
Hi guys, I'm Lisa Gansky. I'm the Secretary of Florida, and I'm the chair of the. Thank you guys. I'm the chair of the Memorial Subcommittee, and today I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to our committee members. Lisa Schlinkert and Nick Gosling are diligent researchers, and Fina Benoen, our video expert, and she's also a candidate. I don't know how she found the time. She put together a wonderful presentation. And also Suzanne Gilmore, she was our official Civi CRM wizard. She helped me find a lot of people. Their dedication and expertise helped us to honor the memories of our fellow libertarian activists, ensuring that their legacies continue to inspire. We've lost a lot of great people the past couple of years. And I'd like to offer a special thanks to Karen Ann Harlos, who entrusted me with leading this amazing team. And she also helped me recruit our Rockstar members. And she's truly an inspiration and one of the hardest working people in the Libertarian Party. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you who reached out to us and helped us make sure that we didn't forget anybody. You really helped us memorialize those people that we've recently lost, and we couldn't have done it without you. As we reflect on the lives and legacies of libertarians from many walks of life, it's important we remember that despite our diverse backgrounds, the paths we take, or the caucuses we support, we're united in our commitment to liberty. I encourage everyone to visit lpedia.org to explore and contribute to the extended biographies of these individuals. Our parent committee, the Historical Preservation Committee, is dedicated to preserving and celebrating our rich libertarian history, and LPedia is a vital part of that effort. Finally, I'd like to mention several individuals we couldn't include in our video, but who are equally deserving of our recognition today. Nelson Barnhouse from Georgia, Jason Echeverria from Florida, Emerson Ellett of New Jersey, Tiffany Madison of Texas, and Daryl Bonner of Pennsylvania, who just passed a couple of days ago. And now I'd like to bring Mark Axon out for a moment.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Mark Axon from New York. I want to thank the committee. I want to thank Lisa. I want to thank the Libertarian Committee for this opportunity to be up here. It's particularly difficult to speak on this podium after Dr. Paul because he's such a great spokesman for liberty. But if you'll indulge me for a minute, I'll tell you a story about another one who I knew very well. When many of you knew Becky Akers from her writing on LouRockwell.com or on in the Freeman or in many other places. She also wrote a couple of historical novels. Back in 2002, when we were researching the Benedict Arnold book, of course, we went everywhere that Benedict Arnold went. So one of the places we went to, there was a reenactment at Saratoga. There was Saratoga 225 battle. So we watched the battle for a little while, and then we decided to go to the British camp. And of course, you know, you can't leave the camp completely unattended. So they left a corporal there. He's sitting in the major's chair. He's smoking the major's pipe. He's having a good time. And he gets into a very heated discussion with Becky. And the first thing Becky says to him is, "You hang Nathan Hale." And he says, "Well, you hang Major Andre." And Becky says, "Oh, that fop." This fellow, without leaving character, looked at me and said, "Sir, control your wench." To which the only thing I could say is, "Sir, but if I could." Becky and I had 41 years, 1 month, and 18 days together. She didn't stop for a minute. Thank you all. That's very meaningful to me. She used to sleep in this T-shirt, Liberty and Death. I mean, it just was so typical of her. And now I understand we have a wonderful video that Lisa and the committee have put together. Thank you.
On camera. It was a what?
A complete joke.
All right, guys. Welcome back to the show, everybody. We're here at the Libertarian National Convention. Way to go, Jayme. Great job. Cheese slice. No, 3, 2, 1. Listen, Corinne is here. We're talking about, listen, I wanted to talk to Corinne while we're waiting for the results to come in for the Libertarian National Convention candidacy for president. They're going to the next round. They're going to probably eliminate. Next up on the chopping block, looks like it's going to be Josh Smith. We will keep a good eye. Remember, it's like an inside game. Who do they want to hand the votes to? If, Josh Smith loses and he gets eliminated, all the other candidates like Mike Termat, Lars, Michael, Chase. They're going to go running on over to him and say, hey, throw your weight and throw your support my way. Well, what kind of inside agreement will they come to? So it's going to be very interesting. We're going to keep an eye on that. They're going to do the vice president after. I think that Clint Russell has a good chance to win the vice presidency. We'll keep an eye on that. That's what we're here. But while we had the opportunity to have Corinne sit down with us, we wanted to take advantage of that because Corinne is one of the best, if not the best, at covering all the J6 hostages, as they like to call them right now, because a lot of these people have been stripped from the due process. They haven't had a fair trial, hidden evidence. They give them excessive and cruel and unusual punishment. All this stuff's been going on. Corinne has been in the courtrooms since day one, fighting for this, trying to bring this information to light. It's a shame that we don't get this information. Corinne, thank you so much for sitting down with us. Please give us an update on what's going on and what you've experienced last in the courtrooms for the J6 prisoners.
Yes, it's not just J6 prisoners now. It is anyone who supports President Donald Trump, pro-life activists, Christian preachers, anyone who exposes election corruption. You're actually at risk, Craig, if Trump doesn't win in 2024. We could all get arrested for misinformation. So we're in trouble. Just Friday, there were 4 sentencings. One wasn't even on the books. They're doing a lot of them telephonically, using the excuse as COVID for the reasoning. One of the judges requires you to wear a mask inside of her courtroom still after all of this time. So we're beginning to realize this is all about control. This has never happened to us in the United States since the Civil War. Under the Biden regime, more than 1,500 people and counting. And believe me, the truth is that no mainstream media, no funded media, and no Christian conservative media can even keep track of every single day, keeping track of this in U.S. federal court. It is a bloodbath in there. Every day I find someone new who's been arrested and charged. Their lawyers tell them don't talk to the press, which I believe is the stupidest thing to do, because how are we supposed to keep track? The federal government's not going to tell the truth. Yeah. So every day people are getting 2 years, 12 years plus in federal prison. These are nonviolent people who just stood up for what they believed in full respect of the U.S. Constitution. So this is not about Republican or Democrat. This is about, we have a very serious political prisoner crisis happening in the United States of America. And I've known you, Craig, for years now. And I could tell something really evil was happening when I met you in 2020. Something really evil is happening and there's a war on us. And if it goes to the point where we could get arrested for misinformation, we're going to have to be refugees from the United States of America. The migrants will take over and vote for us, and you and I will have to move to El Salvador or Nicaragua. It's going, because the way the federal judges are prosecuting and over sentencing political prisoners is totally. And once again, this has never happened since the Civil War in American history.
Well, you know how I feel about the whole migrant situation. We are a little bit different at odds on that because I believe.
No, you never tell me anything. I have no idea, but I want migrants to be deported ASAP.
You do. I don't. I think that migration is great for the United States, but also the fact that we have to take accountability for our foreign policy. We have all those bases in Latin America, destabilizing the country, stealing their resources, keeping their countries very poor so we can do it for pennies on the dollar. And then they come following, trying to get some of their stuff that ends up over here. That's a discussion for another day. You said something to me very interesting, and I want to point this out.
That's why I love this Libertarian Convention, because we're getting the spirit of the founding fathers back, where we can agree to respectfully disagree. And that's what the Libertarian Convention is teaching me. I might be a libertarian at heart.
Look at that. She's a conservative libertarian. I'm a leftist libertarian. Therefore, we can have some great conversations.
Yes, let's fight. Let's fight. Let's respectfully agree to disagree.
Okay. Don't beat me up too hard. You said something very interesting the other day. Just today, excuse me. You said that they're still arresting people from January 6th. It's been years now, but they're just kind of showing up, knock on the door, let's go, you're arrested. Is that still really happening?
Oh my gosh, worse than ever since January of 2024. More than one person per day, I can't even keep track, no one can keep track, have been arrested in a really violent and volatile way. And I meet them in federal court. I hear about them on different Twitter spaces. But the bottom line is there's no one keeping track. And the arrests are out of control. At least one person a day has been arrested since 2024 began. This is the 4th year. 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 is the 4th year. So I'm exhausted. I've never seen a bloodbath like this in U.S. federal court. And this really proves that the federal government is out of control. Federal government overreach needs to end. The libertarians have the best policy, I think, on everything, but the only person who's going to make the difference is President Donald Trump. And if we don't get him back into the White House by January of 2025, then we will be on the verge of some very serious situations, because you and I and all of us could get arrested for any reason. They arrest you and they try to press charges on you. If they can't, they release you, but they strip search you, they torture you, they embarrass you, they try to ruin your life, they try to make sure you can't have a job ever again. It's a nightmare.
What did you think yesterday? You heard President Trump talk about this guy, Free Ross Ulbricht. Let me hold that up so you can see that. Free Ross. What were your thoughts when you heard about Ross? Because a lot of Trump people coming out, he goes, I didn't even know who Ross was today, and they're coming out, now they learned who Ross is. What are your thoughts learning about Ross? You already know about Julian Assange. What do you know about Ross Ulbricht?
I mean, I'm so grateful to learn about Ross. Yesterday was my first introduction to him, and he should be free now. And only President Trump has agreed to do that if he gets elected in November 2024. The Libertarian candidate, we don't know what he's going to do yet, because we don't know who the Libertarian candidate is yet. And the Libertarians honestly can't win. So the bottom line is Biden, the Democrats, are not going to free Ross. Only President Trump will, and he should be free, just like the Bitcoin guys who are in jail. This is ridiculous.
So last question. What is the worst sentence you've seen from a January 6th protester so far that's made you say, oh my God, this is ridiculous? I mean, you've been in the courtroom. This is great work you're doing in the courtroom, seeing some of these sentences. What's one of those sentences, Mrs. Clifford, that's made you say, this is just nuts, this is fascism?
I have seen people with complete nonviolent records, people who were pillars of their community, ex-police officers, Christians no less, nonviolent, get sentenced to 2 to 12 to 22 years in federal prison. And all the seditious conspiracy charges are very dangerous, because there was no seditious conspiracy on January 6th. January 6th was a very high-level setup. As a matter of fact, you were there, but I was supposed to be there, but my daughter got COVID, so I didn't go at the last minute. But I had someone had bought my ticket, and on Christmas called me and said, go be in DC on January 6th. Thank God I didn't use that plane ticket, because I would have been arrested. I didn't know it was illegal to stand in the house that our U.S. taxpayer dollars pay to fund. I didn't know. I would have faced years in jail. I had no idea that it was illegal. I would have been there in the room that Ashley Babbitt got murdered in. But what I've seen in the federal court is so out of control that I'm probably gonna have to write a book about it. I was just telling you that I saw John Sullivan get sentenced, and I was in the courtroom with both of his parents. His dad does look like a Fed, but his mother is a wonderful Mormon Christian woman. She says she adopted 4 children. They won't let me do an interview with them, which I find very interesting. And Antifa did attack them outside the courthouse. So I'm not sure John Sullivan is a Fed. He got sentenced to 7-8 years in federal prison, and he looked miserable. Now, listen, he didn't make eye contact with his parents that were in the courtroom when he got sentenced. So maybe these are fake parents. Maybe this is a total federal government setup. I don't trust any part of the federal government anymore. And that's why we have to go to our counties. We have to organize at our county level. We have to get a sheriff in the county, because the sheriffs are the most powerful. When they follow the U.S. Constitution, the sheriffs have the right to totally say no to the U.S. federal government. And that's what I'm doing. Join me on X, Corinne, C-Y-N-N-E, CLIFORD, because what I'm doing is I'm documenting federal government overreach and hopefully potentially the real end of the U.S. federal government. It has to go back to your counties. Everything has to be local now.
Corinne Clifford actually had some of the footage. Johnny Tsunami, we played on our show. We had Jaden X, John Sullivan. Corinne Clifford was the one who introduced, I think, John Sullivan to us. And she had the video out there. So we had to prove it that this guy was at Black Lives Matter rallies. Then he's at a Trump rally acting like a Trumper. Very, very suspicious. Corinne, please keep us updated. Come back on the show. Keep us informed what's going on with the J6 hostages, as they're called. Guys, go check out our work. I am Pasta2Go YT. We're hearing cheers on the floor. We're going to find out what's going on. Libertarian Convention. They're going to pick their president very soon. I am Pasta2Go YT. We'll be right back after these messages.
Are we still turning in ballots? Thank you so much. Okay, the tellers still have quite a bit of tallying to do. They're working as quickly as they possibly can. I know our state chairs are as well. I believe we are going to move to an awards committee presentation in just a moment. If I could have the awards committee come to the front when they're ready, we're going to do a presentation and awards. You can continue to stand at ease. Microphone 2. Awards committee is coming up. We're not going to do motions while we're still balloting, actually. I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. Please find your seats, unless you're a state chair running to turn in ballots. If you're still balloting, continue what you're doing, but everyone else, please lower your voices and come back to your seats. Thank you all so much. We're about to get started with awards. I'd like to introduce the awards committee and Dr. Jim Lark. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Larg, delegate from Virginia, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the 2024 LP Awards Committee. My colleagues, Dean Davison, Matthew Lucas, Mark Tunievich, and Andrew Watkins, I'd like to thank them for all of the work they put in. There was a great deal of effort that they went into, and I greatly appreciate all of the time and trouble that they invested. I'd also like to thank Matt Hudson and Hannah Kennedy of the LP staff, who were very, very helpful in our efforts. And particularly, I'd like to thank all of you who provided nominations for these awards. So thanks to all of you who tendered nominations. Because of time, we're going to need to whip through this reasonably quickly. We have presented these screens, which I'll advance, assuming that this works properly, and heavens to Betsy, it does. There are 5 Libertarian Party awards, as well as the Hall of Liberty. What I shall do, the screens will provide information, the name of the award, information about the award. We'll then advance to the next screen concerning that award. It will provide a list of the previous recipients. And then finally, the third screen associated with will provide the name of the 2024 recipient. We'll go through those 5 awards, and then we'll go to the Hall of Liberty. We will not ask the recipients to come on stage straight away. We will ask them to gather stage right, because we don't want them having to take the time to come from the back of the hall here. We will ask them to gather stage right as we go through the 5 awards in the Hall of Liberty, and then we will bring them out all en masse to receive their awards. And I suggest, if you would, please hold your applause until the end. So if you'll excuse me, I'll whip through this. As you can see, the Samuel Adams Activism Award for effective activism for building party membership, organizing, and the like. Our previous award winners, you can see a very nice list of distinguished libertarians. I'll pause here for a moment so that you can pay tribute, if you will, to them. And then the Adams Activism Award recipient for 2024 is Mr. Mark Montoni. And again, we will ask all of the recipients to gather over there and then come out in one large, wonderful group. The Thomas Paine Communication Award is recognition of outstanding communication of our ideas, our principles, and values. The previous Communication Award recipients, you can see. And then the Paine Award recipient for 2024, Spike Cohen. I wish you were a little more enthusiastic about Mr. Cohen's award. The next award is the Benjamin Franklin Candidate Award. This is one that was more recently established to recognize effective campaigns at the local level and to recognize those who did a wonderful job of communicating libertarian ideas, principles, and values. Our previous recipients are as follows. And the 2024 Franklin Candidate Award recipient is Aaron Lamb of Kingsborough, Colorado. The Patrick Henry Candidate Award provides recognition of campaigns at the state or federal level, again, while communicating well the ideas that of libertarianism, our principles and values. Previous recipients are as follows. And the Henry Candidate Award recipient for 2024, Chase Oliver. The Thomas Jefferson Leadership Award is for recognition of outstanding leadership, of great character and dedication to the principles and goals of the Libertarian Party. Previous recipients are as follows. And the 2024 Jefferson Leadership Award recipient, Dr. Joe Jorgensen. Before we advance to the Hall of Liberty Awards, let me note that the committee had a very difficult time deciding among many splendid nominees. In fact, one of the great joys of being the chair of this committee, being on the committee, is that we were informed about so many great libertarians who are doing great stuff. And so I suspect that many of those who were nominees this time around who were not named, we will be seeing them in the very near future. The Hall of Liberty was established in 2012 by the Libertarian National Committee. As you'll note, it honors lifetime or significant achievement that's been made in terms of a lasting effect on the party as well as the libertarian movement. This differs from the original Jefferson Award, which was for lifetime achievement. In 2012, there was a change to bring about the Hall of Liberty, which broadens the type of contributions to the libertarian movement. It's not just the Libertarian Party. So far, 19 libertarians have been inducted into the Hall of Liberty, and they are as follows. We had 3 recipient or inductees this year. They are in no particular order, actually in a particular order, alphabetical order by surname: Steve Dosbach, Lawrence Reed, and Jim Turney. Steve Dosbach, you can read of some of his accomplishments. Again, I'll pause for a moment so that you can view these accomplishments again. With all of these, by the way, with all of these inductees, we could only put a very small amount of information. They deserve vastly more. We simply didn't have the room for it. Their accomplishments are truly impressive. Lawrence Reed. And Jim Turney. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please present a round of applause for all of the award recipients and Hall of Liberty inductees? Thank you. Mark Montoni, Aaron Lamb, Spike Cohen, Chase Oliver, Joe Jorgensen, Steve Dosbach, and Jim Turney. Larry Reed is not here at the convention. We will make sure that he receives his award. Again, thanks to all of you for your contributions to Liberty. Thanks to you who provided us with so many wonderful nominees. Again, thank you.
Microphone 4.
Okay, microphone 4.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that during the next tallying period, we begin nominations for at-large, allowing 90-second speeches by each one.
Thank you.
Scotty Bowman, Michigan.
Scotty Bowman, Michigan wants 90-second speeches and at large. Let's get our screen back up. Just a moment, Mr. Bowman. Bear with us 1 second. We're also, I was about to inquire about the status of votes. Are our tellers still counting ballots? Everything is in. I believe they are counting. Is that correct? Oh, they're finished. All right. All right. So, AV team, could we please have our screens back for our secretary, if she's ready? She is ready. Okay, and then we're going to pick back up with Mr. Bowman's motion.
But I can't see.
Okay, we're on our presidential ballot.
Can we fucking move? Hey, you're blocking.
All right, we're at the end of the states. Let's go to our vote totals. We have Lars Mapstead at 15%, 15.10%, Chase Oliver at 25.36%, Michael Rechtenwald at 35.17%, Joshua Smith at 4.96%, Mike Termott at 18.19%. Thank you very much. We are going to our vice chair vote totals now. AV, could you please pop off the screen for just one moment? Thank you so much. We're making sure we're on the right screen before we do a reveal, and we are ready. Screen can return to the secretary. Thank you. All right, secretary, when you're ready, please scroll.
Oh, this is close.
We're on the vice chair vote totals. State chairs, checking your state totals. All right, we're almost at the end.
Rip off the Band-Aid.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. We're ready for the final vote when you're ready. The vote totals. Congratulations to Mr. Rutherford. He is going to be the new vice chair. All right. When everyone's ready, we're going to go to secretary. Let's go to secretary. All right. I know we're excited over vice chair, but let's watch secretary. Our secretary is going to begin scrolling. State chairs, please be watching.
Here you go, Tim.
When you're ready, Madam Secretary, we'll go to the vote totals. Rhode Island. Rhode Island, very good catch. Very good catch. Tellers are going to check.
It's possible.
Tellers will check. Good catch. Stand at dis-ease.
It could happen.
Rutherford.
Always an option.
First half. Hey, Mikey.
Big Mark Rutherford had to actually win one, so losing by one vote or whatever it was to vote out. Oh, yeah. What you vote for someone who doesn't want to run anymore? Is that actually happening? I see right there. Right in Nancy, right in Kate, right in Kathy. I don't see me. Oh, another one? Yeah.
Tellers, have you rectified? Was that a scrivener's error? Thank you. Okay, if you're ready, let's go to the vote totals.
Is that true?
Congratulations to Ms. Karen Carlos. She will be our secretary for another term. Thank you, everyone. For those who are watching, Ms. Karen Ann Harless received 50.73% of the vote. Shane Levasseur received 13.18% of the vote. Mimi Robeson received 35.08% of the vote. All right, now I believe.
34 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. For those who are watching, Ms. Karen Ann Harless received 50.73% of the vote. Shane Levasseur received 13.18% of the vote. Mimi Robeson received 35.08% of the vote. All right, now I believe we had a motion at microphone 4 regarding at large. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're jumping to treasurer. My apologies. All right, we're going to treasurer. Yes, our secretary will scroll. State chairs, please be watching.
How'd it go behind? Allison's speak.
How about Don?
Texas. Rip out the Band-Aid.
Washington.
All right, we're ready. We'll go to the vote totals.
It's clearly red.
Congratulations, Mr. Redpath. You will be our new treasurer. All right, now we are back to our motion. Microphone 4 regarding the at-large ballots.
I'm going to restate the motion slightly different. I move that we go to at-large elections with 1-minute speeches.
I believe we're
Nominations.
going to move to suspend the rules. Is that what you said?
Yes, if suspension of the rules is necessary, then yes, I will
Yes.
insert that.
To go to at-large elections with 1-minute nominating speeches. To go to the. Well, we're going to vote on it, and then you guys are going to make the call, right? Hang tight. We'll try to do it very quickly.
Oh, and during the counting of the remaining elections.
During the counting of
The remaining elections. So I'm not stepping on vice president or how many ballots we need for president.
we are still on president. During the counting of the.
Right, during tallying breaks.
Okay, we'll figure out this wording. I see what you're trying to.
Thank you.
Move to suspend the rules to go to the at-large nominations with 1-minute speeches during the tallying of presidential race round 4 and any other tallying.
And after VP.
Would that also include? Okay, this is getting a little messy.
Okay, we're going to go to nominations, just not the voting before VP.
Gotcha. We're just doing nominations. Understood. Okay. I believe the idea is that we want to hear people, we want people to turn in their nomination papers. First, I believe you'll have to have 15 votes on a nomination paper, and then you're going to do a 1-minute speech while we're tallying the presidential race round 4, and maybe any other tallying. This is a suspension of the rules, so it's non-debatable. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion does not have 2/3, it fails.
Request a standing vote, Madam Chair.
No, so sorry, it doesn't have 2/3. At best it could have half. Okay, so
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
microphone 2.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules to permit the newly elected vice chair to give a 2-minute acceptance speech.
Does that have a second? Okay, it needs a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, moving right along. We need another ballot for our presidential elections.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2?
Over here.
Hi there.
Can the choir sing before we get too hungry?
Let me get this tallying situation or this balloting situation ready, and we're going to jump to you as quickly as I can.
You just say choir and we'll all run up, okay?
Gotcha. Okay, tellers, where are we at on presidential ballots? Are we ready? All right, we're starting our next round of balloting for our presidential candidates. It is 6:30 p.m. Do we want to stay until we're done? Be thinking about it. I'm your hostage, but I'm also holding you hostage. It's a very toxic relationship. We'll get through it.
Why are you stalling our convention? Why are you doing that? What is the point? Why are you doing that? Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you typing out at this microphone? Why are you standing at this microphone?
You've reached a point of harassment, sir. Please back off.
Why are you standing at this microphone? Why won't you give anybody else a chance at the
Madam Chair,
You've
point of
reached a point of
information to
harassment,
microphone
sir.
3. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Can you please give us an idea, or somebody give us an idea of how many at-large candidates there may be from the paperwork turned in?
That would be a wonderful idea. That's great information to know. One moment, please, and I will give you an idea. I will go hunt down the papers. Our secretary will hunt it down and find out.
Yes, I think they are acquiring ballots. Yeah.
Can we get the candidate list back up on the screen, please?
One moment, I will make sure you get that candidate list right back up on the screen.
Mr. Vice Chair, microphone 3. What is this? I'm trying to make a motion. Justin Nana from Ohio, is the motion in order at this time? It is not. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have 23 at-large candidates right now. Our secretary is putting our presidential candidates back up on the screen. I want to make a reminder, anybody who didn't get their paperwork in now, you need to get your paperwork in. Get your nominating paperwork in. Possibly 25 people running for at-large. That would mean 25 minutes worth of nominations.
So, real quickly, while we're waiting for them to get to it, I wanted to show you the actual room that they're in. This is what it looks like, so you can get a sense for how large this venue actually is. And I'm standing at the left side of it, and there you can see they actually have bar stands set up. So these people are not doing this exactly sober. Um, and there's Pasta. He's coming up to me. But just look at this. These guys really have their act together, and I know they like to say they think that it's crazy. Like there's just a bunch of like herding cats and stuff like that. Like it's just they feel like it's just a terrible process. But this is what you actually have to do to get it done. They are doing it the right way, but the right way is not exactly it's not a fast process. It doesn't look pretty, but this is what you're supposed to do if you want to actually engage in democracy. I mean, they've got all kinds of different groups of people in there with different ideas of what libertarianism should be. They have a few areas where they believe they have some things in common, like they're anti-authoritarian, and I think the property rights issue is a really big one for most of them. But I mean, there's only about 2 or 3 items that they all are in absolute agreement on, and then everything else they just run the gamut. And we have spoken to a lot of lefty libertarians that are here, and there are a couple different groups that are trying to form their own caucuses that are left wing. And I think it would just be interesting. Let's see if I can get that to play again. So I think it would just be interesting to see if all those different lefty groups could just decide to work together and form their own caucus, if they could actually push more of a left-wing ideology into the Libertarian Party. And because there is a history with social libertarians going back to the founding of the Libertarian Party. And there is an opportunity for there to be space for people like Pasta. Like that's the question he keeps asking all these people when he interviews them on the floor. And he wants to know if there's space for lefty libertarians. And what we've seen here, being here this weekend at the entire convention, there definitely is space. There are a lot of people who share a lot of values with a leftist. So it'd be interesting to see if that's something that a movement that can actually move forward in the future, because they're not all completely against everything you think you would be for as a leftist. There's a lot of overlap there and a lot of different lines of thinking. But anyway, this is what the convention floor looks like. So it's not a small event by any means. This is a really, really big show that they're putting on. And I think they're making it work. Anyway, we're going to go back to live and see what's going on with Angela and the convention.
If everyone could quiet down just a little bit. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Mark Montoni from Colorado. Can we have the audience shout out to the whole world what taxation is?
I'm sorry, it was a little unclear, so I want everybody to be very quiet. What is taxation? Fantastic. Okay, if there's no other pending motion or business.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3, and then we're coming back to 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Madden.
Hi, Madam Chair, Jacob Luria, Colorado. I move to amend the agenda and insert the vice presidential nomination immediately following the election of president. This way we can have a complete ticket by the end of the convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Luria, please stay where you're at because I'm going to need you to restate that for our secretary in just one moment.
Sure.
Mr. Luria from Colorado.
Okay, so, yeah. 30 nominations now while that counting is going. Okay.
Mr. Luria, could you please
Yes.
restate your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I move to amend the agenda and insert the vice presidential nomination following the election of the president. This way we can have a complete ticket by the end of convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates. This would imply that we would open the floor for nominations for vice president right now.
Okay, so 1 second. There was a motion earlier to do our at-large elections. And that failed, right? Okay, so then vice presidential nominations are the next item on the agenda.
That's not orders of the day.
And at-large is last.
You would have to amend the agenda to change.
Point
orders
of order,
the day.
Madam Chair. The vote for at-large is to be next passed by voice vote.
Okay. Does everyone understand what's on our agenda? Okay. There is confusion on our agenda because things have been moved around. And people are tired and we're on one of our ballots. I don't know which one we're on. So bear with us. We need to get the actual agenda on the screen. And our secretary is also looking up another parliamentary inquiry. So we have a lot going on. Here we are. Nomination and elections for POTUS and vice POTUS.
That is not correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The election of party officers and at-large members is on our agenda before nominations and elections for president and vice
Okay.
president. There was a motion earlier to amend the agenda to move president only.
Okay.
So under the orders of the day.
One second, Mr. DiBianca, because they're thinking the agenda was amended. So I'm looking at the motions that have been passed. Okay, so the rules were suspended earlier to do just officers simultaneously with POTUS. Just officers. Then that would bring us back to vice presidential nominations.
No, Madam Chair, we have to do all of the party officers and at-large members. That
Well,
is what
that's-
is on our agenda.
That's totally fine, but I do not believe that was on the agenda.
It was absolutely on the adopted agenda.
Who made the motion?
It was over at microphone 4.
Point of order. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, I believe that the member who is speaking with you has not been recognized at all. He merely interrupted what you were saying to give his arguments. I believe that you should rule him in at least this conversation.
Madam Chair, this is.
I call for orders of the day.
Yeah, we're on orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
The at-large motion did not pass. We did take a vote on it. We did not have
That
two-thirds.
motion was to start doing nominations during counting.
Ms. Raj, we're not recognized. We need to move through. Mr. Luria's motion is technically not in order because it is orders of the day.
Madam Chair, there's an additional problem as well that the delegates should consider, which is that the.
Mr. Stark, can you speak up?
Sure, is this better?
And is this a point of order or a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Perhaps as a point of parliamentary inquiry, I can word it this way. If we were to go to VP right away, wouldn't that interfere with Rule 7, Paragraph 4, which says that the presidential nominee, whoever he is, gets to make a recommendation to the delegates as far as who he or she would like to run with?
Okay,
So keep that in mind, folks.
thank you. All right, and I believe we have some vote results in.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
There were 2 votes for the at-large motion. One was for 90 seconds, one was for 1 minute. The 90-second motion failed. The 1-minute motion passed.
Okay. Our secretary doesn't have it, but we're going to double check. I do not personally care which order we do this in. We're going to do it in the order that we voted on. And if we don't like that order, then we can re-vote it.
All right.
Why is it we make the motion to open up nominations? Did the 60-second version of that? I'm trying to hear it.
All right, let's hear our vote totals. 1 second. And Mr. Bowman's motion did not intend to skip V. POTUS, by the way. That was a discussion we had.
She's saying you didn't want to skip. Your motion only.
That is a different.
I thought she was talking about.
Sorry.
AV, will you turn off our secretary's screen for just a moment? Thank you so much.
And well, we did move a POTUS on this agenda, but that's it. So what are they?
All right, screen can come back on for our secretary, please. Oh, beautiful. Okay, here's our most recent round of balloting. State chairs, we've got your presidential vote tallies on the screen, everyone. Pull your attention to the screen. We're checking vote tallies.
He has a point of order. If you have, I have a point of order. I don't know. What's your point of order? Or let's look at this one. All right. She wasn't. She's giving me her place.
All right, we're scrolling. Please pay attention.
I will
We're almost to the end. All right, we're at the end. Madam Secretary, when you're ready, we'll see the vote totals. All right. Here we are. Lars Mapstead, 15.60%. Chase Oliver, 25.93%. Michael Rechtenwald, 37.60%. Mike Termott, 19.64%. Thank you, gentlemen. Our secretary is going to consult with the tellers to see how they're doing. It looks like we're going to a 5th round.
Yes, point of information. What's next?
Well, that's the thing is we're trying to speed things up and get at-large nominations, but we do tally it for round 5 for president.
Didn't they announce at large? They said there's 23.
No, there hasn't been any nominations yet.
Okay.
That's the reason why we're trying to move things forward so we have a full LNC and a full ticket.
Paging Spike Cohen to the front of the room. Oh, there he is. So here, our tellers need 10 uninterrupted minutes to get these packages ready. Guys, I need your attention for a minute. All right, our tellers need 10 uninterrupted minutes. Please do not bother them. I do not think we should do nominations for anything while this is going on. I think they should be completely focused on that. Would you like to hear first from Spike Cohen for 10 minutes while they get us ready?
Point of order. I just want to clarify what we go to next. After that, we're going to at large, correct?
We're clarifying that right now. So
Okay,
I will address your point of order when Mr. Cohen is done.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
stand at ease right now.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Mark Montoni from Colorado. The same 6 to 8 individuals have had the vast majority of the microphone time over the last couple of days. Can you make sure that we recognize people in a rotating basis?
Sure, certainly.
And when they are at the mic and they ask something or make a motion, ask them to sit down and let other people have a turn at the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Montoni.
Microphone 2.
I have a point of
Microphone
information.
4.
Point of information.
Point of information. Request for information, right?
Microphone 3.
Was it microphone 3 or 4? I thought I heard microphone 4. It's okay. It's
2.
microphone 3 in the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that if we start the vice presidential selection before we have our presidential nominee, then some of the candidates
Wait,
who
we've
are
already addressed that.
who
Thank you
do not
so
make it to
much.
president cannot be running for vice president.
We've-
So it
yes.
makes sense to not do vice president until we
Okay.
have our presidential nominee.
Yes,
Thank you.
we've already addressed that. Thank you so much. Spike Cohen, will you please come?
Microphone
save
two.
me from any more points.
Microphone 2.
No one else is recognized for 10 minutes. We're going to get things together and we're going to go forward with business.
How's everyone doing? I hate to briefly interrupt that. That seemed like a tremendous amount of fun, so I apologize for that in advance. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for being a part of this. As fun as it is, it's still something that deserves thanks. 4 years ago, this party granted to me the second greatest honor of my life. The first greatest honor, of course, was when my wife-to-be Tasha said "I do" in front of me, a priest or a pastor, a rabbi, and several hundred witnesses, thereby proving that it was indeed not just a phase. But the second greatest honor of my life was bestowed upon me by you guys when you nominated me to be your vice presidential candidate. I haven't stopped fighting to spread liberty since, and I hope I'm serving you well. I hope I'm doing you proud. 2 years ago in Reno, I stood in front of you, well, not here in Reno, but like this, and I encouraged everyone that no matter who won and no matter who lost, that we stop trying to create a duopoly within this party, that we drop the fighting at least in between the elections, and that we work together to fight for liberty. And as we all know, that is exactly what happened. Thank you. No, that's the funniest thing you'll hear today. No, listen, guys, this is a crucial moment for the Libertarian Party. Yes, we are picking our leadership and we're picking our candidates for 2024, but it's more than that. We are answering some existential questions here. What is the purpose of the Libertarian Party? What is the future of the Libertarian Party? Do we even have a future? Now, I believe that we do have a future. In fact, I'll go even further than that. I believe we have to have a future because we're the only ones who understand this. We're the only ones who get it. There isn't a single other candidate or political party in this country who understands the real problem that America is facing. And even with the best of intentions that they may have, if you don't understand the problem, you're only going to make it worse. We are necessary. Now, as some of you may have heard, Donald Trump spoke to our delegates last night. I don't know if you caught that. And he made a lot of promises that were promises of things that we liked. He also said a lot of things you didn't like, but you already let him know that. One of the biggest promises he made, in my mind, was to free Ross Ulbricht. And I am very glad that happened. Even if he didn't actually do it, he just helped to make that mainstream, which also makes it more politically expedient, and it means it's much more likely to happen. But gosh, if only there was some way for us to know what Donald Trump would actually do if he were to actually get elected president. My goodness. When he promises to drain the swamp, if only there was some way we'd know if he'd actually do that, or if instead he'd make it bigger and more powerful and more costly than ever before. You know, hypothetically. If only when he promises to fight the deep state, we had some way of knowing if he actually meant that, or what if he actually meant was that he was going to stand side by side with Anthony Fauci while they told us 15 days to slow the spread, and then a couple weeks later tell us 30 days to slow the spread, and then for the next several months complain about Fauci while simultaneously signing every bill that Fauci needed to have more power and more control than ever before, while he forced the states into lockdowns and censored all of us. You know, hypothetically. If only when he promises to protect our right to keep and bear arms, we had some way of knowing if he was actually going to do that, or if instead what he was going to do is say, take the guns first, due process later, support red flag laws and bump stock bans and suppressor bans and everything else, because the liberal media scared him into doing it. If only when he says he's going to get Washington's financial mess under control, what he actually meant was that he was going to sign the largest spending bills in history, even to this day, passing on massive amounts of inflation to us now and passing on to future generations untold amounts of debt with interest to have to pay off. If only when he says America first, we had some way of knowing if he actually meant that, or if he actually meant the government first and the military-industrial complex second and big pharma third and the Israeli government fourth and the Saudi Arabian government fifth and the American people sometime long after that. You know, hypothetically. Listen, in 2016, Donald Trump ran on three main promises that libertarians liked. He was going to drain the swamp, he was going to eliminate the national debt, and he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. Now, we're in the swamp right now, and it's murkier than ever before, and it grew by leaps and bounds under Donald Trump. Not only did he not eliminate the national debt, he ran up $8 trillion of debt. He almost beat Barack Obama's debt record. He did it in one term, he almost did it. And as you know, instead of locking her up, he locked us down. That is what this party is up against. And as you also may know, the day before, Bobby Kennedy came here and spoke to us. His speech went a little bit better. But, you know, I'm glad that Bobby Kennedy's running. I'm glad that he's running, and I'm glad that Americans have as many choices as they can have to vote for. And frankly, Bobby said quite a few things that we agree with. He's also said that gun rights groups are terrorist organizations. And he has said that people who deny climate change should be prosecuted. And he has said that the government should subsidize home mortgage prices. And he said that government-funded colleges should use race-based quotas and a lot of other things we disagree with. But honestly, all of that pales in comparison to what he said to the California Libertarian Party Convention earlier this year, where he called privatization a sin and a crime and said that the sure sign of a society's collapse is decentralization of government power and the privatization of government-run property. I want to be very clear about something. And again, I'm glad Bobby's running, and I love a lot of what he has to say. Bobby Kennedy is not a fellow traveler who just happens to get it wrong on a few things. Bobby Kennedy is someone who is openly hostile to the precepts of libertarianism, and he happens to get it right on a few things. That is what we are up against. And as you know, Joe Biden is also running for president. He may not know that he's running for president, but Joe Biden knows that he's running for president. Now, I have put together this comprehensive list of bad things that Joe Biden has done. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Here we go. Excuse me. Sorry, this will only take a moment. Virtually every single thing Joe Biden has done in his entire life. There we go. That's compelling. It's a compelling argument. This is what the Libertarian Party is up against. Now, there are other people running as well. You have Cornel West and Jill Stein and the Unicorn Lady and quite a few others. And it's good that these people are running. And again, many of them are saying things that we like. But I want to be very clear about something. Every single one of them, Trump, Kennedy, Biden, all of them have the same thing in common. They think that the problem with our government is that the wrong people are in charge doing the wrong things. And once the right people are in charge doing the right things, there's no limit to how big and expensive and intrusive in your life they want it to be. We are the only ones who understand what the founders knew over 200 years ago. The problem with the government is the government. The government is a monopoly of authority, a self-imposed monopoly of authority that is financed with extortion and enforced with violence and threats of violence. It's a protection racket with a flag and a theme song. And the founders, well, most of the founders Most of the founders understood that an organization like that has no real reason to do anything but waste your money, make your life harder, grandstand on your suffering, and use it as an excuse to take even more money and power from you. And that is why they recognized, again, most of them recognized, that government was an evil. They saw it as a necessary evil, but they thought it was an evil nonetheless. And that's why they sought to strictly limit it to a small handful of duties and leave everything else to the states and, more importantly, to you, individual human beings, the people. Now, those restrictions are fantastic as long as they're actually abided to. And the problem is they're not being abided to because our elected officials are not being expected to respect us as individual human beings and treat us as such. They do not see us as people who can live our lives better than any politicians or bureaucrats here in DC or in our state capitals can. And so instead of letting us live our lives, they keep getting government more and more out of our way. We are the only ones who understand that the solution is to get government out of the way. Now, there was a very interesting effort, and it's not the first time it's happened, that there was a very interesting effort, and hopefully might be the last one, but it may happen again, an effort to nominate an anti-libertarian candidate as the libertarian nominee, with the idea that if we did it, we might get more votes and more attention. Just think, folks. If we run a candidate for president who is openly hostile to libertarianism, we might qualify for the debates. And millions of Americans, and not to mention many other millions around the world, will get exposed to libertarianism from the first time from someone who's openly hostile to libertarianism. Oh, but hear me out. Not only that, we might even get 5%, giving us major party status and ensuring that in every single election cycle, we will be pressured to run another anti-liberty candidate to maintain our status, thereby becoming an active detriment to the liberty movement. And all we have to do to get this incredible deal is demonstrate to the American voter and to ourselves that we are worse than what we seek to replace. Let's be very clear about something. Republicans and Democrats usually hold out to actually win before they sell out. If we are willing to sell out our principles and run someone who is hostile to our ideas for the possibility of 5%, imagine what we do to win. No. A libertarian party like that is a waste of every dollar, every penny, and every second that has ever been spent on it. So we're never going to do that again, right? Good. That's right. We are not a last resort for the newest candidate to fail to get the Republican or Democratic nomination ever again. We are not that. We are not here for catchy slogans. We are not here for dubious campaign promises, and we're sure as hell not here to be some squishy centrist party that's scared of its own shadow. We are here for one thing, a revolution. We are here to get the government the hell out of the people's way. We are here to end the IRS and the FBI and the ATF and the DEA and the CDC. And I'm pretty sure I already said the FBI, but hell, we're going to do it twice. And a slew of other alphabet agencies and departments. And yes, of course, we are here to end the Federal Reserve. I know how to get the air horn. We are here, that's right, we are here to put America first by putting the American people first. We are here to end the endless wars and the endless occupations and the endless spending and the endless debt and the endless inflation and the endless regulatory creep. And we are here to ensure that there will never be another lockdown or mandate or any other regulatory agency power grab ever again. We are here to tell the American people one thing. We respect you. We know that you can lead your life far better than any swamp creature can, and we're going to take the power out of their hands and put it back in yours where it always belonged so that you can live your life. We are here. The Libertarian Party is here to fight for a freer America. Now, who's with us? Thank you.
Thank you, Spike Cohen. We're about to address a point of order. We're almost done checking all of our schedule amendments. In the meantime, Dan Johnson, could you come up front because we need you just for a second? Everybody hang tight and please be respectful. Mics will stay off. Dan Johnson, where are you from? Is it South Carolina? Okay. North Carolina. Dan Johnson from North Carolina. We're just, if I could have everyone's utmost, most sincere attention and absolute deathly silence. Very, very quiet, because I have something really important to announce. Thank you guys so much.
At the 2018 New Orleans convention, I met my current partner, Sarah Brady. The first 2 years, we had several arguments because I was more of a right libertarian and she was more of a left libertarian, but we've kind of come around on that. We've had 2 beautiful children together, Alexander Isaac and Leonidas Valentine. You always think a lot about what the right moment, who the right people are, who do you want around you when you make important life decisions. And the family that we've had, and really the only family I've ever had outside of my immediate family, is libertarians, is you guys. And I don't know what that says about me, but we'll leave that to that. So I would like to call my beautiful partner, Sarah Brady, up to the stage, please. Yeah. The light of my life and actually smarter than me. You could join me on stage, please. We have been together. We have been through hard times and good times together. And today, in front of all of our friends, I don't know if I can kneel and bring the microphone down. Sarah Brady, would you officially, publicly marry me?
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
All right. That was entirely in order. All right. Madam Secretary, would you mind addressing us regarding where we're at in business and why? Because we had 3 motions at least about amending the agenda. So let's catch up to where we're at right now.
Okay, I had to go back through a tangle of minutes, and this room is very echoey. It's not the best draft minutes. And anyone concerned about misspellings, by the way, those will not be in the final. This is just to help you guys follow along. However, the agenda was originally amended to do all of the LNC first, and then presidential and vice presidential. But we had the special order for Saturday morning in order to have the presidential debate. Then there was a motion to suspend the rules to interrupt. And Friday, if you remember in the afternoon, we had the nomination speeches for chair. Then there was another motion to have the chair debate. And then after the chair debate, there was another motion to interrupt the LNC elections with only the presidential nomination so that there would be somebody to be up there to oppose Trump afterwards. And then we moved into presidential, and then I moved part of the rest of the LNC to be mixed in while we were doing presidential. But after untangling that whole mess, we are not on vice presidential. We are on the remainder of the LNC.
All right, I'm going to make a short announcement and then we're going to maybe see what you guys want to do. Because we are still balloting. Where did it go? Where did it go? A note from our hotel. A note from our hotel. Well, it's up to you how you choose to respond. I just wanted to point out that the longer you wait, the worse the quality of food will be. We can't remake or replate 200 plates of food. Hopefully you guys will finish earlier than expected. Now, I think the business that we're doing is very important, but I also think that it's my duty as your chair to inform you that we have 200 plates of food for the gala, and they're not going to be able to replate 200 plates of food. They wanted me to pass that along, so I'm doing that for you. But it's entirely up to you. We have business to attend to. We have several different paths forward, and I'm open to hearing how you'd like to address things. All right. I believe we're going to be on at-large elections. But we're still balloting. I believe, where are we at on balloting? All right, let's find out. All right. Oh, can we please, AV team, can we have floor mics back, please? Thank you so much.
I seek recognition at microphone 2. Madam Chair, I am requesting that this body indulge the Libertarian Party choir for 5 minutes and only 5 minutes.
All right. So what
While
I'm trying
balloting.
to do right now is wait until it's an appropriate time so that you will be received positively.
Okay.
I promise I have you in mind.
Sounds good.
Microphone. Back there. 3.
Microphone 3. Reese Smith, delegate from Pennsylvania.
I cannot hear microphone 3. Hang tight 1 second.
I'm sorry, what, Madam Chair? Hello?
Can you speak up? Thank you.
Reese Smith, delegate from Pennsylvania. I move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to insert the vice presidential nomination immediately following the election of president so we can have a complete ticket by the end of the convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates.
All right.
Madam Chair, point of order. This is dilatory. We already voted this down less than an hour ago.
One second.
Madam Chair?
No. We're going to take 1 second. No one is recognized right now. AV team, when you are ready and able, could you please get our secretary's screen back up?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Okay. That particular motion has not been made before, so it is not out of order. The challenge with amending the agenda over and over again is that it becomes a little bit difficult to keep track of. So it has been moved and seconded to suspend the rules, so it's non-debatable, to go to the V. POTUS nominations before the at-large nominations.
I move to call the question.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Hold on 1 second. Let's make sure we've got this right before we go to the point of order at mic 4. Do we have the wording of this motion correct? Mr. Reese Smith, is this correct?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Point of order, microphone 4.
Kate Prather, Texas. I see ballots still out, and I believe we're not supposed to move on to business while ballots are still out.
Fair enough. All right, so we're not going to vote on a motion while ballots are out. We're going to wait until all of the ballots are turned into the tellers.
Point of information, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Could the chair make sure everyone is aware, if we at some point run out of time and we have not completed at-large elections, how are the vacancies filled and by whom?
Vacancies, according to the bylaws for at-large, not for officers, are filled according to the LNC. Vice presidential candidate is ambiguous in the bylaws. You could infer that that's also filled by the LNC. At-large is very explicit. Vice president is less explicit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Point of information.
Point of privilege.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Is there any availability for this hall tomorrow morning?
We have this physical space tomorrow morning. We do not have a V, but we have the physical space.
Point of privilege, microphone 3. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Just for the secretary, my name is spelled R-E-E-C-E.
C.
Yes,
C as in
thank
cat.
you.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay, we're still balloting, but once we're done balloting, we're going to revisit Mr. Reese's motion.
Madam Chair.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1, Aaron Starr, California. So I want to understand Article 14.
Is this a point of order?
It's perhaps a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry?
Is it not in order this time? So I would like to get your understanding of Article 14, Section 3, the second sentence, which reads, 2/3 of the entire membership of the National Committee may, at a meeting, fill a vice presidential vacancy, and if necessary, a simultaneous presidential vacancy. I want to know if your understanding of it is, what your understanding is of that.
Let me read it. Sorry.
So are they still trying to do that move to suspend the rules, or did that get shot down and we just don't have notes on it?
Nick. I wanted to suspend the rules to extend time until after our
I was going to suggest, I wasn't going to do that. I was going to suggest that we get started with at-large nominations and speeches during ballot.
Well, then she can make that adjustment. But if we say we're going to be here until they're complete, then
you feel free, because I like the motion.
Hello, it's CheeseSlice. We're going to go ahead and play a video that Pasta recorded earlier, so enjoy.
All right, my man, who am I speaking to? All right, my man, who am I speaking to?
My name is Kendall Ludden. I'm a vice presidential candidate. You can look me up at kendallluddenforliberty.com. Interesting things going on here. I've been trying to get on the VP ticket first and then to try and get the nomination. And I've talked to a few presidents, and I'm actually the front runner. If he wins, I'm taking out to dinner because we spoke, and he likes my positions on education and everything like that. I still got a chance with other candidates that want their own team, but I'm not going to break up a team if they want to be a team. I'm going to say, guys, give me some money, give me some power, give me some team, and let's win Charleston, South Carolina. So we can win that.
So if you don't get the ticket, you're going to still, if you get a little help, you're going to go in and whip up votes for them. You're going to go campaign for them, essentially.
No, hopefully the candidates that whoever wins,
yes,
whips them some votes to me in Charleston, South Carolina.
For Charleston, South Carolina. But you're going to help them for the vice president ticket since you have
well,
some
I'm going to
skin.
be on stage in, I don't know, 18 hours, who knows?
You gotcha. So you think there's a good chance, though, you might win, though?
As I said, two people have their candidates picked. Chase Oliver, supposedly Mike Rectenwald. He's a cap, maybe. He's the front runner, but maybe he doesn't get enough.
Yeah.
So
who does Rectenwald and Chase Oliver have? Did he tell you who they're picking?
Rectenwald hopefully told me me.
Okay.
Chase Oliver has some woman, but she's not really that known. But if I win against her, I'm going to say, Chase, have your opponent. You said you want to endorse people and help me in South Carolina. Show me what you did in Georgia so I can do it in the state senate in Charleston, South Carolina.
So there is a lot of inside game going here at the Libertarian Party. You guys help each other out for the benefit of the party. That's great. We're here hanging out with
Kendall Ludden for Liberty, the number 4.com.
You got to go
very much.
Check them out, buddy. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And we're going to go back to live on the floor coverage. If they go back to an empty podium, we got another video queued up. Pasta's been recording with people in the crowd and delegates. So we got some stuff to share with you. Stick around.
May I?
Mr. Reese Smith? If that's you asking, may I? Yes. But if it's not, no, you may not. All right. Reese Smith moved to suspend the rules to go to the VPOTUS nominations and election before the at-large nominations and elections. Guys, are you aware of what we're about to vote on? It's not debatable. I need everybody to read the motion on the screen and to lower your voices. Lower your voices. Less talking. All right. I need to know what we're going to do next in elections. If you want to move to suspend the rules to go to VPOTUS nominations after POTUS is concluded before the at-large nominations and elections, please say aye. All those opposed? All right, that's not 2/3. We're going to do one standing vote, and then we're going to figure it out, and then we're going to move forward. All those who are in favor of suspending the rules to go to the VPOTUS nominations before at-large. VPOTUS next. Stand, stay standing while a few of us check you.
Keep it moving. Let's get through this.
Wanted to get through this, we just would have moved on with the orders of the day. Instead of wasting the last 2 fucking hours.
Please be seated. All those opposed, if you are opposed, stand up. The motion passes.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Appeal ruling of the chair.
Point of order. Madam Chair.
Second.
Call for division.
Division. 20 seconds.
Division. We have 20.
Do we have 20 seconds?
It was clear to 4 of us on the stage.
Point of division.
Point
You
of
want division?
information.
Okay.
Point of information. Microphone 4.
We'll do division. We'll do division. No, they have 20 people. That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Those who are in favor, please stand up. The motion is move to suspend the rules to go to the VPOTUS nominations and election before the at-large nominations and elections. So if you are in favor of concluding the presidential nomination, once that's done, and then selecting your vice presidential nomination, you're standing right now. If you do not want to do that, if you want to do at-large and vice president last, then you would be sitting. So standing. Do we want to count off? All right, we're going to count off. Do you want me to jump off the floor and count you right now? Tellers are coming. Okay, so hang tight. Tellers, how do you want to do this? Are you going to count state by state? Okay, the tellers are going to count their zones. I do not want to see anyone walking in the aisles right now. If you are walking in the aisles, you need to go immediately to the back of the room because you're not going to be counted. Get to your state delegation immediately. And everyone, pin. Delegate pin. Thank you. Complete silence for our tellers. Let's please get through this quickly. You may start. Guys, I need your attention. I need your attention. The noes need to stand. Opposed to suspending the rules to go to V-POTUS nominations before at-large nominations. You are opposed. Please stand. Everyone else, hold still, stay in your seats. Noes are being counted right now. Quiet.
Next to California.
Madam Chair, point of order. Aaron Adams, Oklahoma
We're going to
delegate.
wait until the vote totals are turned in. Motion failed. 467 to 335.
Madam Chair, point of order, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
I was trying to get up before we voted, but just for clarity, can we have a current credentials report? We haven't had one since this morning.
Let's get a credentials report. If our credentials chair, Mr. Josh Slavka, could help us out with an updated credentials report, that would be a great idea.
Yeah, they
Steve, we're still making a motion.
Mr. Hlavka, are you working on that? Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I seek recognition at microphone. Oh, wait, no, wait. You're doing credentials. Sorry.
Are you still new? But at the appropriate point. Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently we have 930 delegates checked in. That means quorum is 372. A majority is 466, and 2/3 is 620.
Oh, boy.
Real quick, Rich. 930 was the total delegates checked in. Quorum is 372. A majority is 466, and 2/3 is 620. Oh my God.
Madam Chair, point of information, mic 4.
One moment while our credentials.
7/8 would be 814.
Point of information at microphone 4.
John Phillips, delegate from Illinois. Is it not correct that for all of these, it's the vote total of the people on the floor? And so these continued delegate counts are unnecessary?
All right, I believe we have some election results. All right. Yes. AV team, can you please pull our secretary's screen off just for a moment while she prepares? All right, we are ready for our secretary's screen to return. All right, state chairs, please watch for your state's totals. State chairs, please be watching for your state. All right, we're at the end of our states. When you are ready, Madam Secretary, we'll see the vote totals. All right. We have Chase Oliver at 32.87%, Michael Rechtenwald at 38.39%, and Mike Termont at 25.86%.
Madam Chair,
Microphone 4.
3.
Who started to speak and then was spoken over to by microphone 4?
I believe it was me, Madam Chair. Microphone 3, Dustin Nano, Ohio.
Microphone 3, Dustin Nana, Ohio.
I move to open nominations for at-large during the next tallying phase for the presidential election.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to open nominations for at-large during the next tallying of presidential votes, something like that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair, for Mike 2.
Mike 2.
I believe that is the orders of the day and therefore does not require a motion.
We haven't been doing it so far. That's why I moved it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Nana did something very smart. All right.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Yes, microphone 1.
Your prior ruling that motion that we had that standing vote failed. My question is this: was that a motion to amend something previously adopted? Because there's two ways to adopt that motion. One, 2/3 of those who voted, or a majority of all registered voters, or all delegates. So we have 467 that voted yes, and you need 466 of all registered delegates if this applies. I think if you can ask your parliamentarian whether it's an either or thing, 2/3 or a majority of all.
On the V. POTUS motion?
Yes.
I'll ask.
Sorry.
Guys, here's where we're at right now. I am checking on a point of parliamentary inquiry for Mr. Aaron Starr, and your state chairs are picking up your sixth round of balloting. So balloting is going to start. I'm going to be addressing a point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Starr.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Mr. Aaron Starr,
Yes.
can you please restate your point of parliamentary inquiry?
My point of parliamentary inquiry is.
Okay, everyone else, I know some of you are balloting and I want you to continue to do that. But for people who are just talking, please lower your voices so we can hear Mr. Starr, because I'm going to have to address his point of inquiry.
So on the motion to have the order where it was VP POTUS first.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We should not consider business of any kind
You
while
need to,
balloting
you
is
do
occurring.
not have the floor.
Point of order at microphone 2. Point of order,
Mr.
Madam
Starr.
Chair.
I'm trying. So on the motion that failed regarding the VP candidates being first.
Point of order at microphone 2.
You are not recognized. We are not going to vote on anything. Your point of order is no different than his point of order, except it's a little bit rude. We're going to hear him, and we're not voting on anything right now.
Okay. My point is this. We just had a vote to have the VP candidates handled first. You said it failed. If this is a motion to amend something previously adopted, being the agenda, I believe there's two ways that you can change it. You can adopt it, either with a 2/3 vote of those present and voting, or a majority of all delegates. It appears that 467 votes in favor exceeds 466, a majority of delegates. Therefore, I think, but I'm not certain, that this motion actually was adopted rather than failed.
Okay.
Point of order.
So where
At microphone.
I think we're at is that you are correct.
Point of order, microphone 2.
And that, stop and let me finish. I'm the chair, you're not, and you need to let me speak so that people understand what I'm saying. Now, here's where we're at. You are correct that it could have gone on a majority vote. We did not have a credentials committee report at that time. I called it as the motion failing, and Mr. Nana moved and seconded something else, and we had moved on from business. I think you're going to have to appeal my ruling or move to reconsider it.
So, Madam Chair, just so I'm clear, was the previous credentials report, did that show 466, or did it show less or more?
The previous credentials report, I'll
The
find
previous
out.
credentials report, I think, had a number lower than 466. Am I wrong?
Point of information, the credentials report showed the numbers going down. So the previous number was a
I just
larger
want to
number.
hear what the number is.
Point of order. Point of order, microphone 2.
No one is addressed right now until I get the previous credentials report from the chair or the secretary.
We didn't get it to debate it because it was a motion to suspend the rules. If it had actually been a majority requirement, we would have been able to debate it. Make that point. It was a long motion. We did not get to debate it because the motion was
All right. 469.
So during round 4, Lars Mapsteed was eliminated. He only had 15.6 of the vote. And then we get to round 5, which is the one that was just completed. I will bring that up in a second. So this is round 5. I posted the wrong. Here we go. And then here's round 5, where we have there. Now we have round 5, where Mike Tremont is eliminated with 25.86% of the vote. So that's a big chunk that's going to have to be divided up between Chase Oliver and Michael Reckenwald. And depending on how many writing votes there are, or none of the above votes there are, it could keep going on for a while. But odds are it'll probably finish next time.
Yeah.
But there's a chance it could go 2 more votes.
Now, who has a point of personal privilege? Microphone 1.
Madam Chair,
This is Mike Tremont from Virginia. First of all, I want to thank the delegation that's seated here today. For giving me an opportunity to participate in this process. I think you guys have been terrific. And I know that no matter what comes out of my pie hole today, a lot of people are going to be upset. So I'd like to explain really quick, just for 10 seconds. I have conferred with my team. Michael Heiss's team has been very respectful to me. We've had a good
Okay, I don't know
relationship for a
why the
long
stream is
time.
muted.
We went in two different
It might be on
directions
the
based
on the
strategy,
broadcast
not
end.
based on personality. And I need to respect that. The Mises Caucus had a particular strategy. We could not come to an agreement on that.
Here, have some music.
We still feel the same way that we did 3 years ago. We feel the same way that we did 2 years ago. We feel the same that we did 1 year ago. And we feel the same as we did 2 weeks ago. I can't change that. I can't change the Mises Caucus strategy. If I could, I would. For this reason, I will accept Chase Oliver's offer to run as his vice president. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Guys, we're in the middle of balloting. Thank you.
So we just heard cheering coming from downstairs, but for some reason the audio is cut on the live stream. So we're not sure what it was about. Okay, Mike Tremont addressed the convention and accepted Chase Oliver's offer to run as vice president.
Chase won.
How did Chase win? They haven't revealed that, huh?
Give me that
All right. All right, Pasta's going to come on, y'all.
Is my microphone on?
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Your mic.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Which microphone is requesting a point of personal privilege?
Mic one.
Mic one?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Heiss. Mic one.
Point of personal privilege. I feel we need to respond to Tremont. The Mises Caucus has also offered Mike Tremont the vice presidential position.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Heiss. All right, so here's the situation. We need to finish balloting and not try to engage in gamesmanship when people are in the middle of voting.
Point of privilege, it might
Okay, guys. Apparently, we lost all sound. I had to reset our streaming software. So, what we think has happened is that Mike Tremont, who just lost in the last round and was eliminated, has accepted the offer to be Chase's VP pick. Now, that would mean, if that's true, then you would assume that all the Mike Tremont votes would now go to Chase for the next round of voting, which would give him the win over Reckenwald. So Pasta just went down to the floor to verify if that's true. He's going to come back and tell us what's what. He's also going to put the camera on down
Microphone
there
4, please.
In the background, so see if we can catch some of the people like wheeling and dealing behind the scenes. So stay tuned for that.
Microphone
And
4.
next time we got some dead air or just a podium shot, we're going to go ahead and just
Microphone 4.
show another
Yes.
video.
Would,
but
would it be in order
this is
to
kind of
do
interesting, and
at-large
we're
votes
going to find
at
out what's
this
really
time?
going on. So stay tuned.
I do not believe so.
Mr. Chair, microphone 4. I believe the gentleman actually meant the at-large nominations that we had already talked about. I moved.
We are still waiting on ballots. So no, it would not be in order. at
Point
this
of
time.
inquiry, disregard. You answered it.
Microphone 2. Three? Was it 2 or 3? It's hard to hear.
I believe our states are still balloting. States, if you are still balloting, can you please wave at me? Thank you. We do have a few states that are still balloting. Once our states are done balloting, we're going to move to at-large nominations. Choir members, please, if you are finished balloting, go over to Florida. We are trying to find a time to fit in your beautiful performance. Please work with Marcia.
video with another interview from the floor, and we'll come right back to the live stream of the convention right after that.
All right, who am I talking with? What's going on?
Hi, James O'Donnell from Missouri, commonsenseformissouri.com. Missouri delegate for Libertarians.
He's a delegate. All right, so now we're down to the final three, right? Mike Termott, Chase Oliver, and Michael Rechtenwald, I believe, is the three left, right?
Correct.
Okay, so now the last guy who just got eliminated, Lars. There was a lot of people still supporting Lars. He looked like a great candidate.
He was.
He got about 16% of the vote, right? So now that 15 to 16% of vote is going to go spread out to other candidates. It's not always it holds true to form that the guy who's on top gets those extra votes. Is that the case?
That's my understanding. Is a lot of Mapstead's candidates or delegates are going to go to Termott. However, there are a few who are talking about going to Rechtenwald. So
yeah,
could be either way.
So right now you need to get in second place. There's three candidates. You need to get to the top two. If you don't get to the top two, you're eliminated. But things are going to get crazy. Do you think there's a chance that Rechtenwald can get out of this round right now and get to 50+1?
I don't see it. It's going to be close. It's going to go to the wire.
Yeah.
This is the Derby, the Kentucky Derby with the photo finish.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck. Who are you supporting?
I'm going to go for Termott.
You got it. Go take a look and
I'm
go have
going.
some fun. That's it. We're here. Libertarian National Convention. They're on the floor. We got a couple people left. We're going to see what's going to happen. There you go. Thumbs up. And we will keep you informed as they are voting for their president. See you in a second.
Request for information, microphone 1.
Well, I saw someone say that when it comes to presidential years, it's before, otherwise 3. Yeah, do we have a motion? No. Okay. Sorry, what was that? Well, it's funny. I know Paul Braco. He's one of the guys in the bylaws committee. He's like, I've been working for this for 18 months. He said, I was like Friday morning. So like, okay. It's not gonna be
Well, we're supposed to be doing nominations now. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I believe all ballots are turned in. Can we get started on these nominations?
Are the ballots turned in? I don't believe so. I'm being told that they are not all in.
I got other guys from Florida and Arkansas.
So Pasta just sent me a juicy video, and as soon as it's done processing, I'm going to share it with you guys. Things are getting dirty down there on the floor. Getting dirty like old school dancing in the early 2000s at the club. Do you have anything else to say about it?
Is my microphone on?
No.
Can you hear me?
Let me switch it. I'm going to switch to Pasta real quick. Hold on. Here we go. It's Pasta time.
Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, so guys, we we just went on the floor and we were asking a couple people what's up. I got a couple videos to drop. One is the ex-chair or the former chair. He chaired the Libertarian Party for about 6 years. Nick Sarwark. he's really upset. It seems to be some bad blood in there between members of the Mises caucus and other players and other caucuses. So yeah. Anyways, we're gonna play a little video. It should be ready soon. Let's play this other video real quick. The one with the propaganda report. I can't concentrate with these people yelling over there.
All right, I'm here on the convention floor in DC, Libertarian Convention. I'm hanging out with you know who. You see it, Brad Brinkley, propaganda report. You catch him on Rockfin, and also Josh Warren, who did a little Donald Trump last night. Gentlemen, tell us what you experienced last night and what happened.
Well, you know, there were a lot of people that were treating me like I was actually Donald Trump throughout the whole night, getting sneers and jeers. So that was one fun thing. You can't distinguish comedy from reality anymore.
They were getting mad at him. So journalists would come up from Politico, from Washington Post, and they were expecting him to be a saboteur. They wanted to see Trump speaking, Trump going up to sabotage Trump, and then the Secret Service tackling fake Trump. And then they got upset with him when he said he wasn't going to do that.
Yeah, because I really want to go to jail that badly.
And then they set up a bunch of journalists kind of in the front, and they were moving seats around for, that's a whole other story, but they ended up sitting these kids. If you're going to cast kids to be like Hitler's children, these are what these kids were. They set them behind him, and so every time people stood up, it looked like he was standing up, and these were his people, like he was their leader, and they were taking. So I start sitting down every time, so I knew what was happening. And now there's pictures of him with the Hitler's kids all over the media today. It's hilarious.
So why are you guys here at this convention?
I'm here to do comedy.
I'm just here to cover. I co-moderated the first, or not the first debate, but the debate in Georgia, and I'm just covering it for the show, and I'm gonna have some fun with my buddy.
Well, tell everybody where they can find you. Thanks for coming on, man.
Propaganda Report is my podcast. Propaganda Fight's website, youtube.com/Brad Binkley, Rumble.
And you can find me at Action Show Studios.
Definitely, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's awesome, dude. Great meeting you guys. We're on the floor. They just went through the next round. They're going to get going. They're going to pick a candidate pretty soon. We're here on the convention floor. We're getting it rock and rolling, guys.
That Pasta was just telling you about. So here we go.
Nick, how do you say your last name? Sarwar. All right, so even DC was in the chat asking, saying hi, and there was a couple people saying, "Is Nick made an appearance?" Here is Nick.
I'm totally here.
Nick, what the hell is going on? I heard that Mike Termack just got eliminated, but then they made some announcement. If I can hear it correctly, I was upstairs in the press room, that Mike has agreed to be Chase's VP.
That's correct, and they're trying. The chair right now is trying to run out the clock so that we do not do nominations for at-large, because if we do not nominate for at-large and we do not vote for at-large, the Mises Caucus and their regional representatives that they have the majority of will choose the at-large members. She has been cheating for the last half hour, running the clock. We have traditionally done nominating speeches during balloting. Every national convention I chaired, 2016, 2018, 2020, we have done it. But here we are not doing it. And we're not doing it because they're losing, and they're afraid of losing because they're fucking losers.
And you were the ex-chair of this party, so you've chaired this party for how many years did you chair this party for?
6 years.
Okay, so what you're seeing right now is Angela, you're saying that Angela's trying to run out the clock so that they can pick the delegates themselves.
They can pick the members of the national committee themselves.
Okay,
after this convention, and deny that vote to these delegates, deny all of these people who spent thousands of dollars to come to DC to make the business of the party work. She will not let them vote because she is a cheater.
So what should she do?
She should open nominations for at-large representatives right now, and they can be nominated and a list can be created. So the last thing we do today is distribute ballots for at-large and vote on them. We have done it before during this time while they're counting ballots. We have done it every time before while they're counting ballots. We're not doing it now because she knows she's going to lose.
How many members are there you're talking about that have to be selected?
Then there are five at-large members of the Libertarian National Committee.
Okay. And how many people have put themselves up to be nominated?
I have no idea because we haven't heard the nominations yet.
Wow.
We have to get to nominations. She is going to keep cheating as long as she can. She is trying to run the clock. The delegates here have to make sure they stay in the room. We don't adjourn until we vote for at-large.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. And what's with the president thing with the VP thing again?
Mike
Just one more time.
Tremont said that he would be Chase Oliver's vice presidential nominee. That is a thing that is probably going to help Chase Oliver.
Yes, because then Mike will throw his support behind Chase, his
Correct.
people.
But you have to get a point of order and get nominations during balancing. Points of order have to happen. She can't stand at ease. She needs to take the points of order.
Thank you, Nick.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Nice screaming.
Yep, that's okay.
I'm hearing some delegates may have cast their votes before Mike's announcement, and they
Yes.
should be allowed to revote.
No,
Because
when you turn your
arguably-
ballot in.
Well, let me give you my reasoning, please.
I have already consulted with the parliamentarian on this particular thing.
Okay.
He agrees.
I'll let
The
it go.
parliamentary opinions at large, many of them in the room agree. You turn your ballot in, that is it. We do not do do-over votes. It's one and done, or we'd be here all night. Thank you, everyone. Now, we're going to go.
I would like to appeal the ruling from the chair.
I'm not going to entertain that appeal. We're not going to do, or else, why don't we do everything over? That'll be the 2026 convention theme, the do-over. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to see how many states are still balloting, because I think we need to go to nominations of at-large. It looks like all the ballots are to the tellers. So I want to see people lined up who are ready for at-large nominations. At-large nominations. We're going to take just 30 seconds. Please find your seats and lower your voices unless you are turning in ballots. All right, who's got a nomination? I see microphone 4. Microphone 4 is not working. Let's give our AV team just a moment, and then you're going to be recognized.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
No, we're going to, microphone 4 already was trying to be recognized. Microphone 4, can you just shout? Microphone 4 is the one that gets the most overlooked, and so we're going to let this man speak up. He's going to come up to microphone 1, and by the time he does, microphone 4 will be fixed. Thank you very much, Mr. Cecilski.
Madam Chair, I'm a little bit confused where we left off there. So I've got a parliamentary inquiry.
Let's speak a little bit louder and everyone else be a little quieter.
I have a parliamentary inquiry because I'm a little bit confused where we're at. Did you roll on Mr. Starr's point of order?
I did.
And what was the ruling?
The ruling was that, hold on, let's pull that back up on the screen. I did rule on it. I just want to get the motion back up on the screen. Otherwise, it's just not going to make any sense and I'm going to have to do it anyway. No, Mr. Starr. Remember Mr. Starr he did a point of parliamentary inquiry. Okay, so but we need the motion on the screen. The motion, the 2/3 vote. All right, hang tight. All right. There was a motion that failed. Reese Smith moved to suspend the rules to go to the VPOTUS nominations and election before the at-large nomination and elections. It failed. Mr. Starr asked what the vote threshold was. It was 2/3 or a majority. We did a credentialings check right after that, and the majority was 466. I ruled that even though it made the threshold, we had already moved on to the next agenda item. So my motion would have to be appealed or someone would have to move for reconsideration. That's what I said.
I appeal. I appeal the ruling from the chair.
Seconded. Point of order, Madam Chair. It is not timely. It cannot be appealed.
Madam Chair, I beg to differ with you. I think you ruled that I was incorrect. I think you're correct that I was incorrect because we had 466 votes that were cast in favor of changing the order, and I would have needed to either have 460. I'm sorry, it was 467. I would have either needed to have, and we had 469 was the prior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Okay, Mr. Cecilski. Did I answer your question? Yes.
Yeah, so
I know.
on the prior.
Mr. Cecilski.
Yeah.
Did you have any additional questions or motions?
I'm moving to appeal the decision of the chair.
You're appealing my ruling on the,
That the vote failed because we had a majority of the entire body.
It's not timely. This is not a timely appeal. It is out of order.
Point of order, Madam
all
Chair,
right.
microphone
He
3.
appealed the ruling of the chair.
Madam,
Yeah,
point of
you're
order.
all gonna wait 1 second because we're gonna just put this to rest and that'll be faster. Do you have a second to appeal the ruling of the chair? Okay. It will take a majority to overturn my ruling.
This is debatable.
And then we're going to go back and it's still going to take 2/3
Madam Chair, point of order,
or a
please.
majority. Who's got a point of order?
Madam Chair, this
Microphone
Yeah.
3, Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. It is not timely. He cannot appeal an hour later.
Okay, thank you. All right. There we go.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to debate if are we having an appealing of the ruling of the chair? Because
I don't think so. I also think it's untimely.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
we didn't have any intervening business.
I don't know who's talking. You're going to say, well, here's how this is going to work. There's a few things at play right now, right? We're at nominations for at-large. There was just a motion to appeal my ruling. It failed. This is how we're doing it. We're going to go to at-large votes. At some point this evening, we're going to do vice presidential nominations. And if you're going to speak at a microphone, it's not going to be an announcement. I don't want any announcements. Stop yourself. You're going to do an actual point of order. You're going to do a point of parliamentary inquiry if you want to know how to make a motion or do something like that. Those are the kinds of things we're doing. You've got a motion. Maybe we don't want to hear it, but it's something that you have a right to do and you're entitled to do. We're going to do it like that. But we're not going to do any more announcements or dilatory interruptions. So now we're going to go to nominations. If you have anything else, you're going to state your name and you're going to state your state and what microphone you're at. Now, where am I starting?
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Taylor Richmond, Chair of the great state of West Virginia. I rise to nominate my Vice Chair, Travis Boss, for at-large on the LNC.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Yes, Madam Chair. Dave Benner, Tennessee delegate, volunteer forever. Madam Chair, I nominate Robert Vinson from Florida for at-large.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Mike 2, Jason
two.
Cleats from Minnesota. It would be my pleasure to nominate Josh Holovic.
Josh Hlavka. for
Yes, I
at-large.
apologize.
We've got Robert Vinson. We've got Josh Hlavka. We've got Sam Whiplinger, Minnesota. Jason Cleats. Jason Cleats nominated Josh. From which state? Minnesota. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back to microphone 4.
Joe Sokol, Florida delegation. I would like to nominate Eric Parker from North Carolina.
Can you say his name one more time more clearly?
Sokol, S-O-K-O-L.
Eric, you're the nominee?
Eric Parker, North Carolina.
Eric Parker with a P. Okay, got it. All right, let's jump back to microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Nathan Madden, Arizona. I am here to nominate Catherine Yanuskavich from Arizona.
All right, Nathan Madden from Arizona nominated Kathy Yanuskavich from Arizona. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Michael Bartley, Virginia delegation. I am here to nominate a man who helped me with my campaign, your present vice chair, Andrew Watkins.
Thank you so much. Michael Bartley nominated Andrew Watkins for at-large. Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Cody Anderson from the least free state in the nation, New York. Thank you. I'd like to nominate our chair, twice removed, first vice chair, and former state committee of our state committee here in New York, current resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and my friend, Tony D'Orazio.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson nominated Tony D'Orazio. Microphone.
The Libertarian Party. Thank you so much.
Everyone. I will remind you to save nomination speeches for nomination speeches. Okay, Tyler Bartonquist nominated Beth Best. We're going to go back to microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Sam Goldstein for Indiana. I have the great honor to place into nomination for an at-large position on the LNC my good friend from the Peachtree State, or Peach State, whatever it is, Doug Craig.
Thank
so
you for
sorry.
letting me know.
What is
guys.
his name, and everyone else, please?
Doug
quiet.
Craig.
That's not me. You're not
CR
nominating me. Say, can you hit that real quick? Is it muted? All right, so they're muted. All right, good. I was just hearing that. Guys, all right, so listen, DC, you're in the chat. Explain to everybody what's going on with the at-large bidding. We played Nick's video about him saying that she was trying to run out the clock, so therefore they can handpick maybe who they wanted as far as the at-large people. But that looks like it's not happening, because right after that, Angela started to call for nominations. So if DC, if you could explain in the chat what it is a little bit about these positions, these delegates of sorts, who they have to vote on. Now, listen, we're going to play Mr. Fulner's video because somebody had mentioned about something, Jayme, you were laughing with about, why don't we just vote all over and do it all over again, because they made some announcement after a lot of the ballots went in, after the people had turned in their ballots, I guess, before Mike Termat agreed, and Chase Oliver, Mike agreed to be Chase's VP after he was just eliminated. So that's going to give you a sense that maybe Mike is going to throw all his people, if he can, whatever he can, towards Chase Oliver's way. Chase Oliver then will get ahead of Mike, what's his name, Rechtenwald, and maybe that will put Chase over the top. That's what I'm assuming after that deal was made. We don't know. But here's Mr. Fulner, who we interviewed yesterday from the LibSoc, Libertarian Socialist Caucus that doesn't exist anymore, but he's one of those guys. He's a leftist libertarian. He's going to give you a little insight to what's going on, and then we'll get back and check and see if these results are in. Craig Pasta2Go here with Jayme CheeseSlice. Pasta2Go at the National Convention, the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. David Fight is walking around. We're going to send him some love. Thank you so much. Take a look at this video. We'll be right on back. Yeah.
Delegates had already cast their 6th ballot.
Okay, we're here on the convention floor. I'm with Mr. Fulner, my guy over here. You know him. You've seen him on the stream yesterday. So we were upstairs. We heard something. We heard a lot of cheering going on. I heard something to the fact that Mike has agreed to be Chase's VP. Mike was just eliminated. It was coming down to Chase and Mike Rechtenwald.
And none of the above.
Yes.
And many, many delegates had already cast their 6th ballot before that announcement. And allegedly, many people, if had known that information, would have voted differently prior to submitting their ballot. We always the delegates make the final decision. So at the end of this ballot, either Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Oliver will be the nominee, or one of those will be eliminated, and we'll have one versus Noda for a 6th or 7th round.
Got it. Wow. Thank you so much. We're going to see what's happening. I heard the tallying up the votes. We'll let you guys know what's going on the floor over here. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Libertarian National Convention. They're trying to pick a president right now. A lot of stuff seems to be going on. I mean, wow. We're going back and forth, and we will find out what's what. As soon as we hear what's up, we will let you know.
Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Rex Lawhorn from Oklahoma. I would like to nominate for at-large the name least likely to come out of my mouth, Valerie Sarwark from New
Rex
Hampshire.
Lawhorn nominates Valerie Sarwark.
Correct.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Sean Vadney from the state of Colorado. I would like to nominate Hannah Goodman from Colorado.
Thank you. Sean Badney from Colorado nominates Hannah Goodman. We are jumping to microphone 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Greg Stemfel from Michigan. I would like to nominate to the LEC at large Mike Saliba of the Michigan 8.
Hold on one second. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Saliba has been nominated. Microphone 4.
Correct. I guess a point of information, it's Mike Saliba, not Greg Saliba.
Yeah, it's getting corrected. Thank
Before
you.
I make my nomination, was there a second nomination by Greg Stemfel?
It does not need a second. Thank you, though.
Okay. Scotty Bowman from Michigan, nominate Richard Longs. Oh, he has?
It's already been nominated.
Okay.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Joe Baratelli from New Jersey. I want to nominate the man that brought us the Enemies of the State event, Dan Fuck the NWO O'Neill.
Joe nominated Dan O'Neill. Joe, what was your last name?
Baratelli.
Baritone?
Baratelli. Baratelli.
Got it. Thank you.
Free Ross.
Thank you. Microphone 1 is vacant. Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Mark Axon from the still not free state of New York. I nominate Christopher Thrasher of every state because he's helped us so much, but I believe he's currently of Massachusetts.
Mark Askin nominated Christopher Thrasher.
Axon, Axinn.
Thank you very much. Microphone, is there anyone at microphone 4? Yes.
Heidi Alejandro Smith, Louisiana, and I would like to nominate Evan McMahon of Indiana for at-large.
Heidi Alejandro Smith has nominated Evan McMahon. Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, this is Sam Goldstein from Indiana. I do not have a nomination. I have a point of information for the delegates in this hall. Can you please, as soon as nominations are closed, go over the fact that this is going to be a vote by approval voting and a majority wins, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so a point of moving on. All right, microphone number 2.
Jocelyn Pankey from Texas. Kate Prather from Texas, 2.5-term treasurer formerly. I would like the honor to nominate my very good friend and the vice chair of LP Texas, Jesse Cowart.
Okay, Jesse Cowart. I think we're going to give that was Kate Prather made that nomination?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone at microphone 4? I see someone standing back there. I'm going to assume not. We're going to jump to microphone 3. No? Okay. Then we're back to microphone 2.
Yes, Madam Chair, Ted Brown from Texas. I nominate Mimi Robson of California for at-large.
Ted Brown has nominated Mimi Robson for at-large. All right. Is there someone at microphone 3? Or I'm sorry, 4. Are you at microphone 4, sir?
Daniel Fishman from Maryland. I move that we close nominations.
Do we have any other nominations? If we do, then it's not in order. Any other nominations?
Can we see the complete list before closing?
Okay. So that's a good question. But do we have any other? Because if we don't, then we're going to close them. All right. I don't hear any other. Hold on one second. We are going to get the list on the screen. And before we close nominations, I think we want everybody to get their paperwork in because you need some signatures. So if we close nominations, you might not be able to get your paperwork in. Do you want to wait just a moment? I see a hand up, so maybe there's another nomination.
I want to decline the nomination.
Who is that? I'm so sorry.
This is Dan O'Neill from New Jersey.
Dan O'Neill. Dan O'Neill declines his nomination. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you.
Anything else related to nominations? Okay. I didn't hear a second on closing nominations because I assume everybody wants paperwork turned in.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Microphone 2, Steve Dasbach, South Carolina. Would it be in order to move? Would it be in order to move to waive the paperwork requirement and simply to accept the names that were nominated?
It would not be in order to waive the paperwork requirement, but why don't we check to see where we're at with paperwork and then we can decide if we need a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
If you turned in paperwork to run for some other position, you're okay. You don't need to turn in extra paperwork. We're doing a final check here. Fantastic. Everyone is in. I believe there was some sort of motion about closing nominations. And it has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to closing nominations at this point?
Objection. I still have a nomination.
Oh, there is an objection because there's one more nomination. Okay, what is that nomination?
Clint Polar, California delegation for Travis Bost.
Travis Bost has already been
Okay.
made. He was one of the first ones.
We
Thank
did
you
not-
so much. Let's make sure he's listed. All right, he's up there. Okay. Going once, going twice. Any objections to closing nominations? Hearing none. Nominations are closed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, where are you at?
Microphone 1.
Thank you.
Tom Bussey, Oregon delegation. In the interest of time, I move to suspend the bylaws and complete the.
Whoa. No, it's okay. We're going to slow down. We're going to slow down and be gracious. I didn't hear you very well. Could you start over with your
Yes.
motion? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Tom Bussey, Oregon delegation. In the interest of time, I move to suspend the bylaws.
No, you mean the rules?
I move to suspend the rules.
Okay.
In order to make a motion to suspend the bylaws
Oh.
and conduct this and complete this at-large election via vote by mail under procedures to be devised by the executive committee and move immediately on to vice president.
Okay, so he made a motion to suspend the bylaws. We couldn't do that. We don't suspend the bylaws, so I assume you mean amend the bylaws to conduct vote by mail elections. I'm just going to read the room here. Temperature check is if
Point
you're-
of order.
If no,
Point of order.
do you not want to do that? I assume you don't want to do that. I don't see any.
I
okay.
withdraw my motion.
Thank you. See, withdrawn. Moving on. All
Point of-
right.
Point of information, Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Clayton Soltz from Indiana, point of information. How will this vote take place? Is this by approval voting? Is this top 5 recipients? Do they need
Well,
majority? How does this?
Let's get right into that. That's approval.
I may have a motion depending on the answer. Thank you.
And it's a majority vote. All right. It's approval voting for as many candidates as you want or NOTA. Bear with us. And I believe you must get a majority.
Then, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so here's how it's.
Okay.
You can vote for NOTA or candidates, but not both.
Madam Chair, Mike 3.
Nope, you're going to wait 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be really, really clear, and hopefully everyone's just going to let me speak. It's approval voting. It's approval voting. Can everyone be quiet? It's approval voting. You need a majority. You need over 50%. You can vote for all of the, you can vote for as many candidates as you want, or you can vote for NOTA. If you put NOTA on your ballot, we're just not going to count the NOTA, and we're going to count the candidates. So if you actually genuinely want NOTA to show up, you only put NOTA. And now, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clayton Soltz from Indiana. I move to suspend the rules and have it be by plurality. We elect the top 5 vote recipients.
Madam Chair, I think that's out of order.
It's not dilatory. We are going to hear this one out. Clayton Soltz from Indiana moved to suspend the rules and their convention special rules of order. So I do believe they are suspendable. It would be a 2/3 vote, and it is non-debatable, but we're going to make sure we get the wording right. To elect the top 5 vote getters, it's a plurality.
Point of order.
Second.
There's no, okay, great. So you seconded the motion, not the point of order. What's the point of order?
So the point of order is, and maybe this is more of a parliamentary inquiry, does this require, a second, when you say majority of all ballots, first of all, if we have 800 ballots, that means that we need at least 401 under the existing rules, right? But my inquiry has to do is, under our bylaws, can we elect anybody with less than a majority vote? Normally under Roberts, you have to do everything with a majority support. Otherwise, it's not valid.
One moment, please. Guys, I want to move so quickly, but you're too loud and I can't hear Mr. Starr. And I know you love Mr. Starr's voice and you want to pay attention and hear what he says. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
My question, and I don't know the answer to the question, is that normally Roberts requires a majority in order to basically make any decision. Is this type of, and normally with an election by approval voting, you need a majority of all ballots for anybody to win. Is it allowed to suspend a rule to allow less than the majority? I think that may be in question. At least I have a question.
Yes, I believe it is. And we've talked about this up here a couple of times. You can suspend the rules to elect the top 5 vote getters. We can suspend things in Ronar. We do not suspend our bylaws, but we're not suspending our bylaws.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Point of information number 2.
Mic number 2.
The question I have for it, if we don't have 5 people get over the majority, what is the next step?
It's plurality. So Clayton Soltz moved to suspend the rules so we wouldn't do majority. Plurality means the top vote getters. So for example, if people got 43%, 43%, 42%, 38%, 37%, like the top, and everybody else got like 20 down to 7, we would get just the largest percentages.
Parliamentary inquiry, mic 3. Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry, mic 3.
Mic 3, yes.
How many candidates would delegates be permitted to vote for under the plurality rule?
As many as you want. It's approval voting. It's as many as you want. If you felt so inclined, you could put every name on the list. That would be painful, but it is what it is.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3, and then we're going to jump to other microphones.
Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. We did this in 2018 and wound up without a judicial committee because of a majority complaint. I moved to amend the motion on the floor to
It's not,
say.
I'm so sorry, it's a suspension of the rules, so it's not amendable and it's not debatable.
Thank you, madam.
Can we call
Okay,
the
microphone
question?
4. Sorry, microphone 4. Nobody there? Okay, microphone 2.
An inquiry, do these candidates have an opportunity to speak?
Well, we're going to get there right now because right now there's, I believe we still have 2 minutes of nomination speeches. Am I correct?
All right. I move that we waive nomination speeches.
All right.
Mark
It's
Axon,
been-
New York.
Okay, so hold that. because we need to vote on the first motion. So please stay there, Mark.
I will.
Clayton Soltz moved to suspend the rules to elect the top 5 vote getters by plurality. Everyone, please be quiet because we're about to vote. All in favor of Clayton Soltz's motion, please say aye. All opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We're going to plurality. Now, we're going to go to Mark.
Madam Chair, Mark Axon, A-X-I-N-N, Nancy,
AXINN.
right, of New York. I move to waive all speeches of candidates for at-large.
You move to suspend the rules to waive all nomination speeches for candidates for at-large.
Correct.
It's been seconded. It's a suspension of the rules. It's not debatable. Now, are we going to go? Okay, sorry. We're going to go to a vote. All in favor of Mr. Axon's motion, that means no nomination speeches for at-large, please say aye. All those opposed?
We get
All
to
right.
leave before midnight.
The
Thank you,
ayes
Madam Chair.
have it. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Clayton. All right. Now, how are our tellers doing?
I have a quick
Okay,
point of
we're gonna-
I have a quick point of inquiry. With the first one we got with the top 5 vote getters, what would happen if there was a tie for, say, the 5th place?
We will address it when we get there, but that is a very good question. But I'm gonna, we're just gonna get the ball rolling, and then we'll move on. I'm gonna check with our tellers to see if we have any vote totals in, and then I'm gonna check to see where we're at on getting ready for the ballots for at-large. All right. I need the secretary's screen off for a moment, please.
Kind of what I do. Cool. Hey, you know, next time you need.
All right, we need the secretary's screen off, please. It's still on. I understand. We have a lot going on. All right. I'm about to announce the final presidential vote, so it's not really a good time right now. Thank you so much, though.
Madam
All
Chair.
right, we're ready for the screen. Guys, I don't want any points of order. I don't want any interruptions. Please, everyone, be quiet. We're going to look at the screens, and our secretary is going to scroll through the 6th, I believe, presidential ballot. All right, is everyone paying attention? Let's get it done. State chairs, please watch your totals. State chairs, be watching your totals. All right, Madam Secretary, when you're ready, we're going to see the final vote totals of our presidential election nomination. Well, this is, I don't actually know if this is unprecedented. All right. We're going to allow an additional 20 seconds for a reaction.
Point of personal privilege, Mike 3. I left a.
I'm right here.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Mr.
Microphone
Starr.
2. Madam Chair, I believe that our rules require at this point.
All right. Mr. Starr, you're going to need to speak up.
All right. So I believe our rules at this point, and we've actually had a similar situation like this back in 2012 with another race. But what needs to happen now is, since nobody has received a majority, once again, the lowest ranked candidate gets dropped. So at this point, you'll have another round, one more round, with Chase Oliver or none of the above. That is what the choice will be at this point.
Let's do a check before we make any announcements. Let's do a check. Be respectful.
Microphone 1, request for information.
No one is recognized right now. No one is
All right,
recognized.
we'll get some pizza.
I'll do the point and then you say the thing. Madam Chair, microphone 3, point of personal privilege.
Madam Chair,
I'm not going to entertain anything until I'm finished consulting with the parliamentarian and I make the right call the first time and we don't have an explosive crowd. You're going to give me just 2 more minutes. I've been up here a long time. I'm being very patient with you. Please be patient with me. Let's make the right call the first time and be respectful to everyone.
Madam Chair, can we have order?
He's not on the ballot. He's not on the ballot. There's only one candidate on the ballot. I was going to suspend the rules to make Chase Oliver the nominee.
Oh, okay. I want to get this.
I want to make a motion to suspend the rules to make Chase Oliver the nominee. Rex Wald is off the ballot. This is no vote for you. I will support the nominee, and you are the only human being.
Madam Chair,
Okay. I mean, this is ridiculous. Sir, yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I hope this is ridiculous. No more. Come on.
All right, you guys. All right. One moment, whatever I say, the room is going to explode in one chant or another. It's so fun.
Point of information, Mike 3.
Denied.
All right.
Point of information, Mike
All
3.
right. I'm going to announce who's advancing to the next round. After consulting with 3 parliamentarians and our bylaws, specifically Article 10.7, Michael Rechtenwald is going to be removed from the ballot, and it's going to be Chase Oliver versus Noda.
Yeah, point of information. Point of
Madam
information,
Chair.
Mike 3.
Parliamentary inquiry. Mike
All right,
2.
we're going to do Mike 3, and then we're going to Mike 1.
Yes, I've been through this process before several years ago and was lost to NODA. So if Mr. Oliver would lose to NODA, what is the procedure? Is it we start again with new nominations?
No.
Or not?
No. We
What
have
is-
Noda.
Parliamentary
No.
inquiry at Mike 2.
We have no
Noda.
presidential nominee?
We don't have a presidential nominee.
That's not what we did when I ran for chair and lost to NODA.
All right, we're going to go
Parliamentary inquiry.
and, okay, so here's what needs to happen. Here's what needs to happen right now. Everybody needs to be really quiet because this is extremely controversial and there's quite a bit at stake. And I need to hear if people are raising valid points of order or parliamentary inquiry, if they're appealing things, if they have questions about the voting procedure. I don't need to hear your gossip. I know it's something you need to hear, but we don't need to hear it. Mr. Starr.
Yes, I think it'd be helpful if I can just read out loud Article 10, Section 7, so we're really clear. Here's what Article 10, Section 7 says. Votes cast for none of the above in voting on the party's nominees for president and vice president, the party officers, and at-large members of the National Committee shall be considered valid. Should a majority of the votes be cast for none of the above in the presidential or vice presidential balloting, no candidate shall be nominated for that office. Should none of the above be selected for any party office, that position shall be declared vacant, and none of the losing candidates for that position may be selected to fill the vacancy for that term of office. So for president and vice president, we have a special rule. Basically, we can have, in theory, no candidate at all if NODA should win.
Parliamentary inquiry at Mike 2.
1 second, I'm addressing another parliamentary inquiry, and then we'll go to Mike 2.
May I please have a point of information?
We better know before we go. So they might not-
Denied. Madam Chair, microphone 3.
We're going to wait 1 second because there's something a little bit unclear about what just happened, and we're going to be perfectly clear about what we're doing when we're going forward, because then there's not going to be any sour grapes about it. It's important to be perfectly clear about it. And to be clear, Article 14 of the bylaws does not apply. So there is no having the LNC fill it. There's no having the body fill it in an emergency. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Can I
Now,
have a
I'm
point
going to
of
move on and I'm going to announce what's about to happen.
Point of information, please.
No, I'm in the middle of announcing a vote.
Okay, it's very relevant though.
Okay, what is
I'm-
your point of information? Request for information.
I would like to know if NOTA wins, what happens to ballot access?
We've already said it. This is campaigning. You can sit down. Thank you. All right, so no one else is
motion
going to
at
be
microphone two.
recognized because I'm going to announce what's happening in our next round of balloting.
Motion at mic 2.
Motion mic 3.
You're not announced. You're not recognized. Everyone needs to be quiet. Chase Oliver has 49.53% of the vote. Michael Rechtenwald has 44.73% of the vote, and he is going to be eliminated. We are going to another round of balloting. It is Chase Oliver v. NOTA. If NOTA wins, that is it. We will not have a candidate. That's what we're doing. We're going to balloting. All of those are totally valid, and I would assume that everyone understands what it means if you literally don't have a candidate.
Madam
No
Chair, I
candidate.
move to suspend the rules to conduct at-large elections simultaneously with this last round of president.
Thank you. Whoever that was, please approach the microphone again and state your name and state your motion louder because it's very noisy.
Madam Chair, I've been
Madam-
waiting.
Madam Chair. Microphone 2, this is Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move to suspend the rules to conduct at-large elections simultaneously with the next round of presidential balloting.
Thank you, Mr. DiBianca.
Ballots are already out, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just about to put me on, but
Point of information, Madam Chair, that ballots are already out.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
And
can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? 1, 2,
helpful,
3.
And the teller says that they cannot do it at the same time. It'll slow them down tremendously. All right.
Microphone 3.
Mute. Okay.
Hold on,
Let's
there was
mute
a
her
woman
real
who
quick
said
because she's just. All right. So what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this before. He never reached the plurality. Okay, that's Chase Oliver. You get to 49%. You get to 57.1. But every single round, the last candidate gets eliminated, regardless of if there's write-ins or not. So he's going to run against Sunday, right? Chase Oliver in the last round. Mike Rechtenwald. What's going to happen now is if, in fact, Chase Oliver doesn't get to the plurality, doesn't get to the 50% plus 1, they'll have no candidate coming out of the Libertarian Convention. They'll have 0 candidate coming out of this convention. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. So I said, do you think they're going to vote against having a possible candidate? And a lot of people say yes, and some people say no. But this is crazy right now. I'm going to go back on the floor and see what I can pick up. But if Chase Oliver doesn't get 50% plus one, and doesn't reach plurality, that means they'll have zero candidate coming out of this convention. That is crazy. We got to see what's going to happen on this next vote. All right.
Microphone 2, please.
Microphone 2. Go right ahead, sir.
Point of personal privilege. Brian Slowinski from the great state of Georgia. I believe it's imperative that we know what we're voting on, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Everybody needs to be quieter.
I think it's imperative to know what we're voting on and how these votes will come out. If you vote for there's going to be Chase and Nada. If you vote for Nada and Nada wins, then we have no ballot access throughout the country.
You are debating and campaigning. I think it is abundantly clear at this point. So we're not going to address what happens with NODA anymore. Anybody who's been in the party understands. Okay.
Request for information.
Ballots are out, so we're not campaigning for or against the candidates or choices, as we would call it. Now, does anyone have anything else? Because we're gonna focus
Point of
on
personal privilege, microphone 4.
Oh, fantastic! Microphone 4.
I had a "Don't Tread on Me" flag in the back that I thought was there, or I left it around. So if anybody finds it, my name's Kendall. I'd appreciate getting the flag back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Request
so
information.
because we're balloting, we're not going to do anything else right now. We are balloting furiously. Once we get most of our ballots in, we can talk about moving on, because we definitely all want to do that.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Madam Chair, microphone 2, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Chair, is my understanding correct that if Nota wins, we proceed with a vote for Vice President, and the Vice President would be on the ballot?
We're going to wait to talk about Vice President until we get to Vice President. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. Microphone 1.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, once again, one of the individuals who has gotten almost all of the microphone time over the last couple of days just wasted our time with yet another motion. Please let others speak.
Thank you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
We're standing at ease. We're not entertaining any more points of order or parliamentary inquiry.
Point of personal privilege.
Here.
Point of personal privilege. Could we turn off the mics to kill the loud white noise coming out of the speaker, please?
Boo.
Oh, you guys should change the whole I was going to ask you. Here's a question and answer. Let's do the hypothetical for somebody that absolutely
We nominated Nona for Senate. Yeah, it doesn't affect the ballot tax. This does.
So would you vote for Hitler and
We voted for Bob Art.
Hitler's not. I would be in an organization. No, you can't. The hypothetical. Stop it. I would vote for Donald Trump. Okay. Would you get the hypothetical? You would vote for literally anybody. I mean, Mike Ruckenwald, I'm not going to say he's not a libertarian, but he's really a lot of I'm not going to say he's not. I mean, my big beef with Chase Oliver is he's a gay communist who very recently converted over to libertarian values. I don't think we spent enough time.
We are the first and only party to win an electoral college vote for a gay man, and we did it in 1972. If nominating a gay man is woke now, then we've been woke since 1972.
What do you think of Ann Coulter's remark that she would not support the debt on running for president?
It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing for Ann Coulter to say because she's Ann Coulter. She's not a libertarian.
So is Jeremy Coulter a libertarian in your
Fuck no. No. He's a fucking walking cancer.
I think that is too mild.
Yeah.
Are you guys egalitarians?
No.
So how do you square that with?
I've been in this party for 24 years. I'm what this party's been about this entire time. I'm not new. I'm old. So I'm what this party's been about the entire time.
Yeah, I'm new.
I'm not some leftist takeover that out of his words.
What I would say is sort of, because I believe everybody is equal. But I don't believe that everybody is equal.
Yeah, I mean, I bring it up in the context of, obvious.
Yeah. Gave it a hell of a shot, man.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Your thoughts on the whole process and what you experienced today, Mr. Rectenwall?
Well, it's kind of sucks winning 5 straight rounds and then losing in the last one. And I was promised an endorsement by one of the candidates who turned out to be a snake.
Yeah.
So lied to me 4 times. And that's just, the lack of integrity amongst these people. I'm stunned. I actually didn't do any like glad handling with the other candidates, making deals, paying people off, none of that stuff.
Yes.
I just ran a race like me against them, and the best man wins. That's not how it happened.
Yeah. Well, are you okay with the process? Are you going to object? Or, I mean, I know the rules are the rules, but with write-ins, it just seems kind of odd that they would eliminate the other candidate that's viable for the nomination. So are you going to pick a protest whatsoever, or is the rules pretty much set in stone and you're just going to deal with the results?
I don't think there's any rules that we can challenge.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
They have to do a 2/3 amendment to
Yeah.
the bylaws, and that's not going to happen.
Have you given any instructions or orders or your thoughts to the people who supported you on what to do next?
I will.
You will.
Absolutely, but they're not going to give me time for that on the stage.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows how much I appreciate them, but I will tell them again.
Yeah.
I've had the greatest supporters. I had an amazing staff, starting with Lori Price, my partner in crime, Mike Heiss, Dave Casey, Jennifer Hobbin. 4 of us almost won. Really, almost won this. We didn't have a big staff. We were mean and lean fighting machine.
Well, if they come,
all my donors.
Yes.
Amazing donors. I got in touch with like what I consider to be the natural aristocracy of the Libertarian Party.
That's great.
Yeah.
So if NODA wins, none of the above wins, you're not going to have a candidate for the Libertarian Party. Do you think that's something that you're willing to deal with right now, despite what you just went through this whole? Okay.
I don't want to be part of that decision.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Definitely
my
will post
pleasure.
you up. I'm Pasta. I've
State chairs, if you are still balloting, can you please wave at me? All right, we still have 2 delegations at least that are balloting. As soon as their ballots are turned in, we're gonna move on.
So the final person with the highest vote count right now is Chase Oliver, but the other option on the ballot is none of the above. And in the previous vote, Chase Oliver had 49 point something percent, and none of the above had 49 point something percent.
Yeah.
So it's down to how are write-ins counted, and do people change their minds and vote for, I'm sorry, in the last round, it was Rechtenwald, who was at 45%
5%.
or whatever, and he's off. So now there's the final round we just voted on, this Chase Oliver versus none of the above. And if Chase Oliver doesn't get 50%
Yes.
plus one, or 50%, I actually don't, we may have to do a parliamentary inquiry and find out if, if it's an exact tie. I'm not certain what happens, but I think he has to get 50% plus one vote to be the candidate. If not, there'll be no Libertarian candidate on the ballot. And then you would have Trump, Biden, and in many states, RFK Jr. and a few other random folks in some of the states that make it easy. And the Libertarians, we would lose ballot access in about 10 states.
Oof.
And that would hurt. Yeah, of course, we wouldn't get media other than maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
but there is some split within the party, right? The Mises Caucus, the old guard, some of the new guard coming in. Do you think they're willing right now to shoot themselves in the foot, regardless what happened? I know they're upset there because Rechtenwald won the last 4 or 5 rounds in a row. For him to be eliminated the way he just was, there might be some bad blood on the floor right now. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, certainly. I mean, the Mises Caucus endorsed Rechtenwald for president, and he only got like 20-something% on the first round. Some other, there was about 9 people on there, so the votes were spread across all the different candidates. And with so as each round, the person with the lowest vote count was removed, and that left it at, so you remove them, and then you cast another vote, and then you remove the loser, cast another vote, remove the loser, cast another vote. And so we've done that down to the last, we thought it would be the last 2, and oops, the number 1 got 49 point something%, under 50%. And so this is not unprecedented. We had a election for chairman of the party in 2012, and in that case, none of the above beat the candidate for chairman. Now, our bylaws for officers allow us to then renominate new people, but the bylaws are clear for
presidents. Yeah,
we don't open nominations again.
Yep.
So yeah, this is the Mises Caucus so upset that they want to burn down the party? And
yeah,
they've had control for 2 years. I'm not a Mises Caucus person. I showed up. I would support whoever was nominated. I'm not a fan of who was elected chair, but I'm going to work with the party. I like the Libertarian Party. I've been a Libertarian since 1996. I was executive director of the party for 8 years,
Yes.
the longest serving executive director of the Libertarian National Committee. Of course, I want to have a presidential candidate.
Wes Benedict, thank you so much for your information. Guys, we're going to go back on the floor and see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have 1 state left to turn in their ballots. They are trying very quickly, but also our tellers are working something out in their system unrelated to that state. As soon as they are ready to rock, then we're going to send the state chairs over to grab the ballots. Remember, nomination speeches have been waived. As soon as they're ready for you, we're going to send you right over. So just hang tight.
plurality. So the what's called plurality. So the final person with the highest vote count right now is Chase Oliver, but the other option on the ballot is none of the above. And in the previous vote, Chase Oliver had 49 point something percent, and none of the above had 49 point something percent.
Yeah.
So it's down to how are write-ins counted, and do people change their minds and vote for? I'm sorry, in the last round it was Rechtenwald who was at 45%
5%.
or whatever, and he's off. So now there's a final round we just voted on. This Chase Oliver versus none of the above. And if Chase Oliver doesn't get 50%
Yes.
plus one or 50%, I actually don't. We may have to do a parliamentary inquiry and find out if if it's an exact tie. I'm not certain what happens, but I think he has to get 50% plus one vote to be the candidate. If not, there will be no Libertarian candidate on the ballot, and then you would have Trump, Biden, and in many states, RFK Jr. and a few other random folks in some of the states that make it easy. And the Libertarians, we would lose ballot access in about 10 states.
Oof.
And that would hurt. Yeah, of course, we wouldn't get media other than maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
but there is some split within the party, right? The Mises Caucus, the old guard, some of the new guard coming in. Do you think they're willing right now to shoot themselves in the foot, regardless of what happened? I know they're upset there because Rechtenwald won 4 rounds, the last 4 or 5 rounds in a row. For him to be eliminated the way he just was, there might be some bad blood on the floor right now. What are your thoughts on that?
well, certainly. I mean, the Mises Caucus endorsed Rechtenwald for president, and he only got like 20-something% on the first round. Some other, there was about 9 people on there, so the votes were spread across all the different candidates. And with so as each round, the person with the lowest vote count was removed, and that left it at. So you remove them, and then you cast another vote, and then you remove the loser, cast another vote, remove the loser, cast another vote. And so we've done that down to the last. We thought it would be the last 2, and oops, the number 1 got 49 point something%, under 50%. And so this is not unprecedented. We had a election for chairman of the party in 2012, and in that case, none of the above beat the candidate for chairman. Now, our bylaws for officers allow us to then renominate new people, but the bylaws are clear for
presidents. Yeah.
We don't open nominations again.
Yep.
So yeah, this is the Mises Caucus so upset that they want to burn down the party? And
yeah,
they've had control for 2 years. I'm not a Mises Caucus person. I showed up. I would support whoever was nominated. I'm not a fan of who was elected chair, but I'm going to work with the party. I like the Libertarian Party. I've been a Libertarian since 1996. I was executive director of the party for 8 years,
Yes.
the longest serving executive director of the Libertarian National Committee. Of course, I want to have a presidential candidate.
Wes Benedict, thank you so much for your information. Guys, we're going to go back on the floor and see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our tellers are doing their verification right now. All the ballots are in, and also ballots for at-large are ready to go out. So let's get ready to grab ballots for at-large. State chairs. AV team, could we please get floor mics back? when you are available. We want our state chairs to have their ballots as soon as you guys are ready. I know it's a lot of work. I appreciate you. We need our presidential tally spreadsheet to be finalized. I know you guys are trying your best. You're up on the, oh yeah, we were up on the screen. Someone was bumping it. That's okay. AV team, they're not back yet. When we get the AV team back, we need our secretary's screen off. Chair's eating pizza on the screen. It is what it is. C-SPAN, are you still with us? Hey, C-SPAN, if you're back there, will you wave at me? My gosh. Shout out to C-SPAN. Look at these beautiful people sticking with us through 6 rounds of balloting for our presidential candidate and our internal party elections. So much appreciation for them. C-SPAN for vice president. Okay, everyone, I think we are ready to proceed to our final round of vice president or presidential, possibly final round, but we'll call it a final round. Our secretary is ready to have her screen on display. Bear with us as the AV team returns to put our secretary's screen on the, oh, here we go. Thank you so much, AV team. All right, here we go. Take a look. Oh, pause. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Our AV team needs to put it on all of the screens. Just one second. Sorry about that. Well, now we don't have a screen over there. Now we have, Here we go. No, heaven forbid. All right, guys, we're just going to keep scrolling. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, we're scrolling. State chairs, please watch your numbers. Please watch your states. You want us to start over? Keep going, Madam Secretary. We will revisit it after we show the vote totals. Thank you. All right, we're almost there. Thank you so much. We're going to go to our final, I think, round of presidential vote totals. Oh my goodness. There you go. Congratulations to Chase Oliver, our next presidential candidate. Chase Oliver, presidential candidate for 2024. Paging Chase to the stage. He is making his way up here. Come on up, Chase. Everyone has ballots. You can work on your at-large ballots in the meantime, but we're going to hear from our presidential candidate while you are voting for at-large.
Thank you, Libertarian Party. Has today been a wild ride or what? Right now, there are two things that can be said first and foremost. I want to thank those of you who invited me to your homes, to your favorite restaurants, to your state conventions. I want to thank those who picked me up from the airport. Thanks to those who text banked so hard that the free and equal debates got me in, but they thought I cheated because we had so many votes coming in. I want to say thank you to all the presidential candidates who who put themselves out there for the party. Okay, those of us who all ran for president, we ate meals together. We took the same flights. We argued in several dozen debates. All of our arguments grew us stronger, and we are all better for that. I want to say thank you to the 500 members plus of our volunteer team who helped get the word out across the country, as well as to all those who donated this campaign. You made the hard work over the last 2 years worth it. Whenever we needed something, you answered the call. And for those who didn't volunteer yet, I urge you to get involved in this campaign and let's help spread liberty across all 50 states. I want to say thank you to the 500 members plus of our volunteer team who helped get the word out across the country, as well as to all those who donated this campaign. You made the hard work over the last 2 years worth it. Whenever we needed something, you answered the call. And for those who didn't volunteer yet, I urge you to get involved in this campaign and let's help spread liberty across all 50 states. The energy that everyone brought is exactly the energy we need to make freedom win. Yes, I'm the candidate that you have nominated, but it's not about me. It's about all of us. And it's all of us who will win when we spread liberty across this country. We will win because you planned the events, because you took care of me and picked me up from the airport, because you text bank your asses off to get us into debates, and because you take every needed request and help this campaign. And I want to preemptively say thank you to each and every one of you whom helps this campaign spread the message of freedom, liberty, individual rights, voluntary exchange, and peace from the war machine around the country. Now, we've all worked really hard these last couple of years, these presidential campaigns. I know we're tired. I know we've had a long day, but I'm asking you for just a little bit more. We've slogged through a long year of conventions, and guess what happens? It happens to be that all libertarian conventions have been a little divisive. We fight a little bit, but we all come together for liberty at the end of the day. I'm going to pause here for my prepared remarks for just 1 second. And the last little while as this last ballot has been going out, I've heard from so many members who feel concerned that I'm going to leave them out of this campaign, that I'm not going to speak for them. I urge you to understand that I want to unify this party around the common principles that we all respect. So right now, I'm extending my hand to each and every member of this party the way I did at the last 2 national conventions in Orlando and in Reno and here tonight. I'm extending my hand. Take it and be a partner with me in liberty. Now we know what the lesser of 2 evils continues to give us. More evil. But we're done with that, and so are the voters. They look in dread at any other matchup with Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and of course, RFK Jr. presenting himself as some sort of outsider. Rule number 1, if you want to elect a political outsider, don't elect a guy with the last name Kennedy. Because I'm a real outsider. I was the first Libertarian presidential candidate to campaign in all 50 states. And I want you to know why I did that. It's because the drive and determination, I wanted you to see that in my eyes, and I hope that every campaign that we have from here on out is a truly national campaign for the Libertarian Party. Now, I got to see a lot of things firsthand. I got to see Ellis Island, where our former immigration system, where many families came to this country. I visited the border, witnessing firsthand how damaging drug policies inspire people to leave their families and home. I visited with Iranian immigrants who lived in Idaho. And of course, I spoke to the Hawaiians who survived the natural disaster in Maui. And of course, I've also seen how the Jones Act has crippled Hawaii and all of our coastal states from being able to survive and thrive without the high cost of living that comes from economic protectionism. I've seen how our immigration system hurts immigrants. I've met so many veterans whose lives have been ravaged because we have been dragged into countless unjust wars, only leading to more dead soldiers, broken hearts and minds, and more enemies that in turn lead to more war. This repeats a cycle of more dead soldiers, more broken hearts and minds, and more enemies that will lead us into more war, and we must stop it. We must demand peace here and now around the world. Members of the Libertarian Party, I urge you to join me in fighting the war machine. Because as I travel across the country, speaking to young people on college campuses across the country who are outraged by the genocide in Gaza, I will be the only national candidate. RFK won't, Joe Biden won't, Donald Trump won't, but I'm saying right now, end the genocide, ceasefire now, and support peace around the world. No more proxy wars. Absolutely free the hostages too. And I urge those who want the hostages free to understand that carpet bombing Gaza is a great way to have those hostages killed, because they are also the collateral damage as well as the women and children who have been killed. Now, after this convention, I will continue to travel around and bring a hopeful and positive message of liberty to both those who consider themselves libertarian and those who don't know they're libertarian yet. That's what happened to John Mons when I met him in 2010. He waved me in the libertarian tent, and the most important thing he said to me was, "Welcome home to liberty." Ladies and gentlemen of the Libertarian Party, we can set the world free in our lifetimes, but it will take all of us. And I just want to quote the late Dr. Mark Feldman as he challenged us at our 2016 convention. I need those of you that are be what you want to be libertarians. I need those good looking on TV libertarians. I need those Christian libertarians and the atheist libertarians. I need the Jefferson libertarians and the Ron Paul libertarians. I need the Gary Johnson libertarians, the Joe Jorgensen libertarians, the Dave Smith libertarians, and all of the libertarians. Absolutely. I want to speak a little bit about the policies I'm going to be pushing forward as I travel across this country. First and foremost, I got my start in this political activism opposing the war in Iraq. I got started here in this city of DC where my first anti-war protest was. If you question that I can handle the state, make no mistake, I have stood feet away from riot police as they hold batons, riot shields, ready to bash our skulls in, and still I spit in their face and said, no more war. And so with that, I urge an end to all wars, all foreign funding of proxy wars, and of course, I want to bring our troops home, and we start that by supporting Defend the Guard legislation in every state across this country. I also know the crippling effects of inflation in this country. I know what it means to go to the grocery store with the same amount of money, but less and less keeps ending up in the shopping cart. That is the reality for millions of American families all over this country. And I want to fight this inflation by saying no new printed money out of nowhere, in this broken monetary policy, in the Fed, and support alternative currencies like Bitcoin, and absolutely, with every fiber in my being, opposing CBDCs. Lastly, I want to talk about the people I want to represent. I want to represent those people who are trying to raise a family in this economy. I want to represent the Josh Smiths of the world who have children, and they need to know that they're going to have a better world for their children in the future. I want to support the spirit of entrepreneurship in this country, like a guy like Lars Mapstead, who can start from nothing and make himself into a true American success story. When we free our market and free up voluntary exchange, we will have more successful entrepreneurs in the world. I want to thank libertarian firebrands like Jacob Hornberger, who continuously reminds us of what our principles are, what our North Star is, and we will continue to head in that direction as a party. I want to thank the Michael Rechtenwalds of the world who continue to write about the abuses and send the message out there loud and clear that we will not accept statism in our lives and abuses that brings, and the death and destruction that comes from the national security state. Ladies and gentlemen of the Libertarian Party, I want to unify this party so we can be the strongest, most powerful engine of liberty in the 2024 election. And make no mistake, I want to fight for ballot access in each one of your states because I want to make sure that we run awesome libertarian candidates all over the country. Now you're going to get asked, okay, what's Chase all about? Give me the elevator pitch. Well, here's the elevator pitch, you guys. If you're living your life in peace, free from force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, then your life is your life. Your body is your body. Your business is your business. And your life is your life. It is not mine to handle, and it is not the government's. Now, I know we've had a long day, and we've had many ballots. I urge you, we can make it a little longer. Now, so I'm actually going to get out of here, but what I want to say in closing is I'm fighting for a world set free in our lifetime. Are you fighting for a world set free in our lifetime? I'm fighting to end the wars that kill innocent people all over the world. Are you wanting to end the wars that kill innocent people all over the world? I'm tired of a monetary policy and an inflation that is destroying families across this country and forcing them to abject poverty for no other reason than the fact that we print trillions of dollars a year to fund those wars. Are you ready to end the inflation in our lives? Then I need you to get out and support me and get out and support my running mate, Mike Termott. Together, we will send the libertarian message loud and clear. I can think of no more fitting example of people coming together than a guy who marched in the streets as an activist for police accountability and a former police officer who understands the need for that accountability. Together, we are going to send this message out to the millions and millions of people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired, and in particular, those members of Generation Z right now who know they don't want octogenarians running their lives. They want to run their own lives, and we should create the conditions for that to happen. In the wars, in the abuses, in the excess taxation, hell, end all taxation. Because what is it? What is taxation? That's right, taxation is theft, and we're gonna stop the thieving that happens from our state all over the country. But I need your help to do it. Thank you very much, libertarians, and let's set the world free in our lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver, and congratulations. I believe we are still counting at large.
You've been watching live coverage. We return now to our scheduled program. We join it in progress.
That's right, taxation is theft, and we're gonna stop the thieving that happens from our state all over the country. But I need your help to do it. Thank you very much, libertarians, and let's set the world free in our lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver, and congratulations. I believe we are still counting at-large ballots. Okay. And as a reminder, this is approval voting. You can, sorry, it's been a long day. You can vote for as many candidates as you want. There is no limit, but the top 5 winners, you can vote for as many as you want, but the top 5 vote getters will be the winners. And while we are waiting on the balloting, please welcome Thomas Watercott for a presentation.
Hello, my fellow libertarians. I brought with me a piece of artwork commissioned by me and brought to life by Carla Thompson Nimitz of Alaska called Lady Liberty Has Had Enough. I am loaning this to the Chase Oliver campaign for the duration of their campaign. And when he wins the White House, I will donate it to the National Archives so he can display it in the White House. And I just got one other thing to put before the body. As we're in a society that our government is increasingly stealing the fruits of our labor, and international corporations are stealing our innovations and suppressing our entrepreneurship. One question for you. Who is John Galt?
Yes? Microphone 1.
State chairs, have you all turned in your ballots? All right, that's okay. State chairs are still counting ballots. People are curious.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Chase. Hey, Chase.
Hello, hello.
How you doing? I'm Craig Pasta, Georgia, independent media. My show's called Pasta2Go, just so you know. I'm not here to...
Pasta2Go. I
That's
like
me.
that.
So, Chase,
It's all about the fettuccine.
It is. Well, it could be the bucatini sometime, but now we know that you like fettuccine. Chase, you are now the Libertarian candidate for President of the United States. You're going to come out of this pretty much an unknown by a lot of people who are not inside the Libertarian Party. How do you make a splash for the Libertarian Party for those out there who don't know who Chase Oliver is?
Well, I think it requires energy, enthusiasm, and running a bold campaign that takes no prisoners, that says we must free ourselves from the warfare state and the abuses of this overly abusive and intrusive state as it currently exists. If we run true to our principles with energy, enthusiasm, and passion, we will wake people up. Know one thing about me. I'm not a politically connected elite. I'm not somebody who was born with a silver spoon in my mouth or has been in politics for the last 50 years. I know what it means to be someone who lives paycheck to paycheck in this life. I have lived the life that so many Americans are and that so many Americans are struggling to get ahead with. And I know we can do better as a country. And I urge you, if you're not a libertarian, to learn about the libertarians. Go to lp.org, check out our platform, and see that freedom is truly the answer to all of the ills that exist within our own government.
Chase, what do you tell an independent who's left-leaning that wants some Medicare for all system? It's completely against libertarian ideology, but how do you get those people who are so sick and tired of seeing people going bankrupt from medical bills?
I understand the need to help people who are suffering from healthcare abuses and the overcost of healthcare, but creating a one-size-fits-all single-parent plan will not solve that issue. In fact, it will stifle the innovation of our marketplace that allows these new medical technologies to emerge, that allows us to live longer, healthier lives. There are much better ways using free market forces and getting the government out of healthcare altogether that can ultimately lower the cost of healthcare for you and your family.
Chase, there's still a problem with a lot of entities that can still do gain of function testing. Will you ban gain of function testing on day one?
Well, you know, I will be banning on things. Let me just say this. I don't want the government to be investing in any medical research. I would rather the free market invest in those things, because ultimately they're going to be held more accountable than some unelected government bureaucrats who are possibly poisoning us with whatever they want to put in our bodies.
Last question, Chase. Mike turned Matt said he wanted to be your vice president. You guys had made that little kind of condition together, but the vice presidency ticket is going to run right now, just the same way he ran for the presidency. If you get somebody like a Larry Sharp or a Clint Russell, are you going to still campaign the same no matter what?
Well, I'm going to work hard no matter who my partner is, but I'm hoping that the delegates in the body will understand that Mike Tremont is the partner for me to really bring this message out, because there's no better message than saying somebody who is a police accountability activist partnering up with an ex-police officer who understands the need for accountability there. And so there's a great story to tell. I look forward to getting out with Mike Tremont across the country and spreading the message of liberty with passion, fire, and energy.
Good luck, sir.
Thank
you so much.
So you won in
And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We just got to the Libertarian Party's National Convention. Look at that. Look at that. Here at the Washington Hilton. What do you think, Peter? It's pretty sweet.
So far, it's been pretty awesome. Met a lot of great libertarians. Trying to find a home here, seeing if there's a place in this party for me. If a guy like myself who's kind of like a libertarian socialist of sorts, who believes in central planning, that it can work, who believes that Medicare for all is a human right, where do we have a home here? Do we have a place here? And there are some people in the old guard who don't like me, don't like my ideology. They still say that stupid stuff like, you want to kill us. Like, no, we don't. I got a lot of friends. You'll meet them. My good friend Caleb will be by. We don't want to kill you. We just want to find a way we can come together to fight back against this machine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick, and I am a libertarian because I am pro-peace. I am pro-whistleblower. That is people like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, the Boeing whistleblowers.
Julian Assange should be free, being locked up for heinous reasons. He has released information that has led to the discovery of atrocities in the Middle East and corruption all over the world. If we can't have good